Good morning, L.A. Welcome, welcome, welcome. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports, the one, the only Derek Fisher, five-time champion and L.A. legend. Of course, you got me, Cody Decker, here with the next 4 hours of your LA drive time commute. And of course, take us anywhere on the go on the Odyssey app. And listen, we got lots and lots and lots of things to cover today. 1, we got to talk about the Dodgers. 2, we got trade deadline. And by the way, moves have officially begun to happen, D-Fish. We got players that are starting to move and teams that are finally identifying themselves, whether or not they are sellers or buyers. The Dodgers, as you know, is both. They are sellers and buyers in a very, very strange and unique way. We're going to talk a little bit about the Rams today later on, talking about training camp because we got that going on along with the Raiders. Some really interesting stuff coming out of Raiders camp. We got a little bit of story time with D. Fish later on. And of course, later on in the show, very excited to be joined by Derwin James Jr. because he is joining us in the 7 a.m. hour to talk all things Chargers. Plenty to discuss today and very, very excited to do it. Welcome to the show. And D. Fish, how was your day yesterday? I left the show yesterday, went straight to the movie theater, and I saw the new Spider-Man movie. And I'm going to tell you this.
Solid?
Very solid. Very solid.
Nice. I still have I still got to go see the Odyssey.
Dude, it's so good.
I just been waiting for
it is so good.
The calm down of trying to even get a seat.
It's never going to happen because they just announced like last night that they're extending the Odyssey in IMAX specifically like for 2 more weeks.
Yeah.
So congratulations, you get your hands on some tickets finally. The demand for it is just through the roof, and that's with Spider-Man coming out this weekend. They're expecting that to make $1 billion too.
Yeah,
movies are back, dude. Movies are way back, baby.
That's good.
Dude,
That's good.
Very good.
So I'm gonna try to go check out Spider-Man. I like the franchise. I want to see what's been going on, what the new storylines are.
Dude, this one's a good one. I'm telling you, this is my favorite.
No spoilers, Raj.
I'm not going to give any spoilers, but I will tell you guys this: it is my favorite Spider-Man since Spider-Man 2, the Sam Raimi, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movie. It's my favorite live action. I'll also specify live action because Into the Spider-Verse is badass stuff. What's up?
Does Fisher know Spider-Man's name when he's not Spider-Man?
I sure hope so.
Huh? What do you mean?
What he wants to know?
The actor's name?
No. I think he was saying the character. What is Spider-Man's real name?
Got it. Okay, yeah, I won't spoil that for the people that don't know.
What is it?
I don't know if that's a spoiler, but
yeah, it starts with a P.
Yeah, nailed it.
So he knows it.
He's gold. Nailed it. Nailed it.
Hey, some person might not know that, Raj.
I don't know if that's
everybody
a spoiler,
knows Peter Dan Parker.
I mean, you're not spoiling the movie by saying Spider-Man's Peter Parker? What?
Maybe somebody was today years old when they learned that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if it's. I saw the movie. That won't spoil much. It'll be okay. But that being said, it was a lot of fun. I suggest everybody go check it out. Enjoy movies, man. Movies in the summer. And by the way, it's been so damn hot here in LA. I got to say, spending that time in the movie theater yesterday, I forgot how much I enjoyed doing that on a hot summer day. So, honest to God, great time doing that. But listen, the Dodgers had themselves another night yet again. Best record in baseball. They're 1 win away, by the way, to being the first team at 70 wins, which means they got 69. Nice. And listen, I'm really, really excited for this team, as everyone should be, because they are the best team in baseball. By the way, they have a 2-game lead over the Milwaukee Brewers right now for the best record in baseball. And boy, we were almost like sad, depressed. It wasn't really announced during our show. It was announced later. Shohei Ohtani not playing in the game. Absolutely being shut down for the day. Now, it's 1 game. It's not a big deal. He's not hitting the IL, but it was due to the knee soreness, and I'm firmly okay with that. Obviously, everybody deserves a day off here and there, even the great Shohei Ohtani. So people are thinking, no Shohei, is that a problem? No, because they have like 5 other MVPs and 5 other future Hall of Famers, because right there in the first inning, you saw it immediately, a double to the wall for Mookie Betts. That goes ahead and gets them an early lead. And then Dalton Rushing comes up, having himself one hell of a rookie season and rookie campaign, especially filling in for Will Smith. He comes up and does this bad boy.
Position against Wu this year. And Rushing absolutely tees off into the Mariner bullpen.
Great stuff. Dalton Rushing with a nice 400-foot bomb right there on Sportsnet LA. That game last night, the Dodgers get the win. And, of course, after the game, I really liked what Dave Roberts had to say about Dalton Rushing, because Dalton Rushing has been a topic of conversation quite a bit on this show since we've started. And it's because Dalton Rushing's made himself a topic of conversation, not just on this show, but in general. Young cat, plays with a lot of fire, sometimes too much fire. Sometimes he does a lot of stupid things that gets him into trouble and his teammates into trouble. He's probably going to cause another brawl at some point, and then we'll have to sit here and like, oh my God, somebody get him in line, young kid, yada, yada, yada. That being said, I love the fire that he plays with. I just hope he can keep it together all the time. But Dave Roberts talks about his growth this season as a rookie.
Doing great. Dalton's growing up, and I love the relationships that he's building with the pitchers. He cares, and that's a really good thing. He's starting to build trust with those guys, and them trusting what he's seeing behind the plate, trusting the fingers, and then obviously tonight, Wu, regardless of the ERA, man, this guy is very uncomfortable, very talented, and Dalton put one of his best swings of the year on a slider down below or down, and was the big blow. Just overall total body of work, fantastic.
And listen, the great job by him, and he's right. He's done an unbelievable job. Like, really legitimately unbelievable job. A rookie kind of taking over for the mainstay Will Smith catcher who has been handling that bullpen, handling that pitching staff for years. Everybody trusts him. Will Smith is like a Captain America type of figure. Like, it's almost ridiculous that he exists. Then, of course, he gets injured, and you bring in this rookie, Dalton Rushing, who is not the same temperament as Will Smith. Kind of a little, I'd say on the slightly crazier side, one of those wild dudes. Those dudes that are in your locker room, you're like, hey, watch what you say around him. He's just going to go off out of nowhere. He's like one of those type of cats, which is not necessarily a bad or good thing. He's just a different cat. We've seen it, and we've seen how he kind of reacts to things. He's got a lot of passion, maybe a little bit too much, but at the end of the day, what he has done this season, phenomenal stuff, especially as a rookie with this staff. But that's not who I want to highlight from last night's game, because last night, no Shohei Ohtani, no problem. On the mound, Roki Sasaki, and what has Roki been doing lately? He's been getting outs at a massive clip, D-Fish. Roki Sasaki had himself another damn good night last night. He absolutely kept them off balance, got all the way to the 6th inning, got in a little bit of trouble in the 6th, but they got out of it. Another phenomenal job by him. His last 4 starts, he has looked like the sensation that they told us he was going to be. The Dodgers are sitting really pretty right now. I know I keep going back and forth on the Tarek Skubal of it all. The Dodgers don't need Tarek Skubal. You can get him, but this pitching staff is proving day in, day out, they don't need another addition to it. They're about to get 2 additions.
Depending on, you're right, it just depends on also like the injuries of Snell and Glass. Now, obviously, the Dodgers would have a much better sense of not only those guys returning this year and getting back to pitch this season, but what is the long-term outlook on their arms and on the situation, and are they going to be the type of guys that we've invested in, or are we going to have to look in the offseason to do something different in order to get someone in that's more that high-impact pitcher that we wanted these guys to be, but maybe injuries are starting to creep up. That's a part of the conversation sometimes. For the Dodgers, it's not so much need. You're right. It's not a need thing in terms of their own roster. I think the question is it a need more so in competition with other people? And so, like we've talked about, if the Brewers land him,
that's scary.
If other teams land him, okay, do you feel like, the Dodgers, there's plenty of talent in the clubhouse, so it's not again a question of need. But it's sometimes it's not need. You just want as many pieces as you can have on your side of the table.
Well, they can get them.
Like you just want to have those pieces on your side of the table. But also, the relationship piece, Dave Roberts invests a lot of time, like building relationships with his guys. And, in those free agent conversations when you're asking guys to commit to the vision and come and be a part of the LA Dodgers, like you don't want to always, flip a coin and just go get the new shiny toy every year just to say we did it, to say it gave us a better chance.
In fairness, that's what the Dodgers kind of have been doing these like here. Like I'll give you an example. You mentioned one of those names, Tyler Glasnow. I never liked the Tyler Glasnow signing by the Los Angeles Dodgers. I didn't like it for the money that it was. And by the way, it's not that Tyler Glasnow is not a great pitcher. Tyler Glasnow, when he's healthy, is a phenomenal pitcher. Like truly lights out type of stuff. He is a tall, lanky, really uncomfortable at bat, especially if you're a right-handed hitter. I know, I've caught his bullpens before. It's uncomfortable to catch his bullpens, let alone face him in the batter's box. And he was really young at the time. He was a little wild back then. But I will tell you this, dude. The injury aspect of him, I never understood the signing by the Dodgers. He hasn't been healthy pretty much the majority of his career. Blake Snell, a little bit of a different deal there. Like, Blake Snell's had some minor issues, but I loved that signing. The Tyler Glasnow thing, I've always kind of wondered if the Dodgers should have looked to maybe move Tyler Glasnow if they can. But the issue is the injuries are just so insurmountable. I'm not sure how many teams would want to take on the contract unless the Dodgers want to eat some of that money. That being said, the Dodgers find themselves in a decent position. If Tyler Glasnow comes back later in the season for October, that's not a bad thing to have. As long as you get him healthy for that 1 month, I guess the whole point is mute. But the amount of money that they are paying him for the amount of production and the amount of availability that they get out of him, I've never seen that to be 1-to-1. I've always needed more out of the guy.
Yeah, I think from a pitching perspective, the point of the shiny new toys to me is different. Right, I think from a pitching perspective,
because these toys break fast.
Yeah, they break fast every year. A new young guy, a Dalton Rushing as a rookie comes on the scene. A power hitter from another team develops and emerges. A Jacob Mizorowski emerges as this formidable force in Milwaukee, and so each year you're like, okay, man, we may need a little bit more support in a particular area in order to get past these guys, because that's who we're going to probably have to see in the LCS or in the LDS. Again, it's not necessarily a strong need thing, but I mean, if the Tigers are trading him, you already kind of have a log jam of prospects trying to move up to the big club anyway.
Yeah.
That's already something that they have to navigate. So adding that type of talent isn't bad. But the bulk of the Dodgers roster has been here multiple years. I mean, Dalton Rushing's a rookie. Kyle Tucker signing. But when you look up and down that lineup, I mean, those guys have been here multiple years.
Mookie for like 6, Freddie for 4,
Yeah.
Shohei now for 2. You got
Max Muncy.
Max Muncy's been there for what feels like 20, but I think it's closer to like 8 or 9 or 10. Kike Hernandez has had multiple stints, and by the way, welcome back Kike to that team and lineup. Tommy Edman, a couple of years now. He was traded, of course, over in 2024. But yeah, no, this team has a core that has been together and a nucleus that has been together for quite a while. Will Smith's been there for a long time as well.
So I think in those situations, when you have like a core group that has some history, been through some battles and some wars together, like even a schoolboy level player is still like you're adding something on the periphery of the core to almost like continue to maximize what this core group has built. So then if you can go out and get a Clay Holmes, if you can go out and get Skubal, if you can go out and get a backup kit, whatever it is that you feel like might be a need. We may not need it, but what's the old saying? It's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it.
Yep.
That's kind of what it is.
Wasn't that a phrase always used for condoms? It's like the Dodgers are condoms.
I don't know about that.
What?
It's early in the morning.
It's never early in the morning for sex. Stop it. That's the best time. Are you a nighttime guy?
Oh my God!
You guy that lays out the candles type of thing.
That's a different show.
It could be this show too.
It's a different show.
It can be this show too. We can always mix it.
Nah, our agents told us to negotiate the After Dark version
Oh,
first.
that's right. Yeah. That'll be on
Then
YouTube
we can
later.
talk about some
yeah,
of those
that'll
things.
be on
We're
YouTube
we're
later
talking
tonight.
about sports, LA sports.
All right,
now.
sorry. Let's get back to the Dodgers and what's good to have and need, yada yada yada. No, but you're absolutely right. Like the Dodgers are in just. It's a unique spot because it's weird. It's like we want them to make moves, but what moves can they? How do you improve this? Like the Dodgers. I've been saying the names that I think the Dodgers should go after for a very specific reason because I feel like the Dodgers are a little smarter with their trades usually. Now it's not that they don't go after the sexy names too. They obviously do. Look at this lineup. But they usually go after them usually in free agency rather than in trades. That doesn't mean they don't do that as well. They've traded for Mookie Betts. They traded for Tommy Edman, even though Tommy Edman wasn't like this sexy piece they got during the trade deadline that time, but he was a massive piece that actually really helped propel that team to the World Series that season. But like in trade deadline, they're really good about filling in legitimate needs, and it's not usually the needs you think of. It's not, we're filling in the need for a massive power hitter. No, it's usually like, we need a little help in the 7th and 8th inning here. Let's get this guy. We need a little bit of help for maybe an opener in case we want to piggyback Shohei Ohtani. Let's get our hands on this. Like the Eric Lauer trade earlier in the year. And what Eric Lauer did, Eric Lauer is exactly the type of guy the Dodgers trade for because he fills a need. And Eric Lauer has filled that need in a perfect spot. They're 9-0 in starts by Eric Lauer. He is like, 6-0 as a Dodger. Eric Lauer has always been like a run-of-the-mill lefty in baseball, kind of bouncing around spot to spot. Yet the Dodgers always take these guys that have been like, movable guys that always go bounce from spot to spot, and they take him and they turn him into a star. It's amazing how it's like the Dodgers put you in their factory and they create this brand new shiny toy. And then everyone gets mad that the Dodgers have the shiny toy. They made the shiny toy. You threw the shiny toy out.
Yeah, it's the superstar names, make people forget about that though. And no matter how much you talk about, the others, other guys, the role players, the glue guys, the clubhouse guys, people still assume that if you have a collection of talent at the top that's, named certain names or accomplished certain things, that it automatically guarantees you, I'm sure it guarantees you a certain baseline of success, but it does not guarantee you're going to win a title. I can promise you that.
Couldn't agree more. Like Max Muncy. I think Max Muncy is like the perfect example of what the Dodgers are capable of as an organization. Max Muncy was a cast-off from the Oakland A's. Dodgers get their hands on him. They turn him into a multi-time All-Star. Justin Turner is another perfect example. He was a cast-off from the Mets. Justin Turner was about to retire like 15 years ago. Justin Turner's still playing today in Mexico right now. He's just a year removed from Major League Baseball and like 3 years removed from the Dodgers themselves. Like, it's such a unique thing that this team can do, but you're right. Because of those sexy names, no one will ever pay attention to it. Even though I firmly believe like the greatest like clutch hitter in playoff history for the Dodgers, names like Max Muncy, names like Kike Hernandez. Kike Hernandez isn't a superstar. It's maybe one of the best October Dodgers that's ever existed, though.
For sure, that's the difference, really. The big moments, the superstars, the Pro Bowlers, the All Stars, the guys that win the awards. Like they deserve a lot of the credit, as they should. Like they make everything go. So as not to take anything away from those guys, but guys that are wired a certain way. To fill those other roles, they matter quite a bit as well. And to your point, the Dodgers have done a fantastic job of not just going to get guys, but figuring out how to unlock, what their potential truly is. It's not so much because you always have to give, the player a lot of credit for doing the work. Like the Dodgers could bring somebody in that's a castaway, and they can give them the magic formula to baseball success. but the player still has to make a choice to become a better version of themselves. And so it's clear that, the guys that some of the examples you gave, those guys have come to LA and made a choice that, being casted away didn't feel good. And I have an opportunity now to be part of something special. And I want to make sure I'm holding up my end of the bargain. And, there have been a number of guys that have done so. And that's where the separation to me for the Dodgers has come in. Having those big names, yeah, that'll guarantee you in a baseball season, yeah, the Dodgers are probably going to win 80 games without even, having to play that hard. But it's the other guys that get you to 100-plus wins. And so, that's what I think the Dodgers going into this trade deadline are probably, they're keeping that in mind. That, if they can add some support, they will, if they feel like we really need some support in a particular area. But they're not going to just give away guys, for a 6-week rental of anybody that they don't feel like really can help them beyond that as well. I don't see it happening that way.
Well, dude, we got lots to talk about when it comes to the trade deadline, especially today. We're going to be talking quite a bit about it. And by the way, all the other people out there in the sports world and specifically the baseball world who are crying about it and blaming the Dodgers for their lot in life, can't wait to dunk on all of you later on in the show. And of course, all baseball coverage right here on the new 97.1 The Fan is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Guys, coming up. Brian Shaw did a little interview, and he was talking about specifically Phil Jackson and his dichotomy of both Shaq and Kobe and the coaching differences between them. And we were thinking to ourselves, we have a guy that might have been there who might have an opinion on that. Was there a difference between the way Kobe and Shaq were coached by Phil Jackson? We will find that out from the one and only D Fish right here on D Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. We got Aaron in the back. We got Raj in the back. And, of course, we got Crash in the back, keeping us live right now on YouTube. And, of course, you can join the chat right now at The Fan LA. Get in the conversation. Let us know what you think of these topics. We opened up talking about the Dodgers and, of course, their very solid win last night. Another one series. They're starting a new series tonight against the Boston Red Sox coming into town. Should be a very good series. Red Sox kind of flailing a little bit, even though they are holding on to that one spot over there for the wild card. But listen, going to be a very interesting series going forward. Looking forward to talking more Dodgers later on in the show. But right now, I want to take a quick left turn, get over to the Lakers, because this is a really interesting thing. We always hear great things about Phil Jackson. We always hear the stories about Phil Jackson. And you know what? 11 championships in multiple cities. And D. Fish, you played for him in 2 separate occasions in your career. So it's very unique. I mean, you got to play for him as a young kid and then as a veteran player. So, like, you got to see multiple versions of kind of not just how Phil Jackson coached, but also treated you and treated other players, treated superstars, yada, yada, yada. Well, it's very interesting because Brian Shaw went on Podcast P with Paul George, and he was talking about specifically how Phil Jackson and the dichotomy between coaching Shaq and Kobe specifically early on in their career. And he was describing it as he was much more of a field general towards Shaq and kind of going after Shaq and being harder on Shaq, and because he felt like Shaq had that. Specifically, he cites that Shaq kind of grew up with a little bit of a military upbringing with his stepfather and a little bit more of a drill sergeant type of thing with him. But for Kobe, he would leave kind of Kobe a little more coddled earlier in his career. And he describes it as like, I need him in attack mode. And it was almost like trying to just build Kobe's what ended up becoming borderline an unshakable type of confidence. So that was kind of the idea behind it, at least how he described it, and even equated it to training a Great Dane to becoming like a protector dog down the road. I thought that was really, really interesting. And then he even describes that later on, it kind of shifted a little bit after he built that foundation for Kobe. What is your take on that? And considering the fact that you were there, and not just there for that run, you were there for the later runs, what was that dichotomy like, both with those two players, but then in round 2 when you came back for 2 more titles?
Well, I mean, I think it was just a part of, to me, what made Phil unique as a coach and as a leader was his ability to not have one set of not rules, but one way to approach coaching and leading that fit everyone. It was his ability to recognize some of the things that made you tick, some of the things that pissed you off, some of the things that made you feel, confident, and then be able to kind of find a way to try and coach you in the best way that he could. But that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to coach your teammate the same exact way.
Which, by the way, that mentality of a coach, those are the best coaches that I've ever had in my life.
So it wasn't so much specific to just Shaq and Kobe. Like, he coached me different than he coached Kobe and he coached Shaq, like that. So, B. Shaw is correct. Like, everything he said is accurate. But it fits into a larger approach to how Phil coached basketball and led his teams around, that idea that, like, everybody's different. It's even in Chicago, he coached Michael different than Scottie and Dennis Rodman different than Scottie and Michael.
Well, you have no choice on the Dennis Rodman part.
You do, though.
You do?
Yeah, you do.
Tell me about that.
Chuck Daly said it best in Detroit. Like, you don't put a saddle on a Mustang. That's a choice. Some coaches still try to put the saddle on the Mustang. Mm-hmm. So you still have to choose to lead and coach that way. And a large part of that is your own ego management and being able to or willing to kind of step aside and allow a player to kind of be who they are for long enough for you to learn them. That, I mean, even the reference that B. Shaw made to German Shepherds and dog training, et cetera. Dog trainers will tell you all the time, we're actually not training the dog, we're training you. Mm-hmm. Because the dog is going to be the dog. And it's you as the dog owner that has to learn how to deal with and manage and navigate your temperament, your energy, how you discipline, when you discipline. Like, it can't just be heavy-handed all the time, the dog is going to lose its confidence, lose its fervor, lose its positive attitude, the energy that you like to see from it. You're going to take it away if every time they do something wrong, you're yanking the leash.
Yes.
So that was, to me, like Phil's special ability. And yes, the triangle offense for a long time was kind of given certain amount of attention, and people propped it up as this thing that was either great or not great. But what allowed him to be so great was, of course, having great players, but also his ability to manage, help manage personalities.
So managing those personalities, because I agree that a good head coach, a good manager, like the biggest thing now is managing the egos and personalities. I feel like the X's and O's, everybody for the most part knows the X's and O's and understands the X's and O's and putting them all together, but it's the handling of the egos and personalities that really kind of piques my interest, because Kobe, especially early on, all the narratives, the ball hog narrative that was always out there, and some jokes that are made about it. But how is it that he was able to take that young kid and kind of prop him up with veterans around him who were, obviously all stars, and how was he able to manage that dichotomy of like, yeah, I'm letting this kid kind of run with it a little bit, but also handling the egos around it as well?
Yeah, I mean, you don't always get it right as a coach. I mean, there were times, as Bishaw referenced, like there were times that we were all frustrated with how certain things were handled, or the space that, Kobe was given to approach the game, playing the game a certain way, but he was a teenager.
Yeah.
So you tell me what teenager understands when and how to do certain things, and how to think of other people and not just about how they feel. And
I barely know it now.
Exactly. Some of us are still teenagers, and so I think a large part of it was just that too. I mean, that's common sense. Even that's not even necessarily special coaching or needs a big hat. It's kind of like, this guy's 18 years old. So we have to treat him a little differently than we do the 24-year-old or the 29-year-old or the 32-year-old. Like, that is, that's pretty straightforward in that regard. Also, would like to think that Phil's experience coaching Michael Jordan also went into how he approached Kobe's early development.
Interesting.
And seeing Michael's growth from the early part of his career and then through the 90s, and the different iterations of Michael, how he was able to evolve and grow over time. That's another thing that I feel like is important with coaching, and I think Phil understood that. Like, just coming in and just like immediately trying to tell a guy exactly how to do it all the time doesn't afford the athlete the room to learn and evolve and understand some things on their own. And then you kind of can meet in the middle. And they have to have certain experiences first. And that was what I think was also great about Phil. Like, he would allow you to, like, okay, well, if that's how you think you want to do it, I'll give you some room to do that. And then you can learn whether or not you're going to fail or succeed doing it that way. You don't need me to solve the problems all the time. I'll let you figure that out. I'll let you guys figure that out. And so specific to Kobe and Shaq, I think it was his ability to, like, he studied his players enough to know, okay, I can get on Shaq a little bit more. Not just because he's 7 feet tall and he can physically handle certain levels of accountability, but understanding his background, understanding how he grew up in direct one-on-one conversations with Shaq, right? Like, Shaq would give him permission to coach him the way he coached him. And that's what also great coaches do. Like, they talk one-on-one to their, not just their best players, but to certain players, and try to establish certain ways of building the foundation. Greg Popovich goes to Tim Duncan. Hey, man, I'm going to have to coach you harder than anybody else in here, and you got to be willing to take it. And if you allow me to do that, then the rest of these guys are going to fall in line.
Yeah.
And that was another one of the ways that I think it worked out really well, for our group. So, it's different, and that's okay.
What was the difference, by the way? Because that early run, I mean, those 3 championships and obviously the early years of Kobe, what was it like in the later years, though? Like, was there a massive shift in difference in how the dynamic between Kobe and Phil worked, between you and Phil worked? Like, time has changed. You became a veteran player that second go around. Like, what was the difference between that and the first go?
Well, I think the first go, again, Kobe was a teenager. I'm early 20s. Shaq is mid 20s. By the time you get to, which I think was kind of more of the peak of like, how it is in families. Like, there's a point where it kind of like everybody's just a little tired of each other. We've been in the house. It's like a rainy day, and you and your siblings and the family, everybody's stuck inside, and I'm trying to go to the bathroom, you in the bathroom. I'm trying to go in the kitchen, you in the kitchen. Every time I try to go do something I want to do, I'm bumping into somebody else in the family. And so by the time we get to 03, 04, like it was feeling that way. Like, we've been in this house together way too long, man. Like, somebody just needs to, some space. And so, by the time you get to 03, 04, that's 8 years, from when we came into the league, but it's 4 to 5 years after Phil, came to the Lakers. And so, now Kobe's 26 years old, instead of 21 when Phil, first arrived. So he sees the world differently. He thinks differently. Shaq, same way. Myself, the same way. And so I think we all kind of split. Shaq got traded to Miami. Kobe was here in L.A. I went to Golden State. Phil kind of retired and stepped back for a couple years. And then when we came back together in 07, we all had grown and evolved in terms of how we viewed winning, leadership, relationships, in terms of how we were going to figure this out together. Kobe was married, a father. Like, there was so many different, like, that also contributed to the growth. So now, as a coach and as a leader, I'm coaching a totally different person. His name is Kobe Bryant. It's the same guy physically, but he's a completely different person. So now, how do I work with this guy? Okay, got it. He has a lot of this figured out already. I don't have to say as much. Same thing applied for me. When I came back in 07, I'm feeling I didn't have to have a conversation. I was in the gym in September before training camp. I hadn't seen Phil since probably my press conference maybe, or for a minute. But I had just signed to come back in 07. So I'm just in the gym working out. His office is upstairs. He has a big cutout window in the office. He's got 2 of the kind of miniature-sized championship trophies that go to coaches and team captains. So I looked up. This was our first time seeing each other for a while, so I kind of waved at him. He's excited. I'm excited. And all he had to do was he put his hands on top of the 2 trophies like this. That's all we needed to say to each other.
That's badass. That's as badass as it gets, man.
That was the only conversation we needed to have.
I love it.
That's what I came back for. That's what he wanted. That's what he came back for.
D-Fish, I'm tired of your ring chasing, bro. I am sick and tired of you going from place to place chasing rings.
Yeah.
Makes me sick, dude. Makes me sick. Guys, we're going to talk about this, of course, later on in the show. But coming up, Puka Nacua. Is he getting the bag? Does he deserve the bag? And when is he getting the bag? We will discuss right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, join the chat right now on YouTube at The Fan LA. The conversation is going. We see some of our regulars in there. We see you, Joanna, in Arizona. We see Donnie Boy. We see you over there, Rob. All our favorites and a few new faces as well. Welcome to the show, and thank you for joining us live here every single day, Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. here on the all-new 97.1 The Fan LA. D-Fish, we talked a little bit about the Dodgers at the top of the show. We talked a little bit about a little story time there, kind of breaking down the dichotomy of the early Kobe years, what you got to be there for, and of course the later years. We'll talk about that a little bit later on in the show, of course. But right now we got to talk about them Rams, because Puka Nacua yesterday obviously talked to the press. We played the clip, and I got to say, I am skeptical. I've made it abundantly clear. I am skeptical about how well he has it together. He's saying all the right things. He seems like he's putting the right people around him. Clearly, the Rams are heavily involved because they got a lot of skin in the game as well. His family apparently is involved because clearly they care about their guy. And listen, I'm a fan of Puka Nacua on the field. Period. Stop. I love what this kid can do on the field. It's outrageous. He's one of the very best wide receivers in the game. We mentioned the yak yardage that he got last year, best in the league, most catches in the league, and the really pairing him with Matthew Stafford and the addition of Davante Adams to pull coverage away from him has been phenomenal for the Rams. And obviously the Rams going into the season with the shortest odds to win the Super Bowl have themselves one of the highest powered offenses there can be. And then, of course, that goddamn offseason had to happen. Like, oh my God, what in the living hell? It was like somebody dropped a grenade in the mind of Puka Nacua and everything went haywire. It was like giving water to a man dying of thirst. And it was just all of the bad decisions he could make humanly possible. Of course, we've mentioned the bite mark that is allegedly happened on New Year's. There was the public intoxications. There was the weird ranting and tweeting during the Super Bowl where he was trying to call out Sam Darnold, and other football players were endlessly calling him out. There was the tons of dating of the starlets that we were forced to know about. And it was just one thing after another, and of course, which led to the rehab stint that he went to, and hopefully that was a legitimate thing and he's gotten some help. But at the end of the day, the reason why we care so much about this is because this guy is not set to get a bag. This guy is set to get the bag. This guy is set to reset the entire wide receiver market. So he's not just going to be getting his money, he's going to be getting Justin Jefferson his money. He's going to be getting A.J. Brown his money. Everybody's going to get their money based on the money that Puka Nacua resets his contract to. And the question is, now it's a question of whether or not just whether or not the Rams do it, but when they do it. Because the Rams could have done it this offseason and probably could have, in the process, saved themselves some money, because at some point, Justin Jefferson's going to sign a new deal. And if he resets the market, then that's going to up the price for Puka Nacua. So it leaves the options for the Rams in a couple of spots. You could avoid doing the contract extension this year. It's a bit of a risk on the Rams' part because it could absolutely hurt them in about a year and a half. You could hold off another year on top of that, and you can franchise tag him for like $31 million. And then you can deal with it in another year after that. But the thing is, I don't know exactly what the right answer is, because I firmly agree with the idea of I got to see how he reacts. I got to make sure he's good off the field before I give him and pledge myself and my organization $50+ million a year to the cat.
Yeah, it's a big number. I'm not
big
sure.
Number,
I know the other wide receivers that are going to be due for extensions want him to get all the money, because that helps them. I think Jackson Smith and Jigba, he reset the market. Jamar Chase, signed a contract extension last year that kind of initially reset things. So, Puka's, at whatever point they get to it, assuming things continue to progress, he's looking at, 45, million or more probably per year. I think whoever re-ups after that will probably be the first $50 million guy. But yeah, I think Puka's thing is just a matter of time. I don't think the Rams are waiting for him to fall apart. I think they're just waiting for the right timing to get this done. It's not so much just knowing for, like, there are athletes that have continue to struggle with things off the field that teams have paid, and the teams know some of those things. They try to help mitigate and almost partner with guys to help manage some of the stuff that they deal with off the field, whether it's mental health, whether it's family stuff, whatever it is. But I think with Puka and the timing of it, with it being so recent, there just needs to be some time for us to just get back to football, and football being the main thing.
I hope that's the case.
And training camp starts, and and he has a good camp. He's healthy. Nobody's questioning whether or not we're going to see the same type of performance from him. I think it's just, again, a matter of timing on when you get it done. And yeah, that's it. I mean, they're not. They're not waiting to see who he decides to date next week.
I don't think they're waiting for that at all, but I do think they're waiting to make sure that he's keeping his head together off the field. I mean, I honestly firmly believe this, D-Fish, and you can tell me if you don't think I'm right. It's simply this. Dude, I think he would have already gotten the bag if he didn't just have the offseason he just had. I think they would have extended him this offseason if he didn't do all of the nonsense we just saw, which, by the way, weirdly, might end up being a good thing for him in the long run, because he might get himself a larger bag, because just that idea of waiting, because like as you mentioned, some free agents are going to reset the market. It was looking like Puka was going to be the one to reset it, but now it might be somebody else first. Then he's going to reset that market.
For sure. But I that's what I think the Rams are also, they're smart. They're timing it up. They don't want to put themselves in a position where they're not going to let Justin Jefferson or somebody else kind of come back up, and reset this whole thing again. That does then push Puka into that $50 million category. He may have already gotten the bag without some of the off-the-field stuff this offseason, but then there may have been some other moves that the Rams would not have made. Mm-hmm. I think trading for Myles Garrett and adding that money to the books
might not have worked.
Trent McDuffie's contract and getting the defensive secondary, and then Watson as well. I think in the secondary, the Rams did make some moves this offseason.
They did, and they also got a new deal done with Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, so I'm not sure timing wise. They know they still had a little bit of a cushion. Puka made it easier for them to wait.
Absolutely.
And I think they can kind of justify why they're waiting.
They also have the franchise tag that they can use next year as well.
Yeah, that's where it gets tricky to me, man. I just don't know if I understand a guy that is going to be franchised, playing with the tag is always dangerous to me.
I agree.
I think you start to lose a little bit of that feeling that guys have when they love working for a team and playing for a team.
That franchise tag always hurts.
You start to lose a little bit of that
real quick. And by the way, we've seen franchise tags work in great ways for certain guys. I'll use the example again. Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins was franchised multiple times. That man has made more money in this game than just about anybody else. Guy hasn't even come close to sniffing a Super Bowl.
Right, but he's been on multiple teams
in
those situations, right? I think it just changes the nature of the relationship with a guy that for sure is a guy. George Pickens comes to mind with the Cowboys. He's going to play on the tag this year, but he just got there last year. And, there's still some wait and see with that. Puka's been with the Rams 3 seasons. He's been to the Pro Bowl twice. So I don't think it's a question of whether or not they want him here long term. So the tag thing is not really, to me, as much of a part of the conversation. I just think this was an offseason that the Rams focused on the defensive side of it, focused on getting Stafford locked in for another year. And then, whether it's at the end of training camp, we saw with Baker Mayfield as well. Not getting this done
He's
starts to
pissed
lead
too.
to he ain't happy. Yes. And that's the part that starts to set things going in the wrong direction. Puka's in a different position. Like you said, he's saying all the right things. I think he is in the right mindset. But the Rams do have to be mindful of waiting too long. Not only could cost you more money, but just change the nature of the relationship. Because then it could start to feel like, well, you're waiting for me to fail.
Yeah.
And you don't want that feeling to start to exist.
I remember I mentioned yesterday, they're going to have to put him on like a good boy clause, which is ridiculous. No, he's on the good boy clause right now.
Yeah.
Like, he has to be on his best behavior to do that. And it's funny, we talked about what it was reminding me of, like, last week. What does this kind of give me the thought of? And I said Antonio Brown. And I want to take that back because it doesn't exactly remind me of Antonio Brown. Now, I could see that being the end of the road if Puka doesn't get his stuff right, being Antonio Brown. But it actually reminds me a lot more of John Morant and his situation. The talent's there, but all the off-court stuff has now been the focus of John Morant to the point where now he's in Portland and almost no one cares.
Yeah, but part of that has been the injuries have limited his ability to show that basketball performance. You're right about the off-the-court stuff, that he has to, like, none of that stuff can happen again. Mm-hmm. But then there's also been a window where he could have been back on the court kind of pushing all that stuff away, and he's been injured.
Yeah.
So it's also, I think, for Puka, it's staying healthy and performing well. They'll get this done hopefully soon enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, so much to discuss today and only 3 more hours to do it here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And what are we going to talk about next? Well, coming up, is it okay to ask for help? Bryce Harper's asking for help, and the Phillies were not happy about it. We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, the 5-time champion. Cody Decker, the guy. And, of course, we got Raj, we got Aaron, we got Crash back there making us look and sound better than we deserve. And, of course, you can check us out right now live on YouTube if you want to see our handsome, handsome faces. We just talked about Puka Nacua. And, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have a poll going on right now on YouTube. Get in the poll at The Fan LA and give us your vote. Is Puka Nacua worthy of $50 million a year from the Rams? Yes or no? Go ahead and let us know in the chat. Get in there at The Fan LA right now on YouTube. And, of course, right now we're going to switch it over and talk a little bit about the Dodgers and specifically this upcoming trade deadline. And guess what? We're not even going to mention the names that are all being thrown out there. We know the names that are being thrown out there. We know the Tarek Skubals of it all. We know the names and the sexy names and the kind of middling names that are all being thrown out there right now, and some of the teams that are starting to make some moves. For instance, one team seemingly not going to be a seller, Minnesota Twins, because they just made a trade last night for A.J. Minter from the New York Mets. They're looking to add and go for this. They're one game out of a wild card spot. We know the Dodgers are going to be looming around multiple names. Well, I've mentioned Clay Holmes. Dodgers are looking into Clay Holmes. I've mentioned a backup catcher. Dodgers are out there looking for a new backup catcher. And, of course, Tarek Skubal is the name that's very much penciled into everybody's future lineup right now because everybody that's competing absolutely wants him. Now, there are other teams that want things as well. Well, I shouldn't say other teams. I should say players on other teams have made it abundantly clear they want things as well. I want to point everyone out over there to Philadelphia, to Bryce Harper, because he said something the other day that made all the sense in the world to me, but it might not make all the sense in the world to other people. He did an interview after a game. They asked his opinion on the trade deadline, and he made it abundantly clear. He's like, yeah, we could use some help. He even mentioned that I'm bringing my outfielders mitt on this next road trip in case they go and trade for a first baseman. He's ready to move around and do whatever it takes to win because, listen, Bryce Harper's aware what he needs to do in October. It's not about just getting to October. It's about beating the Los Angeles Dodgers. That is what everybody in the National League and, quite frankly, the American League is looking at right now. How are we going to beat the Los Angeles Dodgers? Well, Bryce Harper says we could use some help. And you know what? That man's right. That team has lost 8 of their last 10. They are floundering. They are playing terrible baseball. So terrible that they went down to Miami after Miami Marlins lost 12 straight games, a franchise record, and they immediately lose that series, both giving up leads late in the game. So the Phillies are absolutely drowning right now, and they're barely holding on to that last wild card spot to the point where, watch out, Dodgers, the Padres might go ahead and get in the mix because they're only 2 games out of a wild card spot. And here's the thing we want to bring up with the Bryce Harper, because we mentioned it yesterday. Bryce Harper just tells the press, yes, we can use some help, and says all these things. Donnie Baseball, his manager, well, let me rephrase that, the interim manager of this team, very much disagreed with him. He disagreed with him in a very unique way. I was kind of watching and hearing the sound. Well, don't even listen to me. Let's just listen to Donnie Baseball himself. Here's Don Mattingly.
No, I just don't like it from the fact of what I've been saying, that you're saying that we don't like our players that are here. And I just don't. I think you're always trying to get better. You should always incrementally try to get better, no matter who you are. If you're the Dodgers who've won 2 straight, they're trying to get better in different ways. We're in the same boat, right? You're always trying to get better, but when you say something about our team, then you're saying something about one of our players.
See, Fish, I hear what he's saying, but this seems like a game of telephone. I watched that Bryce Harper comments. I saw his demeanor. There was nothing about it in my read at all that was at all crapping on the team itself. He just said, yeah, we need some help. They do need some help, D-Fish.
I mean, they might need some help, but I just don't. To me, I just don't know. I mean, Bryce Harper is a franchise player.
Yes, he's their franchise.
He's been a superstar player for many years. So those guys have to operate differently at times. Like if they get to a point where they really truly believe the franchise has kind of made too many mistakes, too many poor choices, haven't been aggressive enough in free agency at the trade deadline, just haven't set the team up for success. And all my hard work and my career that's going to end soon is going to waste. Kind of like, Giannis in Milwaukee you never really heard him come out and say until really this past offseason, like, yeah, you know what, it might be time for me to consider going somewhere else. I think I'm ready to. And there was a lot of stuff this past season that energy has started to form, but he had never really come out and said it. And so I think if Bryce Harper is at that point where he's like, either I'm out of here or we need to make some changes, that's different. But I tend to lean more towards that sound that we just heard from Don Mattingly. I'm more in that camp, right? That I wouldn't want one of my teammates saying, yeah, we need some help. Because that means that all the guys in the locker room aren't good enough to help. There's already enough in there to get the job done. We're just not getting the job done well enough. Doesn't necessarily mean we need somebody that's better at the sport to come in here and help us.
But that's clearly how Donnie's taking it.
That's how you would take it as a player.
Man, I don't see it that way.
There's
man.
If Shaq went on camera and said, "Yeah, man, we need some help in here, man. We need some shooting. We need some."
But if he's specifying a team or a position, then I kind of get it. But he didn't specify. Dude, we need a new shortstop. Although that'd have been hilarious if he did.
Yeah, but by saying you need some help, it's by default you're saying you're speaking to different positions or different players. I think that's why Mattingly was trying to bring it back, and I'm not some of the other stuff he said about
the earlier stuff. Yeah, because the earlier stuff was, I will say, the earlier stuff was his initial reaction. Yeah, this is a little more thoughtful, and he's thought about it a little bit more.
Because I think what he's saying here is all of those comments should start with I. You know what? We might need some help. That's for you guys to decide. Mm-hmm. That's for the front office to decide. Whatever. All I know is I have to be better. I need to do a better job.
You know what? Bryce could have said that. Yeah, I do agree with that.
To me, that's what Don Mattingly is basically saying. Like, you never really say something that would create energy in the locker room about your own guys. Like, because that's how it's going to be taken.
Okay.
It just is.
So I can hear what you're saying about that. I can tell, I can definitely see that, because I could see me being one of those players going like, well, what's wrong with what I'm doing right now, Bryce? What the hell is that comment? Totally could see that. But also, I also appreciate the refreshing nature that he's being honest. Like, the Phillies aren't good enough. I don't know what else to say. Like, on paper, on the field, they're not good enough. They're not better than the Dodgers or a few other teams.
The manager got fired to start the season.
So we already know they ain't good enough.
Don Mattingly's the interim manager.
He is.
So he jumped onto a grenade that was already, the pin was already out. And so now, like, what do we expect? So that's what I'm saying. I think Bryce Harper is probably just frustrated in general with, like, okay, hold on, man. I'm the franchise guy. You got us out here trying to figure this out day by day. Mm-hmm. You fired the manager, right? Okay, Don comes in. They actually start to play better baseball.
They did.
They've been contending and keeping themselves in the wild card conversation. But Bryce Harper could just be frustrated with the whole approach, not necessarily just we need some help because I think that my teammates aren't good enough or I'm not good enough. He might just be trying to send a message to the entire organization.
He might be.
That we have to be better. But to me, that you say it that way.
Okay.
You start with yourself and you say, you know what? I'm the franchise player. I need to figure something out to get us going in a better direction. We lost 8 out of the last 10. You know what? That's on me. I got to even if it's not entirely on you. We know that.
So here's the thing.
Because it's baseball.
No, I hear you.
It's team sports.
It's nine players in the lineup completely.
Yeah.
Completely agree. But my thing is, like, if he was saying it along the lines of, like, I need to be surrounded by more guys or somehow made himself out to that, I'm not seeing him say that. Like, I'll use an example. Like, because we've been talking about how...
Right, but you're getting into the nuance of what he means or the intent.
But I'm actually using what he said. What he said was we need help. Really, that was
right.
That was the harshest thing that he said.
But then that's the end. because that's what the soundbite, that's what the clickbait is going to be. Bryce Harper said we need some help.
So what's the difference? But honest question though, then what's the difference between this and say anything that LeBron James would say? Because we've been talking about how LeBron is that type of guy that can go out there and kind of play the GM-ish role because he is the guy that ever needs to be built to get around him. What's different in that compared to what Bryce is saying right here? Because he's not even saying things need to be built around me. He's just saying we could use some help in the trade deadline because we know the Dodgers are going to be going to add things. The Phillies better be planning to add.
I'm not saying there's a difference. That's why I'm starting my thoughts with, like, when you're one of those guys.
Yeah.
If you get to a certain point where you feel like this is what you need to do in order to keep the pressure on the organization, that's different. Like, because those guys have to do that sometimes. To me, that anytime LeBron came out and said, you know what, this, we're not a championship contending team. Maybe that was honest, but it definitely can. You can definitely leave other guys in the locker room feeling a certain way. That's my point. So because
I agree with that. You definitely can do that.
So you start, and I'm even if LeBron made the same exact statement, I would feel the same way. Whether he's right or not is not the point. It's just more, this is from my perspective. I've never been one of those. I've never been Bryce Harper.
No, me
or
neither.
LeBron James.
No, I've been the guy that he's talking about.
Correct. I don't know what it's like to be in that position and feel like the organization just isn't quite doing enough to make sure that the team has a chance to win. And that you might feel like there have been some levers to pull or some different decisions that could have been made.
I feel like this is a good lever for Harper to pull. Like, if the Dodgers were in the exact same spot, like the exact same spot that the Phillies are in right now, and thank God the Dodgers are not. The Dodgers are living a charmed life. Hell, the Dodgers are probably the reason why Bryce even said anything at all, because he knows they got to beat the Dodgers. It's their only way of survival. If, say, like, a Mookie Betts came out and said, yeah, man, we could use some help at this trade deadline, I don't feel like that's out of pocket. I feel like, no, dude, you need some help at the trade deadline. I like that he's being honest about it. In fact, the fact that he said anything at all is a very non-baseball thing. Like, I understand Don Mattingly getting angry because Don Mattingly's like an old-school baseball guy. And old-school baseball guys are very, no other way to say it, they're just old-school baseball guys. They're their own thing. They're very get-off-my-lawn type of dudes. Don's reaction to that was like, yeah, the new school guys are talking. The old school, we didn't do that. And it's kind of a page kind of out of the NBA's book. And I kind of dig it, to be honest with you. I'm fully refreshed by what Bryce Harper is saying because I 100% agree with him.
Yeah, I think you can agree with the idea that the team needs some help, but it's just hard when none of us know what I don't want to say none of us. I don't know what it's like to be in the military.
Me neither.
And to actually be on the front lines of something. But if we're sitting there in the battle and the person next to me just, hey, you know what, man, we need some help, man. This guy doesn't shoot his gun good enough to, like, you don't have time to think about that because you're literally battling for your life. And so if I have to do your job and my job just to get us through the battle, and then that's the stuff we talk about after the battle's over, when we're resting or recovering or in between. But during, the only thing we have the space to consider is the fact that, like, we have to win and beat the other side. And so when you get into the sound around, to your point around Mookie Betts, like, I don't think Mookie would say that.
He's a type of guy.
He may feel that way. And I think right now, if you play for the Dodgers and Ohtani's banged up, Snell's banged up, Glasnow's banged up, and somebody comes to you and says, hey, man, what do you guys think? I mean, considering how banged up we are in the bullpen, if the front office decides we need some more pitching, whatever, that would make sense to me. I could see how we would need some help in that area.
It's a really nice way of saying it.
But you don't just kind of like blanket say like, oh yeah, you know what, I think we might, because now Dalton Rushing's like, well, are you talking about me?
No, I'm agreeing with you on that. That I wholeheartedly
Kyle
agree
Tucker's
with you.
like, oh, are you trying to say that?
No, trust me. I've been that guy. I know what that is.
It's too much to leave out there.
That is fair. That is fair, but again, Bryce is not wrong. And I'm trying to find this comfortable middle ground where, like, what's I don't find anything that he said that was wrong. I'm still more angry at Don Mattingly's reaction. Like, I still think that reaction was an overreaction.
So, no, the initial Don Mattingly reaction, I agree, was too much around spending the other people's money and not like. You don't have to say that either.
Especially with the other implications, because his son is the front office.
Yeah,
so that's a bad look.
But I think that was initially an emotional defensive reaction to what Bryce Harper originally said. But it's not a right or wrong thing. I think you can say it, you just don't have to say it that way. Mm-hmm. I just don't think that. Sometimes when you are the face of or the leader of, like, you have to have that space to, like, it's refreshing when people tell us exactly what they're thinking to some degree, but depending on what role you serve for the team or for the group, there are certain things that you just have to wear that on the chin until there's a more appropriate time to say it. Bryce Harper can walk into anybody's office in the building in Philly.
Well, actually, it's funny you say that.
Exactly what he's thinking.
No, that's something Bryce Harper is never afraid to do. He loves telling what he's thinking.
And then when you go in front of the microphone, because all these guys love you, you love them, you care about them too much you don't want any of these guys thinking any of this is about them. Mm-hmm. And you don't want to have to try to, like, come back and explain later that it's about it wasn't about them. You just say, like, man, you know what? This trade deadline's approaching, whatever. Like, I don't know what the front office thinking. It's not my job to make those decisions. My job is to go out here and play winning baseball. I want to win a World Series title for the Phillies fans. I think that anytime we got a chance to improve our team, we should always take it. Mm-hmm. Done.
That's a great way of saying it. So perhaps if Bryce Harper came out with a little more tact and said it that exact way.
That's all. It's not that, like, you can't say anything, mm-hmm. but there's a certain way to say it without you don't just kind of throw the rest of the group under the bus. Because you just do.
I see how you're seeing it, and I totally get it. Because again, I've been in that clubhouse and been that guy that Bryce Harper would be alluding to needs to be probably replaced.
And he threw himself in there.
He did.
That's
the other thing. He did throw himself in there, like he's willing to move to another spot.
Yeah, but I don't know. I would just say, okay, you start with, like, I'm not playing well enough. I think we could use some help in my position too.
Bryce is playing well.
I haven't been good enough this year.
Now, I'll tell you, Bryce's numbers are a little down, but he's still got 22 home runs.
He's doing
got, like,
great,
65
for his age.
Yeah, right. Like he's still crushing.
So then that actually creates even more of the gap between you saying we need some help. Clearly, we ain't talking about me. I'm playing well.
But so, like, tell me the difference. Like, tell me the difference between a superstar player in the NBA saying it and a guy like Bryce Harper.
There's no difference.
That's what my point is. I don't think there's any difference either.
I'm not saying there's a difference.
You just think you're just not cool with the tack that Bryce came about it.
I just don't think that's how you do it, right? Like, mm-hmm. We were talking earlier. So Angel Reese last year in the W in Chicago.
Yeah.
Kind of similar comments around the team needing to be better. We need to go add this. We need to do that. And whether it's right or wrong, depending on what else is going on, it doesn't sit well with whether it's coaches. Okay, Don Mattingly's the manager.
Yeah.
Doesn't sit well. Okay, now some other players in the locker room are like, is she talking about me? Is this personal? It's too many questions. Now, I'm not saying that's the reason why she was traded to Atlanta. I think there was a larger dynamic around why she got traded to Atlanta, but it clearly didn't sit well with a number of people within the organization, because you are saying to the general manager, the president of baseball, ownership, everybody, y'all not doing your job well enough. Which, again, Bryce Harper, LeBron James, Giannis, Kobe, Steph, certain guys can do that, but Steph would never do that. Mm-hmm. That, like, Steph is going to go out and make sure that the job is getting done on the court. He might say some things in the media around, we do need to be better, but it wouldn't be, we need some help. Like, if Steph, like, because you also, that the mindset of that is also, I think, what Don Mattingly is speaking to as well. Like, most of the time, if we got a clubhouse full of guys that play professional baseball, we're good enough.
Yeah, it's like that phrase when whenever you're playing it, the any given Sunday phrase. It's like, dude, those guys get paid too.
Yeah, so that I think that's also the piece that, that gap there sometimes between saying that, maybe truly believing that, and then it becomes almost a self-fulfilling prophecy at that point. Like, then you go out and lose 8 out of 10, but not because you're not good enough. It's the same group that won 8 out of 10 right after Don Mattingly became the interim manager.
By the way, this is actually might be a little bit more deeper than we thought, because there are reports coming out there that Dombrowski, the president of baseball operations over there in Philly, and Bryce haven't been getting along. And there's been a lot of things there's been actually a lot of comments have been thrown back and forth over the last year and a half.
That part I get. That's 3-level chess that only franchise players and ownerships and front offices, and that's different. I'm coming at this from the perspective that I've held over the years. Just trying to, you want to be great, but you always start with yourself, at least publicly. Privately, whatever hard conversation you got to do it.
To totally understand that. Well, guys, plenty more to discuss when it comes to this upcoming trade deadline. The Dodgers are going to be making some moves. Other teams are going to be making some moves just to beat the Dodgers, and we will keep you updated and we will discuss. But coming up, Chargers 5-time Pro Bowler Derwin James Jr. joins the show live right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, about to be joined by Derwin James Jr., five-time Pro Bowler. But right now, before we get there, let's talk about them Chargers, because Justin Herbert out there on the field right now, and guess what? He looks really good. He looks really good. But here's the thing, he looks really good at this point every year, and we know that. But there is something that I'm really excited for Justin Herbert, and I'm saying that excitement more as a football fan, because obviously I'm a Raider fan, and I don't want the Chargers to be great, even though they're going to be great. Damn it! But Justin Herbert, I really am very interested in this Mike McDaniel-Justin Herbert combination. I've mentioned before, seeing what Tua was capable of under Mike McDaniel, and now just 2 days of camp, we're seeing what Justin Herbert's already doing. The footwork looks clean, the quick passes are looking clean, and if you believe reports, they're just saying he looks flawless out there with his guys. Truly, if this is like the thing that can unlock Justin Herbert, that's a wild thing to say for a guy that everyone agrees arm talent-wise might be the most arm-talented QB in the game.
You notice how, early on, it's all, everybody looks great. Everybody's doing great. Everything's flowing well. I think, that part doesn't, excite me as much. It's more so Mike McDaniel's history. Right, of being able to, he's able to do this with the quarterbacks that he plays with, the offenses that he's led. So that's whether Justin Herbert looked great doing it or not 2 days into it, he's not supposed to look great doing something new in 2 days.
Yeah.
So by default, y'all just hyping us up.
Yes.
Right? That's not real yet, because it's hard, learning a new offensive approach, philosophy, terminology, footwork, etc. All that stuff takes a lot of time. And it can look great 2 days into camp, not getting hit. Nope, you don't feel like Myles Garrett is about to come around that corner and crush your whole body. So it's different. My confidence level for the Chargers offensively is not just coming from hearing and seeing the video and how clean it looks and how great it looks. We know the arm talent that he has and his ability to play the position very well. But it's just it's also being excited about the tactician and the offensive strategist that Mike McDaniels is, and being able to combine Justin Herbert's talent at the position with someone that knows how to move the pieces around the board very, very well. So it's almost like Justin Herbert's going to be able to think less, actually, and just physically execute the things that he's being put in position to do, which then allows you to be clean. Your footwork can be cleaner. Your timing and efficiency can be better because you're being put in better positions to make the decisions. So that's what I'm excited about in watching this Chargers offense come in this season.
This Charger offense is going to be quite dynamic. And also on top of that, just the Mike McDaniel of it all. Were you surprised they got him? I was legitimately surprised they got him, because at the time, there were still some more head coaching jobs that were open. And there were reports that he was going to be interviewing or had interviewed for the jobs that were already open. And then he went and took the OC job here in LA for the Chargers. I was surprised by it, but I was also thinking of it not unlike how Robert Saleh went from the Jets head coach, got fired, even though I still firmly believe he got a real raw deal over there with the Jets. He goes back to his old post as the defensive coordinator with the San Francisco 49ers. My thought process on that was he'll be there for a year. He'll be there for maybe a year, at most 2, before a job comes up and he's going to get another head coaching job. I feel the same way about Mike McDaniel right now. I feel like he's going to go over here. He's going to have some supreme success this season with Justin Herbert. Just imagine, if Justin Herbert's numbers are slightly better, just slightly better, everyone's going to be pointing at Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel's your new head coach for, I don't know, I'm just making up a team, Atlanta. But they just got a new head coach. That guy's got maybe one more year.
Right.
2 years Atlanta.
You're right. Surprised they got him a little bit. Yeah, I think the timing of it, to your point, I think there were a couple jobs that were still open, but it's very smart, and more head coaches have done that in recent years. And it's something that more coaches have gotten smarter about approaching it this way. I feel like from Mike McDaniel's perspective, there's also certain jobs that you shouldn't take.
Oh, God, yes.
Right. And so you have to also have that level of discipline and discernment in how you make decisions. And I thought McDaniels was able to do that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got him on the phone. Very excited to talk with him. Derwin James Jr., safety, of course, over there for the L.A. Chargers, 5-time Pro Bowler. Derwin, how you doing, man? Welcome to the show, and how's camp going so far?
Man, how y'all doing? Good morning to everybody. Camp's been amazing so far.
Awesome, man. Well, listen, some new faces, some new looks. Like, what is your guys' expectation? What's your expectation for yourself going into this season? I mean, let's be real clear. AFC West, juggernaut division, year in, year out. How are you guys feeling going into it?
Our goal is to win the Super Bowl, and every man, every coach in this locker room, they're working their butt off to achieve that goal. And personally, I'm doing everything I can as a leader to make sure, we uphold the standard that we set forth.
Derwin, it's D. Fish here, man. Appreciate you calling in and spending some time with us this morning, man. Talk about those expectations. Like, you expect to go and win the Super Bowl. How is that impacting how you guys are showing up on a day-to-day basis? What have you seen so far in camp this year that might feel slightly different than the last couple of years where you guys have been an 11-win team?
I just say just the confidence in Coach Harbaugh and all the coaches, and not just the coaches because we're out there playing, but this is not our first time with this group. We kind of been through it together, so we didn't battle adversity with each other. Last few years, 11 wins. So we're just trying to take that next step, and I feel like the daily routine, the daily habits that we're forming gives us all the confidence in the world to go out there and play against anybody.
We are being joined by Derwin James Jr., Chargers 5-time Pro Bowl safety. And Derwin, you mentioned Coach Harbaugh right there. Now, you've been with this team for years. What have you seen in the transition into these Harbaugh years that has been different than the previous years? What does he bring to the table for the Los Angeles Chargers?
Confidence, being able to work, and being able to rely on your teammates, rely on yourself. And I feel like as a first-year coach, you kind of don't have all your guys in there. So just seeing the depth that we have in year 3 with Coach, getting the coaches he wants in here, getting the players he wants in here. So it's just when I look around, I just see a lot of depth, a lot of people that can make plays, and a lot of coaches that can coach. So when you put all those 3 things together with the work and the people we show up with, I feel like it gives you the best chance to go out there and do something.
Yeah, speaking of Coach Harbaugh, man, he compared your multi-positional capabilities to Superman and also to Willie Mays. So two greats.
I'd rather be compared to Willie Mays.
Yeah. But how does it feel, man, as a player? Obviously, you're very accomplished yourself, but just for your coach to have that confidence in you and see how many things you do great for the team.
I don't take that lightly. I just try to go out there and, honor and make them right. And every day I just try to go out and compete and, set the standard as the leader. And like I said, Coach Harbaugh, man, I love him to death, man. And he don't just float things out there. So I just really just try to go out there and just do my part of the bargain. And I can't wait for the world, to kind of see what we got, man.
Derwin James Jr. joining us, Chargers 5-time Pro Bowl safety. And I got to say, there's so much said about the Chargers offense over these last couple of years. And, you yourself, a 5-time Pro Bowl safety, like, not a whole lot is said out loud about your guys' defense, but your guys' defense is always, ranked in the top 10 in just about everything. Hell, last year, just alone in the advanced metrics, you guys are like 6th best defense in the entire league. How much pride do you take into that, being one of the best defenses in the NFL? And how do you guys see yourself getting over a hump of getting even better?
Our motto is BTB, be the best, and every time we take the field, we express that. We're in the meeting rooms. Nobody's quiet. Everybody's talking. I don't care if you're a rookie. I don't care if you're 10 years in. And I feel like all hands on deck. And I feel like if every championship team, whatever sport you pick, it starts with the defense. Offense, they're going to score points, but I feel like you have to stop people in this league also. So just trying to go out there every day and do our part.
Yeah, D, I mean, talk about, like you said, the defense, you guys, BTB, wanting to be the best. Give us, I know it's only a small sample size, but going against a Mike McDaniel, Justin Herbert offense day in and day out, how do you feel like that is going to prepare you guys even more for being the best, seeing the best offensive minds and talent on a day-to-day basis in practice? Does that positively impact you guys and give you that confidence that you can stop anybody?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Mike McDaniel, man, I feel like he was a very missing key. And just having him in here, we've seen from all the way back to OTAs, we've seen looks, offenses, formations that I haven't really seen, and I'm in year 9. So just being able to have a guy like that, I know Justin in the offense loves him, and he always talking trash to us. Every day he's talking trash. He's like, we finna bomb y'all today, and then they'll throw a quick pass, and then he'll be like, I got something coming quick, and then he'll throw a bomb. So just playing mind games and to be able to have something like that on a daily basis, I feel like we can go out there and compete against anybody, like you say.
Absolutely love it. Derwin James Jr., Chargers 5-time Pro Bowl safety, joining D-Fish and Decker here on the all-new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And Derwin, looking at your career stats, you mentioned 9 years, but 98 games played, right? 12 career interceptions. Tell me, man, just between you and me and maybe all the audience, who's your favorite guy to pick? Who's your favorite quarterback to pick?
Probably Pat Mahomes, man.
Yes!
I got to get him. I want to go against the best, man. I always want to compete against the best, and I feel like he's in our division, and Pat's still playing at a high level, one of the best quarterbacks in this league. So I just like to go against the best.
Okay, is it true that you like to starve yourself before games?
Oh yes.
Okay, help us with that. Oh, yes. Help me understand it, because I can't do that.
I'm blown away by this.
All right. If it's a primetime game, I'm gonna get me a little something. If it's a night game, I got to get something on the stomach. But if it's anything 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock, we going out there hungry, man. We like to take the field with that little, that little urge of when you get hungry, if that stomach just it tingle a little bit. So just going out there to compete, man, it just gives me that extra push. I make sure I'm hydrated. It's not like I'm not out there with no fuel, but definitely no heavy meals, man. I like to be able to, because they're moving me around in so many spots. I like to go out there and just play fast.
It's funny, Derwin, full transparency, I'm a born and raised Raider fan. Yes, I am that pathetic guy. But you guys have been kind of dominant in the AFC West for a long time, of course, along with the Chiefs, and now we've seen the Broncos kind of come up as well. But is there a fan base you love silencing more than Raider fans? We are loud, we are obnoxious, and you guys have done a lot of silencing of us in this last 9 years.
Definitely the Raiders, man. I definitely love silencing them. Like I said, any of the division games, even when they was playing in the old stadium in Oakland, man, just going out there compete. Their fans always loud. My family always telling me how rowdy it is in the stands. And it's just, an atmosphere that you can't really put in words, really.
I want to ask a question about, as a safety, right? A lot of times you're part of kind of like the last line of defense, and this is from my novice perspective. Tell me if I'm wrong, but so then a lot of times when that ball gets handed off to a running back, by the time you see the running back, unless you're already close to the line of scrimmage, that dude is coming downhill at you with a lot of speed and force. Like who's the hardest guy you've had to try to bring down at that point when you guys are meeting in the middle and he's running downhill fast, you're running uphill fast, and it's about to be a collision?
I'd say the guys like Jahmyr Gibbs, they're pretty good. Jonathan Taylor, those guys, because they can go east, west, straight. The guys that can, make you change that angle last minute, those are the guys that are tough to get on the ground. Anybody that's running straight at you, I'm looking forward to that. But it's the guys that, try to run away, to change up the angle for me.
Derwin James Jr., of course, joining us right here live on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And Derwin, you're 9 years with the Chargers. Like, specifically, you started there in the San Diego years, did you not? What was the transition, and what is it like being in LA as a Charger now? And as time goes forward, the fan base has been building and building and building. But what has that just been living through that process, especially putting up the numbers and, quite frankly, the caliber of team you guys have had year in, year out?
I feel like our fans, man, we have shout out to all the fans in San Diego, but, man, we have fans also in L.A. And when we travel on the road, whether it's in Texas, whether in Florida, I see our fans out there. I see the jerseys out there, and we just love the support, man. We know it's a lot of diehard fans out there, and, man, we just try to go do our part and just making sure we playing to the standard. You know, it's a lot of people paying money to come watch us play, so we just want to go out there, give them something, you know, to look forward to.
Yeah.
Last one real quick for me, Darren. I just want to kind of know, I know it's training camp. I know you locked in. You guys are winning the Super Bowl this year, but just let me know where the barbecue is for this birthday celebration coming up on Monday.
Hey, man. Hey, I'm going to let you know. I think my teammates, Coach Harbaugh, they coming with something at the facility, you know, so we gonna come with it, man. It's a lot of love and support here, man. So y'all more than welcome, man.
Yes, sir,
I'm
man.
a big fan of you too, man.
Appreciate you, brother. Happy birthday, man.
Man, the legendary
Thank you,
Derwin
man.
James. Thank you so much for joining us today, man. Good luck this season, and we'll be watching, man. We'll be watching with our eyes wide open. Can't wait to see what you Chargers do.
Thank y'all, man.
Yes, sir.
The one and only Derwin James Jr., Chargers 5-time Pro Bowl safety. And listen, let's be real clear. It's going to be painful for me. It's going to be painful for me all season long.
And for whoever he tackles.
He is going to destroy my Raiders, and it's going to be brutal
And he loved
for
the
me.
interview. He said anytime we want him hopping back on, maybe he'll be our friend of the show for the Chargers.
Let's have him back on after he absolutely kills my Raiders. All right, guys. Coming up. Did you guys hear how many games AD plans to play this year? I couldn't believe it either. I couldn't believe it either, and neither will you. And let's find out if D-Fish is in or out on it. We'll find out right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
you in or are you out? Brought to you by Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel.
That's right. Let's bring in Raj. What do you got, Raj?
Oh, yeah, fellas. You know, Puka Nakua. I know what happened. Oh, I got to move over. The cameraman says they want me on camera. Let me move this camera. Hey, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing? All right, here we go. Puka Nakua. You know, he would frequent a lot of Laker games. Turn your phone down, Cody. Turn your phone down.
I'll get on that at some point.
We're trying to do radio here. Andrew's called me. Okay, I'm calling out the boss. Andrew just called me. You know damn well I'm on air. Why are you calling my phone right now?
You're literally speaking on air.
Yeah.
Monster.
Stop that.
Monster.
Hey, so Puka would frequent many Laker games. And you know, whose jersey do you think he rocked?
I'll go with Luka.
What do you think, Fish?
That he used to rock?
Yes.
Oh, since he's been in L.A.?
Yep.
LeBron or Austin Reeves.
Okay, you get one choice, but hang on 1 second. Hang on, let me answer.
You get one choice.
You get one choice? Well, listen.
Like I'm a kid. Yo, you just get one piece of candy.
Well, I guess he only picked one jersey the last couple of years, and I'm just thinking the last couple of years, what jersey probably sold the most? It's got to be Luka Doncic, right?
All right, there we go.
I mean, yeah, Luka just got here, though.
That was interesting.
What's that?
I don't know. What's going on? What?
Oh, you see, I just killed some time so I can take a phone call.
That was really
important.
amazing, astonishing stuff. I guessed Luka. He guessed LeBron. Who is it?
Okay, D-Fish is correct. He wore LeBron's jersey, so now he'll be rocking Luka's jersey. So you're in or out on the jersey switch quickly. That's all right.
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, Puka's an L.A. guy. You rocking with the L.A. team.
That's right.
Luka's the face of the L.A. team.
Yeah, you can't be rocking a jersey on a guy that's playing for Philly right now. You got to get a new jersey, and I think he can afford it.
Speaking of a guy that used to play for the Lakers, Anthony Davis, AD, and of course, you remember Charles Barkley's nickname for him?
Wait, say that Anthony Davis?
Yeah, you know Charles Barkley's nickname?
Yeah, street clothes.
Yeah, street clothes Davis. See, Fish, that ain't even right. See what he doing there, Fish?
I
didn't say
it. I didn't say it. Someone else did.
That's why that's why the fans are getting tired of it. But hey, Anthony Davis recently spoke, and he said he's fixing to play 82 games this year. Fisher, you in or out on Anthony Davis playing 82 games? Since you know you got friends over there in Washington, so what you say, in or out?
I mean, I'm out on saying the number of games.
Yeah.
I'm in on the mentality. I like Anthony Davis thinking this way.
Yep.
But I don't like him saying it because then he sets himself up for people to make fun
the
of it.
second he misses one, they go, it could be 3 weeks in.
I'm out on that part, but
Okay.
Anthony Davis does look like he's in great shape. I hope he can play 80.
He looks great. And he's going to look great sitting on the sideline in street clothes.
Come on, Dak.
See what he doing there, Fish? I'm tired of this. Come on,
Listen, I like that's where his head's at.
Yeah.
Based on history, I have no reason to believe such things, so I'm out on it. I hope he's right. More AD is a good thing.
No, that's fair.
Of course, this whole segment is brought to you by Yamava, the great casino. Check it out over there in San Manuel, the one and only Yamava. And by the way, Gladys Knight is playing there on August 3rd.
Yep.
Go see Gladys Knight.
Yeah, they sure are. You can get tickets there on ticket. Hey, check it out. We like to visit the police blotter. Police in Minnesota. They put out a long message, but the topic was thank you. They put it out on Facebook because they put it on Facebook to the There we go. The suspect for live streaming his 100-mile-per-hour chase. So they said, thank you for live streaming. There's no word against, your word against mine. Mm-hmm. You put it on Facebook, and they put a big thank you. Fish, you in or out on the police officers, the police department putting a thank you to a suspect for his chase?
I mean, I'm in. I don't know what else to be on this one. I oftentimes think that most of these high-speed chases at this point are only about being on social media anyway.
Oh.
There's no real crime that they're running from other than just live streaming it.
Listen, I can't stress this enough. Moving back to L.A., one of my very favorite things to do is watch the news because I know I'm going to get at least one high-speed pursuit. It's the best thing about being back in L.A. I'm so happy to have that back in my life. And yes, I'm in. Thank you for live streaming.
There you go.
I don't suggest anyone does this on the freeway, by the way. I just want to say that.
Fair enough. Hey, guys, remember, was it yesterday that I brought up how many times on First Take and whatnot that they were talking about the Cowboys championship chances?
You did mention it,
okay.
Yes.
I went online to one of our sites that Cody and I like, and First Take has now discussed the Super Bowl chances of the Dallas Cowboys every single day this week. So I was correct. And by the way, we're looking up. They got a tease on it again. So 5 days. You in or out on discussing the Cowboys Super Bowl chances every damn day this week, Fish?
This is tough because I'm a retired Cowboys fan. So I it's still
they push the needle still.
Yeah, but yes, it still drives business. So I'm out on like using it just for business purposes if you really don't think they have the chance. That's my thing. I don't use it for business when it's not true.
Yes, I completely agree. I'm out on this. I'm tired of it. I so much so because you got to understand, when I worked at FS1, it was like mandated. We had to, at 8 a.m. or like 7 a.m., we had to do a Cowboys segment, whether they were good or bad or indifferent. It didn't matter. It's just because they're the Cowboys. And I hate that aspect of sports media so much. And the Cowboys are the very forefront of that forever, and forever will be.
That's true. Hey, TSA agents, they busted a traveler who stuffed a suitcase with stolen cannonballs from a Civil War fort in Alabama. You in or out on trying to smuggle some stolen cannonballs? Like, I don't know what the value is.
Like cannonballs? Old school cannonballs?
Like old school cannonballs?
Yeah, they were real from Alabama, from a Civil War fort in Alabama. This dude stuffed his entire suitcase with him, and I'm sure it kind of tripped the weight scale.
Well,
you think?
I mean, I'm out on that part because, first of all, the fees to pay for that bag being overweight.
Oh, so this will be $10,000.
Yeah, exactly, man. That's a lot of money for some cannonballs.
Also, how strong is this guy?
Right.
He's just carrying a suitcase of cannonballs?
Ooh, but what the hell are you going to do with them?
By the way, I'm definitely out on this.
I don't know where
I'm out on every aspect.
He must have a cannon in his backyard that he wants to use these for.
Seems problematic.
I heard that. Oh, that's what we got there. And real quick, brisket. Lincoln Riley they killing him for having some dry ass brisket.
Dude,
I mean,
that's because it wasn't brisket; it's dog food.
He posted something.
Yes, he did. He wanted to show off his brisket, and it was not good.
It was a little
not great, Bob.
It didn't taste great, or it didn't look great.
It looked very
taste
dry.
Great if you got to chew it for 7 minutes.
It looked very
Okay.
dry, which is not how we like our brisket.
Got it.
But apparently that's how he likes it, and then he decided to show it off, and he's getting hammered by everybody. Guys, this, of course, segment brought to you by Yamava. You in or you out, as always, brought to you by Yamava. Check out everything going on at Yamava at Yamava.com. And, guys, we're going to take a quick little break. Coming up, we got to talk about the trade deadline. We got to talk about more training camp, and, of course, ladies and gentlemen, Myles Garrett on Aaron Donald. Right here on D. Fish and Decker, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, Derek Fisher, myself, Cody Decker, and all of you right here, right now. And, of course, earlier on in the show, we had Derwin James Jr. joining the show. And, of course, if you missed that, go back on the Odyssey app and check it out. And, of course, you can like, share, and subscribe to the podcast wherever you get your favorite podcast. Just like, share, and subscribe to D. Fish and Decker. And, of course, listen to all the things you missed already. And, of course, take us on the go with the Odyssey app. Derek, what can I say? We got so much more to discuss on this show and only 2 more hours to do it, but let's go ahead and start over there with training camp because we have talked about the Myles Garrett of it all ad nauseum. We've definitely talked about the Aaron Donald of it all as much as we humanly can possibly get it in there because, quite frankly, we all want to see it happen. Everyone wants to see it happen. You know who else wants to see it happen? Myles Garrett wants to see it happen. Here's what Myles Garrett had to say most recently at Rams camp about Aaron Donald.
I don't want to push him in one way or another. You know, if he's here, I'm gonna be excited to be his teammate, his partner in crime, and I think we can do great things. Maybe when Aaron comes back, I remember get a picture with him, holding his jersey. It's hanging up in my place in Texas. So that's the only memories I have other than going against Whit. But he's not out here lining up. But maybe he'll come back. I don't know.
Dude, I don't know. It's just. What is the dichotomy on how to do this? Because it seems like everybody clearly wants him here, right? I want him here. You want him here. Myles Garrett wants him here. Sean McVay. All the fans want him here. But at the end of the day, this is absolutely Aaron Donald's decision to come back on whether or not this is going to be a thing. And no one wants to rush him. But how do you kind of prod him and help lead him along to make the decision without making him feel rushed? I mean, this is such a unique thing. The guy be coming out of retirement after 2 years off,
Yeah, I think that makes it harder, honestly. I really do. It's such a difficult process to go through when you're evaluating. It's not just coming back. It's not like he's just a free agent, trying to find a place to play football. Like he's been away from the game for a few years. And, I think he almost would be able to think more clearly without all the noise. Now, because it's Aaron Donald, that's why the noise exists. But, he appears to be a very, quiet and a person that can be still and sit with himself and think through things and process things. And it's almost like the noise to some degree and the hype around it and the calling of others to do it it can create, I'm not saying it is, I don't know. It can create even more kind of like of a pause and a pushing away of that, like if that's not the type of person you are. And so he doesn't want to do it just because people are excited and it sounds good and it would be fun and he's in a deeper level of thinking around this entire decision. And so it's I think he appreciates the fact that teammates want it, coaches want it, fans want it, but it's also, I think, adding to him taking even more time to make sure that this decision is very clear-minded and only for the reasons that he would want to do it and not for everybody else.
Because it can get emotional. It can get emotional real quick, and that emotion can kind of lead you over into it. And the last thing I want somebody in this position, I mean, it's one thing to come out of retirement. Yeah, awesome, come out of retirement. But, dude, it's also – these are a ton of car crashes you're going to be putting your body through. Like, this is not something that can be taken easily. This is also – it's a dangerous game. Forget the body. It's dangerous. People have – gotten very severe. We watched somebody die on this field a couple of years ago. It was one of the most terrifying things we had all seen as sports fans. Like, this is a huge decision for Aaron Donald to make.
I mean, I cannot imagine, as an NFL player, a defensive player that really operates and functions in the trenches exclusively. Not necessarily a skill position where, you're maybe able to go out, run a route or throw a pass, kind of like Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
Like the whole idea is like you're not going to get hit that much. And, but to come back as Aaron Donald and be a guy that literally would be risking, his entire physical existence play after play after play, that's a little different. And again, I think we all kind of go back to like the original decision he made in 2023 to step away from the game at that point. I think this shows more than anything how intentional he was about that choice. Because if that was just kind of an emotional, oh, I'm tired, I don't feel like working out this offseason, I'm going to just retire, then he would have just as easily already decided to come back. But all of the things that went into his decision to step away from the game in 2023, he has to check all of those boxes off again before he can get back on the field now. And because of how intentional he was then, I just think he's respecting the process, respecting the game and his teammates enough that no, I'm not going to go out there if I'm not 100%. Every box has to be checked 100%. And if he doesn't get that feeling, he's just not going to do it.
It's like and by the way, this is so night and day to other situations that were similar to this. You know, when training camps, like I'll use the example of Brett Favre. Remember how Brett Favre used to hold everybody kind of hostage all the way through training camp until he showed up like the last day, right, going into the season type of thing?
The Aaron Rodgers thing makes a lot of sense now.
That Aaron Rodgers does something similar?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
But because that was his experience
That
to
was.
some degree, like watching a veteran guy. Remember I was saying yesterday,
Yeah.
as a young player, you watch how veteran guys do certain things and how they move, and you see how people respond to it and or react to it. And then once you start getting to a certain point yourself, the things that you like, that you really feel like will work well for you, you do it.
Yeah.
So please continue.
No, and you're right.
Just clicked.
Aaron Rodgers is another good example.
Yeah.
The same thing, holding a team kind of, this isn't that.
Yeah.
Like, this is, everybody seems to be very much on the same page and really respectful. And, you know, by the way, Aaron Donald comes in, he's taking somebody else's job. Like, there is a guy right now playing the position that Aaron Donald, everyone is excited for him to come and take. Imagine being that guy. We were talking about Bryce Harper earlier and saying we need help. Everybody under the sun is saying we can't wait to get Aaron Donald back. Imagine taking snaps right now from that position.
It's a very difficult position to be in, man.
That's a tough deal.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, the one after I got, traded in 2012 to Houston, negotiated a buyout, ended up in Oklahoma City. Finished the 2012 season in Oklahoma City, but to start the following season, 12-13, Oklahoma City had two young guards that they had under contract already, and they had to see how those guys were going to do first. So they didn't want to re-sign me right away to start the season. They wanted to wait, allow those guys to show them what they could and or couldn't do. So I would have either had to wait for them, or I got to a point in November around Thanksgiving where I didn't want to continue to wait. That's how I ended up in Dallas for 3 weeks, basically. Mm-hmm. Point being, yes, if he goes in there, somebody's job is gone. And that's something that he has to be clear on. The Rams also have to be clear on. I could see how, like, allowing training camp to play out and them making a roster decision defensively before he comes in so that it more organically aligns. And on top of the fact that Aaron Donald doesn't necessarily need to be at training camp anyway at this point.
No, he doesn't.
In his journey. So, yeah, building relationships with the guys, sure. But physically out on the field too many times, no, he doesn't need that.
No, I completely agree. D. Fish and Decker here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And by the way, I just mentioned Bryce Harper, and we talked a little bit earlier about the Bryce Harper versus the Phillies right now. He says they could use some help in this trade deadline. Don Mattingly, of course, his initial comments, and he did come back and kind of clarify what he meant by that and why he was annoyed by it. And I understand that thought process. His annoyance was like, it's kind of crapping on your teammates that are in the clubhouse, yada, yada, yada. I get it. But I also am very well aware that Bryce Harper is right. They need help desperately. They've lost 8 of their last 10, and they're clinging on to dear life to that last wild card spot. So much so that they've allowed other teams to kind of catch up. San Diego Padres were practically dead in the water, and now they're only 2 games out. The Pittsburgh Pirates, they're kind of back and forth. They've lost 7 of their last 10. Miami Marlins are trying like hell to stay in this. The Washington Nationals trying like hell to stay in this. Even the Cardinals trying like hell to stay in this. Basically, those teams that I just mentioned are all still in this hunt right now, along with the Cubs, Arizona Diamondbacks, and Philadelphia Phillies. The Phillies need help. And it's not just to get into the playoffs, of which they are in danger of missing now. Even if you get into the playoffs, you know what's waiting for you. It's the Brewers, it's the Braves, it's the Dodgers, and everybody's got the Dodgers circled to be ready to beat them. So here's the deal. Everybody needs to load up for the Dodgers, right? Well, who is the sexiest name that's out there? Tarik Skubal. Everybody wants to get their hands on Tarik Skubal, and friend of the show, Jeff Passan, just the other day said Tarik Skubal is getting traded. It was no leaving for doubt. He didn't say he might get traded. They're talking about trading him. Jeff Passan said they are trading him. So now the suitors are out there, and everyone's looking at the Dodgers being the number one suitor. Makes sense. They have an outrageous amount of prospects. They have some of the best prospects ready to go. And also, the Dodgers are willing to deal them. Here's my issue. I've been seeing online and seeing the discourse online by all like baseball fans and, people who have podcasts and people who are trying to be in the sports media business with their hot ass takes. And the hottest take, which by the way is not a hot take, it's his lazy ass take is what it is the Dodgers just getting everything. This is why there's going to be a strike. This is why the CBA is going to be a disaster because the Dodgers have all this money and now they're going to get Skubal. Let's just start with the very simple fact. The Dodgers' money has nothing, and I do mean this, 0.0% to do with trading for Tarik Skubal. Zero. They're trading they're trading capital. Their capital is not money. Their capital is prospects. Guess what every team in baseball has? Prospects. They can all do the exact same thing, and I'll go a step further. The money the Dodgers are spending, they can all do it too. They can all spend exactly the amount of money that the Dodgers spend. There's a part of me, and maybe you guys can call me a conspiracy theorist on this, but feel free to do it because I think I'm right. The Dodgers are just doing their job. They are doing the best they can to win, and they are hell-bent on winning the third championship in a row. And I don't fault them whatsoever on the money they spend, the drafted players of theirs that they trade, none of it. I love how they develop. They do everything right. It's such a good business model that every team in baseball should just copy and paste and try to do the Dodgers business model. The Dodgers are making so much money just by being the Dodgers at this point. Other teams can do this. They choose not to do this. That being said, the trading aspect, I can't stress this enough, no excuse. None. You cannot sit here with a straight face and say, the Dodgers have more money, that's how they could trade for Tarik Skubal. They have the same amount of prospects that you have. Trade your goddamn prospects and get Tarik Skubal. You want to beat the Dodgers? Get Tarik Skubal. The end. And hearing people say, this is why we're going to have a strike, why we're going to have a work stoppage. Because, the Dodgers are just trying to win. You know what everybody else is doing? They're letting the Dodgers do it, and I firmly believe that they're letting the Dodgers do it so they have a rallying cry this upcoming CBA. Because the last CBA negotiation, they pulled out the same playbook that they've been doing since 1994. These greedy players want too much money, and that's why baseball's too expensive. That's why it's expensive for you to go to a Dodger game, to take your family for a night. No, it's not. It's expensive to go to a Dodger game. It's expensive to go to a Pittsburgh Pirate game. It's expensive to go to a Cincinnati Reds game. The players making money have, once again, zero to do with that. That is just a choice, and your money's not, and by the way, the prices of the stadium seats and everything that you go to, it's not going to get better because the players make less money. It's just not going to happen. I firmly believe teams are not spending because the Dodgers are spending, and they're doing it just so it can be used in this upcoming CBA. Because constantly yelling over and over and over these greedy players, some fans, not enough fans, but some fans are starting to smarten up and realize, wait a second, so how much money is the team making? What is the difference between $1 million and $1 billion? People are starting to notice these little things that are being said. So much so, Major League Baseball has been trying to say that they're broke. We can't spend this money on these players. Well, they spent millions of dollars on this new commercial saying they need a salary cap. Where's that money coming from?
No, the playbook, like you mentioned, it's been a part of sports, the sports landscape in terms of, leagues and teams and players. And, that theme is consistent regardless of sport. That's always been the push, is that the players are the problem. The players are asking for too much, want too much, and that's why we're in this position. And I don't know. I think it's just easy to forget the most basic point there is that the players are employees of businesses, not employers, employees. So once you just kind of remove that like take all the money and everything out of it, just like we're an employee of the station, just like somebody listening is an employee at a company or a business they work for, you receive a paycheck for the amount of time and the hours that you put in based on the work product that you do. Some people's check size is different than others based on what they do. But make no mistake about it, if the business is alive and thriving and growing, people are making money. People are being successful. There's a reason why folks are still wanting to buy into the business or buy into the club or acquire a business, etc.
Baseball's getting ready to expand 2 teams, by the way. Do leagues that are losing money often expand by multiple teams?
Usually they do not. Similar to, I'm reading some WNBA news. They're
getting ready to expand again.
It's a point where now the expansion is starting to happen because the business is growing and it has significant growth potential. And so pro sports, has always maintained that growth potential because, sports is great. It's live. People have to see it in real time. Otherwise, you miss the whole story. And so, the idea that players are causing the issue it's not true, but I understand how that psyche could kind of, it's a conditioning to get people to believe that that's what's happening.
And they've been conditioned for a long time.
Yeah. And so, you do need to have some messaging in terms of the players associations but the players associations are unions. And just like even here in LA and Hollywood, like SAG and AFTRA are unions.
Yeah.
And many people that act on television or do things in television and film are members of this union. And it's the same fights sometimes, like the TV and film studios. There's a point where folks that work for those companies get a little bit frustrated that certain things aren't being handled a certain way. We know that these TV shows and or films are making money or doing well enough, and you're still expecting our salaries to stay the same while your profits or your business is growing. It's a similar concept. We know for fans, because of how much money athletes make, it's hard to kind of wrap our minds around that as fans, that like players would complain about anything. But it's not, the players don't necessarily start the complaining. It usually starts, more so from, leagues wanting to kind of reset the market and get costs more under control. And usually in business, when you're trying to cap costs or get costs under control, it's just to increase the value of the business so that then you can sell it to more people. That's really what it is. I mean, we talked about the UEFA and FIFA, situation yesterday. That's kind of what it is, right? It's you cap the costs, and then that way, when you go out to investors and people that want to buy into it, you're assuring them that they're going to make a certain amount of profit.
So can I give everybody a real example? So I'm really passionate about the CBA and the players getting money in every single particular league for a very specific reason. And it's because of my years as a minor league baseball player. And I want people to understand what these leagues would like everything to be. They would like it to be minor league baseball. And I want to explain what I mean by that, because being very clear on this, from the years, this was a 40-year period of Major League Baseball. That, keep in mind, Major League Baseball has minor league baseball underneath it. Now, every single team, the rules in Major League Baseball as far as CBA and everything do not include minor league baseball until very recently. Minor league baseball was recently pulled into Major League Baseball's Players Association, even though they're not members or like conditionary members if you're not up in the big leagues. So before that, minor league players had no rights whatsoever. Do you know what that happens when players don't have any rights? Don't worry, I'll tell you. I had to live in my car. I didn't see a comma in my paycheck until my 7th season. I was 28 years old. At that point, I'd hit 150 home runs and had multiple records in the minor leagues, but because there was no financial investment in me, Padres had no reason to ever call me up at any given moment. Also, I asked for my release routinely. They wouldn't do that either because I was very cheap labor that was very good for their organization. For minor league salaries, this is how much they went up. They didn't. In 40 years, from the years of 1976 to 2012, the MLB salary growth was negative 75%. That means there was no real salary growth in a 40-year period. United States inflation growth during that time, 400%. So 400%, yet you were legally, because Major League Baseball and all these sports are not really subject to antitrust laws, they were able to pay me nothing and keep me under contract and not allow me to work elsewhere. It was horrific labor practice by Major League Baseball, and they were getting away with it. If you let these leagues get away with it, this is what the structures will be. That is a problem. Now, granted, thank God minor leaguers are getting a slightly better wage these days than they were at the time, but this is what happens when a league controls all the wages. The wages stay extremely low and the profit margins get extremely high for the ownership groups. This is what they want. Now, maybe they don't want it to be this, obvious and this extreme, but that is 100% what every league's goal is.
I mean, it's why the players that end up with a certain amount of power and leverage try to break that system. Because if you allow it to be that way, that's what will happen.
Yeah, so listen, it's an ugly system, and if you guys are on the owner's side, you're wrong. Period. Stop. You're just wrong. You could try to convince me otherwise. In fact, give us a call, 855-975-2326. Are you on the owner's side in this upcoming CBA? Do you think the Dodgers are ruining baseball? Because I sure as hell don't. I think the Dodgers are what's actually best for baseball, and I think everybody else should get in line with that business practice. That being said, lots more to discuss here on D. Fish and Decker, and of course, coming up, a pivotal year for some NFL QBs. And we're going to try to decide who our 3 favorite are the hard way. Right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan. And let's bring in our hype man, Raj, because we got a little game we like to play. Raj, tell the people the game.
That's right. It is a game or it ain't a game. I don't know, whatever you want to say. But this one's called 3 the Hard Way because we got some decisions to make. And sometimes it'd be hard to do it. So, gentlemen, I got 4 quarterbacks for you. And this is a pivotal year for these 4 quarterbacks. So I want to know the 3 you're picking the hard way. The quarterbacks are Dak Prescott, Justin Herbert, Brock Purdy, and Mr. Jared Goff. So if I start on that list, Fish, what I need from you is
Número 1.
Who's your first choice out of those quarterbacks?
When you say pivotal year, like this is the year they got to break through, they got to do something?
Yeah, however you want to do it. Yep.
All right. 1, I'm going Dak Prescott.
Why? Any reasons?
Oh, why?
Yeah,
You're just most confident in him. That's
just
your most
confident in him? Listen, of this list, you got Dak, Herbert, and Purdy and Goff, right? I'm going to agree with you. I'm going number 1, Dak. I've been a Dak defender for a while, and yes, I hear everybody with their complaints about his playoff performances. I see the numbers. 2-5 is real. That being said, dude, he's got to get over some semblance of a hump this year, right?
At some point.
I'm sorry. If the ESPNs and FS1s of the world are going to force upon me the storyline that they're a Super Bowl contender, I swear to God, you better get through this year.
Try winning 2 playoff games in 1 playoff series.
Just
that's
for the
all I
love
want to
of God.
Yeah.
Just do it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay. All right, Fish, then on that list, and we're looking for 3 the hard way.
Número 2.
He has won 2 playoff games, though, to be.
I said in the same year.
Oh, in the same year. Well, that's hard for anybody to do.
It's not hard for Brock. It's not hard for Brock Purdy. Okay. It's not hard for freaking Drake May. These guys that played just a minute in the league, they've already surpassed him. But this is not meant. This is for you. Go ahead. I'm very calm.
So number 2?
Yes, that's.
Número 2.
I'm going to go with Brock Purdy.
Okay.
I've seen it.
Interesting.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
I have seen it too. He has done some stuff. It's hard to say no to Brock Purdy. You know what? Number 2, I'm going Jared Goff. Because you know why? I've seen it. Yeah. This guy's been to the Super Bowl, and he's been close. He's been so close to Detroit.
So funny. These guys you're picking have done way more than Dak.
I know.
You guys got Dak first. I don't understand.
I know, but like Jared Goff, and also Jared Goff's done it in 2 cities, and what this team in Detroit is.
These guys have had better football teams, though, bro. I'm telling you.
I know, dude. I'm just sitting here kind of looking at Goff, though. How about this? The reason why I'm picking Goff is the moment Goff went to Detroit is the moment we all wrote him off. Because what happened? Matthew Stafford leaves Detroit, and the first thing we were all saying, oh my God, fine you, Matthew Stafford's going to have a team to play with, and he leaves Detroit and immediately wins the Super Bowl. Now, Jared Goff didn't immediately do that, but he did help turn that team into a juggernaut that it is right now. And seeing him successfully do that in this era, I'm not gonna lie to you. It'd be awesome to see him get to the Super Bowl because that window in Detroit is closing fast.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay. So we're looking for quarterbacks, 3 the hard way. It's a pivotal year for them, who these guys are most confident in. And that's between Dak, Justin Herbert, Brock Purdy, and Goff. Derek Fisher.
Número 3.
See, now, so you added
This
the
is
condition.
tricky,
now.
man.
Don't let this man change your mind. You
No.
told me something earlier. Go ahead.
But you just added the condition of most confident in. We didn't talk about that. We just
Whatever, however you want to say it.
guys. Yeah, no, but it's not however you want to say it because you're trying to set it up. I'm going with Jared Goff at 3.
Okay.
You're leaving out Herbert.
Yeah, but it's because if I'm picking 3 out of 4, I'm picking those 3 guys.
I'm telling Derwin James.
But then Raj just wanted to add the most confident in. I think Mike McDaniel and Justin Herbert are going to be great together.
I think so too.
I haven't seen that yet.
Right. So you're not as
So I'm
confident.
just picking the 3 guys that I've seen already have some success.
Yeah.
And then it's Justin Herbert's year to have success. That's why he's out for now.
Okay.
And
So 3 the hard way. Derek Fisher has Dak, Brock Purdy, Jared Goff, and he leaves Justin Herbert off the list.
He does leave Justin Herbert.
I'm telling friend of the show, Derwin James, on you,
And
Derek
you know what?
Fisher.
I'm going the opposite direction.
What you doing?
I'm leaving Purdy off the list.
Whoa.
I'm going with Justin Herbert. And
Really?
and here's the thing, and I've been a critic of Justin Herbert quite loudly for years. Every complaint people give Dak, I give it doubly to Justin Herbert because I don't hear enough people giving the same crap over to Herbert the way they do to Dak. 0-3, and we all saw that last one. Hell, his most famous performance was the game that they lost because they gave up a 26-point lead. Oh my God, it's just what an embarrassing game that was. I will never forget that actually happened. I couldn't believe the coach stayed the next year. That being said, why am I choosing Herbert over Purdy this season?
Yes.
It's because Mike McDaniel, man. I think Mike McDaniel is going to unlock this guy in a way that we've never seen before. I think it's going to be a much more interesting play, under center, and I think Herbert's going to do so many good things under it. And the reason why I'm leaving off Brock Purdy is I have no idea who his head coach is this season. I don't know when he's going to show up. He's not at camp now. We have no news. Hell, we had no news of his car accident until 2 weeks after the fact. So I have no clue what the hell's going on in San Francisco.
All right. There you have it. 3 the hard way, as we like to do every now and again around these parts. Fellas, just a quick, I got to get your thoughts on this. We talked a bit about Dak here, and I'm just handing it off to you. Did you hear what Dak nicknamed the Dallas Cowboys offense?
Oh, God.
He said it's the greatest offense there is. Fish, what do you think about Dak going up in the media? They've always got mics in front of them. They're over there in Oxnard, not too far. We're going to get out there to camp. I think go say hi to the guys there, Scott Golnick and all the media relations people. But Dak Prescott said the greatest offense there is, Fish. What you think about that?
Who had the best offense in the league last year?
Who had the best offense in the league?
Yeah, say it.
I'm not sure. I don't know. Was it them?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of yards or points?
I mean, I don't know, but that metric, which metric they use, but for a large contingent of football folks, people like the offense was electric. They scored 30-plus points. They a ton of yards.
They were.
Did they obviously win the division? Nope. They went, but they had, if not the best, the top 2 offense in the league.
But they were
last
near
year.
the Rams. Our Rams were number 1.
Okay.
Looking at us, but the Cowboys were near the top. They're considered number 2. Different metrics. So
But the best offense there is. That's what he's nicknaming them. Could I redo my list that we just did? I would like to redo my list.
Fish is right though. They're up there to the top.
No, I know they're up there, but it's like what you were saying about Bryce Harper earlier. Don't say it, dude. You don't need a bigger target on your back.
What did Derwin James just say? We want to be the best. BTB. That's what we say.
He wants to be the best.
So if somebody asks you what do you think about the offense this year? We're the greatest offense there is in the league. Why wouldn't you say that if you just finished as a top 2 offense in the league last year?
Because there's another one that's better than yours, and it's the Rams. And there's probably going to be another one that's better this year because Dak just said that. So I know it's going to be a bad year.
That's what you say out loud. You speak confidence into your group, the team, etc. No, we're the greatest offense there is. Who else is better?
The Rams.
You can say that on paper.
Yeah, I can.
But that's not what I'm going to say as a leader of a group.
I completely understand and agree, but at the end of the day, this is the Cowboys, and I refuse to give them any credit.
That's all that is.
No, I freely admit there is personal feelings involved with my particular take, and I will freely admit that.
For a guy to say
freely
that literally it just led the top 2 offense in the league a season ago.
You're gonna turn me into Raj in this all of a sudden. Now I'm gonna start turning
the dark
no. D-Fish 2-5. Now you got me there. Now I'm saying it. Now I'm that guy.
That has nothing to do with whether or not you have the greatest offense in the league right now.
I hear what you're saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying my feelings are louder on this particular thing than your facts.
Okay.
Because I hate the Cowboys.
Yeah, that's all that is.
And I don't. And by the way, I would love. I'm happy to eat my words. If the Cowboys actually win a couple of playoff games, I'm thrilled to do it.
He's not responsible for every single aspect. He can't kick the ball. He's not special teams. He's referring specifically to what the offense was this past season.
Yes.
And what he thinks they can be this season.
I agree.
That's all that is.
Wait. No. I thought he nicknamed the offense the greatest offense there is. He didn't say we're gonna be the greatest offense there is. We got the flag written down.
And touchdown wise,
he didn't just post like a random thought. He was asked a question.
I don't think anyone said, "Are you the best offense there is?" He came up with that ish on his own. You always make me curse, Dak.
Again, just like Derwin just said, they called themselves be the best, BTB. That's part of the thought process of like, we're going to be the best team in the league this year. We're going to the Super Bowl this year. What is wrong with that thinking?
You need to stop quoting Duran when you didn't have his quarterback on the list, by the way. I don't think you slick with that
wait
fish.
a second. We see what you're doing.
Yeah.
You're trying to get back on their good side.
Right. Why don't you tell that to Duran?
No, we're not going to allow that to happen.
By the way, we're about to do 3 the hard way, and I ain't got Justin on it.
Guys, we're going to take a quick little break before, of course, D-Fish gets angry and kills us all. Guys, we're going to take a quick break, and coming up, we're actually going to get a little bit back more into story time. Earlier, we were talking about a story that has been told about Phil Jackson, and of course, D-Fish gave his great perspective on it, and it was only like kind of the first part of the story. The difference and dichotomy of Phil Jackson's coaching between Shaq and Kobe compared to other players is very fascinating. We're going to discuss it a little bit more right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, we got all of our people making us look and sound better than we deserve. Join us right now in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA and be a part of the conversation, be a part of the show. And, D. Fish, earlier on in the show, we were talking about this story that specifically Brian Shaw was telling. He was talking about the early years of Kobe and Shaq and Phil Jackson, what he kind of brought to the table. And he was discussing this on Podcast P with Paul George. And he was basically talking about the breakdown and dichotomy of how hard he was on Shaq. And basically, he didn't say coddle, but he kind of just referred to it in a different way of young kid kind of who grew up as kind of the golden child type of thing. And he kind of kept him in that same kind of mental type of space through those early years of his career until later it somewhat changed. And you were there for both versions of this, which is, that's very rare. How many people can say they were around for both versions, let alone 5 championships in one city? And the more I think about that, the more as just a fan of the Lakers, I think about that of you leaving and coming back and winning 2 more titles. It's fascinating to me because it feels like 2 completely separate eras, yet we completely put them together. And they were very, very, very different. We talked a lot about that first go-around between the difference in Shaq and Kobe and how they were kind of treated. And by the way, if you missed that, go back on the Odyssey app and check it out because it was very fascinating. But tell me a little bit more about the second go-around. Like, what was the difference in how Kobe was coached by Phil from time 1 and how you were coached by Phil from time 1 to time 2? Because you mentioned that story when you walked in the office, almost like an unspoken bond between you and Phil. He just put his hands on 2 trophies, letting you know what we're about to do. Where did you guys go from there?
Well, we just, got back to, building the habits that, we felt like we're unfinished. I mean, in 04, Shaq got traded. Many guys went different directions. Rick Fox, myself, Robert Horry had returned to the Spurs the year prior to that. Our entire group had split apart. And, Kobe experienced some pretty lean years here in LA between 04 and 07. I think Phil returned to the team in 06, 07. And then, when I returned in 07, 08, Kobe had evolved and matured as a leader. I think Phil, after some time away from the game and some time away from Kobe, I think they established a different relationship because also Shaq was not there at that point. So now Phil and Kobe's relationship can evolve in a different way as now Kobe is that cornerstone guy that everything will flow through, which was different before when Shaq was that cornerstone guy and Kobe was 1A, however you want to label it, from a basketball perspective. But Shaq was really the cornerstone piece that gave us the advantage every time we touched the court. And so now in 07, Kobe is now the franchise guy. He's the face. It's kind of like Luka. There's no more LeBron. It's just you now. And so that relationship is different. We're going to see it with JJ Redick and Luka because there's no more LeBron.
Yeah.
So that relationship is different now. It doesn't mean bad or worse or better. It's just different. It's going to evolve. And so Phil's ability to kind of evolve and grow with players, understanding the differences in who they are as people, Kobe maturing, getting older, married, kids, like just a completely different person than he was at 18, 19 years old when he first came in 1996. And then even in 2000 when Phil, first got there. So now we're 7 years after that. He could hold Kobe accountable differently, but then also know that sometimes Kobe wasn't going to receive it very well. And, they met often. They talked about things. They had conversations. But Phil was also very smart in how he handled, what he said publicly in the media, what he didn't say. And I just think he just deserves a lot of credit for, helping bring guys along even in their own journey, helping them unlock some things in themselves that otherwise could not have been unlocked. And so I appreciate what B. Shaw is saying, because there was a difference. And as a leader, especially in younger years, like, we didn't recognize that initially as to why it was done differently. And then I'm sure now, B. Shaw's a coach. He's an assistant coach with the Lakers. He's been a head coach with the Clippers. He's been a head coach, in the league. Like, we all, even for me now, coaching in high school, we all use that same approach now. Now you can't coach without recognizing that your players are different. You can't treat everybody the same exact way. That wasn't the case before. Coaches used to just kind of have, like, this is what it is.
This is my way, and this is how you all fall in line.
You get on board or you don't. But then that's also, at the same time, Dave Roberts.
Same thing, dude.
But we don't want to give them coach of the year or manager of the year because we feel like it's all about the talent. And so their job is somehow easier, when in reality, managing those personalities, egos, etc., you could argue is harder than doing it the other way. It's harder to lead those guys to success than it is sometimes younger, less accomplished, smaller egos. To get those guys to buy in is a little easier, to be honest.
How much pressure, because, like, you came back to the team right when, like, Phil comes back to the team. Like, how much pressure was there a felt pressure? Because you guys had already done something extraordinary. You guys had already three-peated together as a group. And, Phil leaves, you leave, and then you both come back. Was there a mounting pressure, or was there just a belief of, yeah, we got this? And also, how long did it take to kind of the second run to turn into what it was?
No, the only pressure was internal. I don't recall in 2007, I think there was a recognition we weren't quite a championship contending team. But, Kobe was frustrated. It had been a rough couple years. I think we all recognized we needed a little something more, but, when and who, we didn't know. And so when the season started in 07, 08, I think we started the year like, we were 21-7. We were doing okay. We weren't the best team in the league by far, but Andrew Bynum was playing good basketball. He was healthy. My role was significantly different and greater than it was when I left in 04. Mm-hmm. And then, Kobe had stepped into kind of those MVP type conversations. That was the year he won it in 07, 08. And so, we're just plugging along trying to reestablish championship habits because of the losing that had taken place before. So myself, Kobe, Phil, on the back of the bus, like Kobe and I sat at the back of the bus across from each other, last row. On the plane when we traveled, when we flew, I sat, on the right, like on the front of the plane, there was like 12 seats, 12 rows. I sat on the last row on the plane, left-hand side. Kobe sat across from me, and then Phil sat right behind Kobe. So whether it was on the bus, Kobe and I talking and talking through things at all times, or on the plane, the three of us, like that was the brain trust in terms of trying to figure out how are we going to push enough buttons to figure this out with this group.
Awesome.
And then, lo and behold, Kobe may have knew, I didn't know. But we wake up in February and Pau Gasol arrives. Oh, yeah. Now we're on to something. And I remember saying to Kobe, like, I felt like we had enough. It kind of goes back to the Bryce Harper conversation. Yeah. Like, even before Pau arrived, like, there's enough there. Was it a championship team? Probably not, but can't think that because you have to feel like every time you step on the court, you can win. And then when Pau came, it became easier to think that because of how great he was. And so then now the entire thing is different. So now Kobe's leadership in terms of Pau, Phil's relationship with Pau and getting the best from him, all of those things kind of evolved. And Pau was a guy that, like, Phil couldn't treat Pau the same way he treated Kobe. So now it's reversed, right? Now, okay, I can coach Shaq a certain way. I can't coach Kobe that way. Mm-hmm. Okay, but I have a relationship with Kobe now that's gone on for several years. Now we have a new all-star Hall of Fame level player. I can't coach him the same. I need to get to know him more. we know kind of how Powell is wired. The way I need to hold him accountable is going to look different than it does for somebody else. And that's leadership. That's not, being preferential or differential in your treatment.
So now you got Powell in there, new guy, new face, also a star, as you mentioned, obviously, Hall of Fame star. But, like, how did he treat him out the gate? And how long did it take for that kind of dynamic to work? Was it, like, instantaneous, or was there a couple of bumps in the road till you're like, all right, now we got this?
No, it was pretty instantaneous, more so because of who Powell is. Powell is a guy that really only cares about winning and wants to be part of a familial type of team experience. Like, that's how he grew up playing the game and learning the game in Europe and in Spain. And so when he joined our team, he really wasn't caught up in, stats, numbers, touches, role, etc. It was all about just playing the game the right way. And so he fit in perfectly to how we wanted to play offense, absolutely perfectly.
Nice.
We went to another level. And the only bumps were just that we didn't have enough experience fighting fires together. As I've used that analogy and metaphor before, to be able to handle the fire that came from the Boston Celtics when we made it to the finals that year. But once we learned, like, fighting fires together, when the temperatures get really, really, really hot from the opposing team, this is what I need you to do, this is what I need you to do, this is what I'm going to do. And once we were clear on that and we knew how to approach putting those fires out in a more effective way, that's when the team jumped, and that's why we were able to win back-to-back titles.
I mean, it was fun to watch, and it was also fun to watch even that first series against the Celtics. As much as it sucked as a Laker fan to see you guys lose, I was so excited for that next matchup because I was ooh, the team's just different now.
And Raj, you lucky. That's the one. That's the one time I almost checked myself back into a game. Like, I was just going to ignore the coach and go check back in the game, and that was Game 4 of the NBA Finals in 2008.
What stopped you?
It just wasn't the right thing to do from a player perspective at that time. Mm-hmm. Like, I didn't think I had earned that level of ability to just go put myself in the game. But we were up 24 in that game in the first half. I think at halftime we were up, 13 or 15. And then in third quarter, I get subbed out, up 13. By the time I get back in the game in the fourth quarter, we're down by 5.
Man, what a game! What a thing, dude! What a thing it was. So yeah. we'll discuss this some more because we gotta discuss some more. But also, 66 years, and have the Raider fans finally come to reality? I can't believe it either. We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, 97.1 The Fan, D-Fish and Decker, of course, the voice of LA Sports. And right there, bringing in some Prince, I Will Die For You. Great choice in this 9 o'clock hour, ladies and gentlemen. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker with you guys for one more hour until Brock and Alex take over your morning drive commute. Of course, you can check us out live right now on YouTube. Get a look at our handsome, handsome mugs right now at The Fan LA. Join the conversation, join the chat, and be a part of the show, of course. And guys, we got to talk a little bit more about training camp because we got to talk about my Raiders. That's right, I did the tease. I'm going to pay off the tease exactly how I said it. 66 years of pure and utter delusion. I'm a part of it. I've been a part of it. I've been a part of it my entire life. And yes, there is a tradition of excellence behind the Raiders. Unfortunately, though, D-Fish, that tradition existed almost entirely before I was born. I am 39 years old now. I have seen the Raiders at a Super Bowl. It was the single worst Super Bowl maybe in the history of mankind. That was the one where John Gruden decided to absolutely destroy us with our own playbook. That was fun. We traded him over there to Tampa Bay, and then he rewarded us by beating the hell out of us in the Super Bowl. And the Raiders, frankly, haven't been the same since. Pretty much. We haven't had really a serious franchise quarterback since Rich Gannon. I'm not joking. I have one Raider jersey that I actively wear. It's a Sebastian Janikowski jersey. I initially bought it as a joke, and then the joke stopped being a joke because he was our best player for roughly 15 years. Raj, what do you got?
And former Raider players that I know, from a lot of NFL players I know, the Raider fans or Raider players say he is the only kicker I've ever heard of that they let hang out with them. That he would give them a hard time keeping up with. Like, damn, dude, I can't hang with Sebastian. Shouts out to you. Kirk Morrison first told me that story, and I've confirmed it with other Raiders. He is a legend in the out and about in them streets.
No. He is very legendary. Now, I have no proof of this. I just always assumed, because he always sat on that bench, and he always had a big Gatorade container behind him, right? I just always assumed that was filled with vodka Red Bull. That was my thought. Like,
I'll check on it.
I might be wrong, but that guy's entire life, I'm assuming, was running on vodka Red Bull. And good for him. He could kick anything. He was the only thing we had for like roughly 15 years. Now, the Raiders have had some moments of flashes where they've almost snuck into the playoffs, but for the most part, it has not been a charmed life for the most recent years of the franchise. Now, it seems like we're going in a different direction, but I will also admit, I've said that out loud like 40 times in the last 10 years. It looked like we're going in a different direction about 5 years ago when 6 years ago when John Gruden came back. It looked like we're going in a different direction when we were bringing in Pete Carroll last year. They bring in Geno Smith. Looked like we're going in a different direction 2 years before that with Josh McDaniels, and that was a disaster. And it seems like no matter what the Raiders do, they step on a rake and the rake immediately smashes us directly in the face. And us Raider fans are never realistic about it. We are just delusionally rooting for it year in, year out. Again, I am part of that problem. I never stopped rooting for them, and it's almost even become a joke that the Raiders are always bad. But this year, real head coach, granted first-time head coach, but Clint Kubiak, the work that he has done as an offensive mind in the NFL is through the roof. There are good things happening with the Raiders right now. First pick overall. Yes, we got our franchise quarterback of the future, but I also remember the last time we got our franchise quarterback of the future, first pick overall. His name was Jamarcus Russell, and it did not go well. That being said, I have to believe that our cooler heads are going to prevail this go around. Everyone keeps bringing up the fact that Tom Brady is there. Well, Tom Brady also, if you believe reports, was also a very big part of hiring the entire staff last year. So I'm waiting to see. But so far, Clint Kubiak seemingly has been doing everything right. I think he's handling the press right. I think he's handling the process right. And he has made it abundantly clear on what he's going with right out the gate. And that is not Fernando Mendoza. That's Kirk Cousins. And here is what Clint Kubiak had to say.
Get as many reps as possible.
Yeah, words I would use would be efficiency. I felt OTAs were very efficient. I think urgent is another word. It just doesn't feel like we're coming in here. It's not a country club. We're here to work.
And, of course, that right there was actually Kirk Cousins talking about the work right there. We'll get that Clint Kubiak stuff. But, like, the fact of the matter is these guys are trying to take this in a different direction. And why do I think that it's very good and lovely to see that the Raider fans are finally not delusional anymore? It's simply this. Raider fans had a fan vote, and they have given an outrageous number. I mentioned last week that there seems to be a mild controversy going on, a distraction going on. That distraction, Fernando Mendoza. We know that Kirk Cousins already came from a situation where he was dealing with a first-round quarterback, and of course, the moment things didn't go well, they had to replace Kirk Cousins with Michael Penix Jr. He lived with this exact thing already. He's going to do it again. Here's Clint Kubiak on Kirk Cousins.
You know, for every position, there's got to be competition, right? The best player has to play. And that's not just what I'm going to see. You guys are going to see it in the preseason games. You know, we as coaches, we're going to see who the best guard is, okay, best quarterback across the board. There's battles everywhere on the roster. So it's important for me to be fair to the players is to put the best player out there. When we go out to practice tomorrow, Kirk Cousins is the starting quarterback. He's the guy. And he's going to get a ton of reps. And he deserves them because he's played really good football. But I want Fernando and I want Aiden to push him.
As they should. Now, again, Clint Kubiak saying all the right things if you ask me, but D-Fish, this is where things are interesting. Raider fans have always been delusional. I know that because I've always been delusional about my Raiders. There were times where I would be realistic, but I've been very clear on what I think this team should do. I don't want to see Fernando Mendoza, at least early in the year. I'm not even positive we should see him at any point of the year. I honestly think this isn't going to be one of those transitional years for the Raiders because, frankly, the division is so good. You got 3 very clear playoff contenders, if not all 3 Super Bowl contenders, and then you got the Raiders. Kind of throwing Fernando to the Wolves in year 1 is a bit of a scary proposition for me. Not something I'm necessarily against, D-Fish, but something I'm worried about. Raider fans seemingly agree with me because if you believe this report, according to the poll from Raider fans and their vote, 92% of Raider fans vote for Kirk Cousins to start this season for the Raiders and give some time to Fernando Mendoza. What do you think of not only the idea of Kirk Cousins starting for this team and maybe for the entire year? What are your thoughts on the Raider fans actually, for the first time ever, thinking about the future? I can't believe it either. There's a future.
I mean, there's always been a future because now was definitely not happening.
This is not the future we wanted, D-Fish. It's not the future I wanted.
I think, I mean, I understand that thinking. Yeah, it's just, I always feel like it's tough to practice the opposite of what you actually want. So, and this kind of goes to what we've talked about a little bit before, right? If there's somebody in the clubhouse, in the locker room that everybody knows gives us a better chance to win, that's the guy I want on the court or on the field. And as long as the players are in agreement with Kirk Cousins should be the guy, that bodes well. That allows the team, regardless of how many wins, it allows them to play the best football that they can play based on their current roster. But if you start to run into a situation where there's a belief that the guy sitting over here actually will give us a better chance to win, then that's when some of the dysfunction and energy around, like you're practicing losing, you're building the wrong habits. Because if I'm a defensive linebacker and there are certain habits that I need to build in order to make tackles, in order to make plays, and you're asking me day in and day out to do it a certain way, then you also then have a responsibility to make sure that everybody else on the field is doing the same thing. And if you're holding someone or something back that could help all of that effort actually lead to just one more win or, just one more positive possession, then you do it. And I think in football they do it. I mean, Clint Kubiak said it. Like, the guys that making the plays and doing what they're supposed to be doing are the ones that are going to play. The best players play. The ones that make the plays that need to be made will play. So it's fine for now. We all agree that Kirk Cousins should start out that way. The question is, if at any point that scale tips, when how far is it going to have to tip? How bad is it going to have to get before everybody's comfortable then saying, no, it should be Fernando Mendoza now? Is that week 7 when the team is 2-5? Is that week 10 when the team is 3-7? Is it week 13? Like, when is that? Then you run into, if it's week 13, why risk injury in week 13 that then could carry over into 2027 and delay his development even more because he's sustained an injury towards the end of this season? So it's tricky.
It's very.
But it's I agree. It's the right thing to do to start out, for sure.
Well, here's the thing. I think there are a few teams in the NFL that are desperate for their franchise quarterback. They just are desperate for it. The Raiders being one of them. Because here's the thing. The Raiders in the last 15 years, and this is not a joke, in the last 15 years have had 17 different starting quarterbacks for the Raiders. And you know what's amazing about that? 9 of those years they had a franchise quarterback, and he started the majority of those nine years. And just so we're clear, Jason Campbell, Kyle Bowler, Carson Palmer, Terrell Pryor, Matt Flynn, Matt McGloin, Derek Carr for 9 years, started 142 games over those 9 years. Then you had Connor Cook, E.J. Manuel, Jared Stidham, Jimmy Garoppolo, Brian Hoyer. By the way, these next ones are only in the last 3 years. That is Jared Stidham, Jimmy Garoppolo, Brian Hoyer, Aiden O'Connell, Gardner Minshew, Desmond Ridder, Geno Smith, and Kenny Pickett. And now we're going with Kirk Cousins and then potentially Fernando Mendoza. There are only 3 teams in the NFL that have had more quarterback turnover than the Raiders, one of which being the Commanders, the other being the Arizona Cardinals, and obviously the Cleveland Browns, who amazingly have used 25-plus starters in the last 15 years. So yeah, the Raiders are desperate for a franchise quarterback. We're desperate for a winner, and we want to hear from you guys. What do you think? 855-975-2326. Rob in Gardena, talk to us. You're on with D-Fish and Decker.
Good morning, guys. Hope all you guys are well. I'm a huge Raider fan. I've been a Raider fan since the 80s.
You poor thing.
Our problem is that we don't draft well and we don't develop our players. So I would love if Kirk Cousins starts the rest of the year and we end up with the worst record, get the number 1 pick, and sell that number 1 pick to a team that needs a quarterback. Let Mendoza sit. Let's get our offensive line squared away and improve our defense.
Well, listen, I don't hate that idea at all. The only issue I have with it, Rob, and it's not much of an issue, it's just I don't know what the offensive line is yet. I don't know what the defense is yet, just simply because I haven't seen it. I know what it is on paper, but perhaps this line is actually going to be quite good and protects Kirk Cousins and maybe Fernando Mendoza down the road. It's more of a wait and see. Here's what's funny, what he just said, though. He hopes they get the worst record in the league. What's amazing is the Raiders got better, and based on their schedule, it's not that far out of reality that they might end up with the worst record in the league anyways. They have a crazy hard schedule, not to mention their own division that they got to play, 6 times?
Right. It's a difficult division to get your footing in. You're in the same division with, the team of the decade in the Kansas City Chiefs. So that's made it hard for everybody to kind of figure out which direction to go. And yeah, all the turnover, the coaching changes, et cetera, that's difficult to navigate as well. So it just hasn't been an environment, established around success, including the move. I mean, that also creates a significant amount of change and turnover.
Big time.
In terms of moving to an entirely new city. I've always been curious about, teams that have been poor for long periods of time or haven't performed as well, like where the difficulty comes in becoming better over time if you're consistently drafting higher in the draft. So if you're consistently drafting first-round guys because your record is towards the bottom of league standings, what is it that's preventing you from becoming better over time?
Yeah, what's wrong with your scouting department? What's wrong with as Rob just said, what's wrong with your developmental? Why aren't these guys getting better?
Yeah, so that's what you kind of start to have to look at and consider, is more so not whether or not, there's enough talent in the draft. I mean, anybody you're drafting for the most part has the physical talent to play a sport. But those other areas of development in terms of not just skill and talent, et cetera, but, the performance coaches, the staff, mental performance in terms of sports psychology, all the things that go into becoming, the best version of yourself as an athlete. And then sometimes, too, like teams don't pay well from a coaching and staff perspective. So a lot of pro sports organizations, while obviously being, in this exclusive club, depending on how they work their numbers and their salaries, et cetera, they may not. I would say the best example in recent time is the Portland Trailblazers in the NBA. The contract that they negotiated with their new head coach, Michael Nori, was one of the lowest paid head coaching jobs in all of sports.
And by the way, they announced it before they even started the coaching hunt.
Right. So that then also, I think Michael's going to do a great job. He's a great basketball mind. But then that also then sets up situations where you may not be getting access to the best coaching, the best performance people, the best staffs, because you're limiting their ability, their incentive to come and work for your company or for your team. And so that's something that also, whether it's the Raiders or most organizations have to continue to evaluate. It's not just trying to secure or procure the best talent on the field physically, but your coaches, your managers, the people that work around the players and with the players, they also do impact winning at the highest level.
Daniel Ariola in the chat right now just said, need to build depth at O-line. And by the way, Rob also mentioning that on the call, Rob from Gardena. And you're both right. Obviously, they need that depth because if you watch that O-line last year, and listen, I'm an Ashton Genty fan. I've had Ashton Genty on a couple of my shows in the past. Very bright, cool kid, jacked as hell, extremely talented. But he had a down year last year. But I don't think that was fair. I thought that assessment was absolutely wrong. Ashton Genty had to break more tackles behind the O-line than any running back in the game last year.
Right, but if we know that, that, Rob knows that, the other caller or folks know that, so what's preventing that from happening? Why, if you've been drafting in the first round of the draft all decade, why wouldn't there be depth on the O-line already?
No idea. It seems like a massive scouting problem, but what is Raj?
Oh, I know the answer. It's Gruden and Mike, was it Mayock?
Oh, yeah, Mayock.
That was the GM, Fish. They would draft guys, and I'm a big listener. I don't watch much college football because I'm in the pub watching soccer, as you guys know. However, I love publications and reading and learning about players, college players. The Raiders had these picks. When you traded McAway, you got that beautiful draft package back.
I remember.
Ash, what was the guy's name? You drafted guys that had late second and third round grades, and the Raiders drafted those players in the first round, Fish. Now, if you like that player, fine, you trade back. You get them and saying you acquire some more picks. Oh, no, they outsmarted the room. They effed off, I don't know how many draft classes in a row. So when they had those picks, most of them aren't even Tree something. Who am I talking about? He had Tree his last name. There was an offensive tackle. That was one of them, just saying. There's examples year after year with Mike Mayock and John Gruden running that draft. Gruden got way too cute, and that's why the Raiders are in the situation they're in now. Now, what they did recently, they're drafting, and especially since Brady's come along and brought some stability, the free agent moves, picking up the center from Baltimore Ravens.
Huge pickup, by the way.
Huge. This offensive line is going to be way better, Fish, and I expect Genty to have a big breakout season, as much as they can with their tough schedule, as we mentioned, is going to be tough. They're projected to be losing a lot of games. What's their over/under is 5.5.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
It's a tough one, but it's
tough
progress, and it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I can't stress this enough. That's what I'm always looking for. But when you mentioned how they drafted, I mean, I would say their most famous draft during the second run of their run, obviously tragedy, Henry Ruggs III. That was the biggest player they drafted during that second run. And they got not much out of it. Now, they also drafted Josh Jacobs, who did a phenomenal job there, but of course, he's over there in Green Bay. But you are absolutely right. The way that Gruden was drafting this team, the way that Mayock was drafting this team, did not go well. And then, of course, bringing in the Antonio Brown nightmare that we had to deal with, which, by the way, that was the shortest time we ever had to deal with a human being. It was 5 years too long. He was there for a month and a half. It felt like a decade.
So that's where the win now, F them picks, we're swinging for it
can
in
go wrong
free agency, trades, et cetera. and you start to, and it happens. I've been in that position before as a, more so probably as a general manager, where you start wanting to acquire talent of a certain caliber and maybe not fully evaluating, character, integrity, how this person is going to exist in our locker room and as part of our community. And so when you keep swinging for now, it's what's so impressive about the Rams.
It's crazy.
Being focused on now, but still also year after year being about the right things, not just the winning, but it's the human beings in the building. And I think that's what, the Raiders and teams like that have to continue to think about is, yes, depth at the O-line, but also depth in terms of the quality of the people that you have involved in the decision-making process.
Listen, lots to discuss when it comes to the Raiders. Listen, I'm excited for this year. It's as Rod just said, dude. I'm looking for progress. I'm looking for growth. If I get some growth out of the Raiders this season, if they actually eclipse the 5.5 wins mark, if they get to 6 wins, I'm going to act like the Raiders just won the Super Bowl. Like, that's going to be phenomenal if they can get to 6 wins. In this division, with this league right now and that schedule, I'm just looking for growth. And if they do that, I'm going to be very excited about the follow-up season when Fernando Mendoza is officially named the starting QB of this team. But, well, you heard what we think. We'd love to hear what you guys think. Get in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA and let us know. But coming up, ladies and gentlemen, earlier on the show, we had Derwin James Jr. Joining the show live. Well, we're going to replay that interview. We're going to tell you everything he had to say about Rams camp and about Chargers camp, and of course everything else with the Chargers this season, because it's going to be a very good year. And he also had some things to say about Mike McDaniel and what he is bringing to the table for the Chargers. We're going to replay that interview for you next, right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher and Cody Decker with you, and we are joined by Derwin James Jr. right here. Derwin, how you doing? And, man, how's training camp going so far, man?
Man, how y'all doing? Good morning to everybody. Camp's been amazing so far.
Awesome, man. Well, listen, some new faces, some new looks. Like, what is your guys' expectation? What's your expectation for yourself going into this season? I mean, let's be real clear. AFC West, juggernaut division, year in, year out. I mean, how are you guys feeling AFC West, juggernaut division, year in, year out. How are you guys feeling?
They're working their butt off to achieve that goal. And personally, I'm doing everything I can as a leader to make sure we uphold the standard that we set forth. I'm doing everything I can as a leader.
Derwin, it's D. Fish here, man. Appreciate you calling in and spending some time with us this morning, man. Talk about those expectations. You calling in and you expect to go and win the Super Bowl, man. Talk about how is that impacting you guys, or how you guys are showing up on a day-to-day basis? What have you seen so far in camp this year that might feel slightly different than the last couple of years, where you guys have been in the 11-win team this year that?
I just say just the confidence in Coach Harbaugh and all the coaches, and not just the coaches because we're out there playing. Just the confidence. This is not our first time with this group, coaches, and not just the coaches because we're out there playing. But this is not our first time with this group. We kind of been through it together, so we didn't battle adversity with each other. Last few years, 11 wins. So we're just trying to take that next step, and I feel like the daily routine, the daily habits that we're forming gives us all the confidence in the world to go out there and play against anybody.
We are being joined by Derwin James Jr., Chargers 5-time Pro Bowl safety. And Derwin, you mentioned Coach Harbaugh right there. Now, you've been with this team for years. What have you seen in the transition into these Harbaugh years that has been different than the previous years? What does he bring to the table for the Los Angeles Chargers?
Confidence, being able to work, and being able to rely on your teammates, rely on yourself. And I feel like as a first-year coach, you kind of don't have all your guys in there. So just seeing the depth that we have in year 3 with Coach, getting the coaches he wants in here, getting the players he wants in here. So it's just when I look around, I just see a lot of depth, a lot of people that can make plays, and a lot of coaches that can coach. So when you put all those 3 things together with the work and the people we show up with, I feel like it gives you the best chance to go out there and do something.
Yeah, speaking of Coach Harbaugh, man, he compared your multi-positional capabilities to Superman and also to Willie Mays. So two greats.
I'd rather be compared to Willie Mays.
Yeah. But how does it feel, man, as a player? Obviously, you're very accomplished yourself, but just for your coach to have that confidence in you and see how many things you do great for the team.
I don't take that lightly. I just try to go out there and, honor and make them right. And every day I just try to go out and compete and, set the standard as the leader. And like I said, Coach Harbaugh, man, I love him to death, man. And he don't just float things out there. So I just really just try to go out there and just do my part of the bargain. And I can't wait for the world, to kind of see what we got, man.
Derwin James Jr. joining us, Chargers 5-time Pro Bowl safety. And I got to say, there's so much said about the Chargers offense over these last couple of years. And, you yourself a 5-time Pro Bowl safety, like not a whole lot is said out loud about your guys' defense, but your guys' defense is always, ranked in the top 10 in just about everything. Hell, last year just alone in the advanced metrics, you guys are like 6th best defense in the entire league. How much pride do you take into that being one of the best defenses in the NFL? And how do you guys see yourself getting over a hump of getting even better?
Our motto is BTB, be the best. And every time we take the field, we express that when we're in the meeting rooms. Nobody's quiet. Everybody's talking. I don't care if you're a rookie. I don't care if you're 10 years in. And I feel like all hands on deck. And I feel like every championship team, whatever sport you pick, it starts with the defense. Offense, they're going to score points, but I feel like you have to stop people in this league also. So just trying to go out there every day and do our part.
Yeah, talk about, like you said, the defense, you guys, BTB, wanting to be the best. Give us, I know it's only a small sample size, but going against a Mike McDaniel, Justin Herbert offense day in and day out, how do you feel like that is going to prepare you guys even more for being the best, seeing the best offensive minds and talent on a day-to-day basis in practice. Does that positively impact you guys and give you that confidence that you can stop anybody?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Mike McDaniel, man, I feel like he was a very missing key. And just having him in here, we've seen from all the way back to OTAs, we've seen looks, offenses, formations that I haven't really seen, and I'm in year 9. So just being able to have a guy like that, I know Justin in the offense loves him, and he always talking trash to us. Every day he's talking trash. He's like, we finna bomb y'all today, and then they'll throw a quick pass, and then he'll be like, I got something coming quick, and then he'll throw a bomb. So just playing mind games and to be able to have something like that on a daily basis, I feel like we can go out there and compete against anybody, like you say.
Absolutely love it. Derwin James Jr., Chargers 5-time Pro Bowl safety, joining D-Fish and Decker here on the all-new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And Derwin, looking at your career stats, you mentioned 9 years, but 98 games played, right? 12 career interceptions. Tell me, man, just between you and me and maybe all the audience, who's your favorite guy to pick? Who's your favorite quarterback to pick?
Probably Pat Mahomes, man.
Yes!
I got to get him. I want to go against the best, man. I always want to compete against the best, and I feel like he's in our division, and Pat's still playing at a high level, one of the best quarterbacks in this league. So I just like to go against the best.
Okay, is it true that you like to starve yourself before games?
Oh yes. Yes.
Okay, help us with that. Oh, yes. Help me understand it, because I can't do that.
I'm blown away by this.
All right. If it's a primetime game, I'm gonna get me a little something. If it's a night game, I got to get something on the stomach. But if it's anything 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock, we going out there hungry, man. We like to take the field with that little, that little urge of when you get hungry, if that stomach just it tingle a little bit. So just going out there to compete, man, it just gives me that extra push. I make sure I'm hydrated. It's not like I'm not out there with no fuel, but definitely no heavy meals, man. I like to be able to, because they're moving me around in so many spots. I like to go out there and just play fast.
It's funny, Derwin, full transparency, I'm a born and raised Raider fan. Yes, I am that pathetic guy. But you guys have been kind of dominant in the AFC West for a long time, of course, along with the Chiefs, and now we've seen the Broncos kind of come up as well. But is there a fan base you love silencing more than Raider fans? We are loud, we are obnoxious, and you guys have done a lot of silencing of us in that last 9 years.
Definitely the Raiders, man. I definitely love silencing them. Like I said, any of the division games, even when they was playing in the old stadium in Oakland, man, just going out there compete. Their fans always loud. My family always telling me how rowdy it is in the stands, and it's just an atmosphere that you can't really put in words, really.
I want to ask a question about, as a safety, right? A lot of times you're part of kind of like the last line of defense, and this is from my novice perspective. Tell me if I'm wrong, but so then a lot of times when that ball gets handed off to a running back, by the time you see the running back, unless you're already close to the line of scrimmage, that dude is coming downhill at you with a lot of speed and force. Like who's the hardest guy you've had to try to bring down at that point when you guys are meeting in the middle and he's running downhill fast, you're running uphill fast, and it's about to be a collision?
I say the guys like Jahmyr Gibbs, they're pretty good. Jonathan Taylor, those guys, because they can go east, west, straight. The guys that can, make you change that angle last minute, those are guys that are tough to get on the ground. Anybody that's running straight at you, I'm looking forward to that. But it's the guys that, try to run away, to change up the angle for me.
Derwin James Jr., of course, joining us right here live on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And Derwin, you're 9 years with the Chargers. Like, specifically, you started there in the San Diego years, did you not? What was the transition, and what is it like being in LA as a Charger now? Like, and as time goes forward, the fan base has been building and building and building. But what has that just been living through that process, especially putting up the numbers and, quite frankly, the caliber of team you guys have had year in, year out?
I feel like our fans, man, we have shout out to all the fans in San Diego, but, man, we have fans also in L.A. And when we travel on the road, whether it's in Texas, whether in Florida, I see our fans out there. I see the jerseys out there, and we just love the support, man. We know it's a lot of diehard fans out there, and, man, we just try to go do our part and just making sure we playing to the standard. You know, there's a lot of people paying money to come watch us play, so we just want to go out there, give them something, you know, to look forward to.
Yeah.
Last one real quick for me, Darren. I just want to kind of know, I know it's training camp. I know you locked in. You guys are winning the Super Bowl this year, but just let me know where the barbecue is for this birthday celebration coming up on Monday.
Hey, man. Hey, I'm going to let you know. I think my teammates, Coach Harbaugh, they coming with something at the facility, you know, so we gonna come with it, man. It's a lot of love and support here, man. So y'all more than welcome, man.
Yes, sir,
I'm
man.
a big fan of you too, man.
Appreciate you, brother. Happy birthday, man.
Man, the legendary
Thank you,
Derwin
man.
James. Thank you so much for joining us today, man. Good luck this season, and we'll be watching, man. We'll be watching
That
with,
right
with
there,
our
of course.
eyes
Derwin
wide
James
open. Can't wait to
joining
see what
D
you
Fish and
Chargers
Decker
do.
right
here on the new 97.1.
Thank y'all,
We're going
man.
to take a quick little break. Coming up, a little bit of talk about the Dodgers because, ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a series against the Boston Red Sox, and it is a rematch of 2019. Is it, or are we just really excited to watch the Dodgers beat all that ass of the Boston Red Sox? And a little final out right here on D Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Of course, you can check us out live on YouTube right now at The Fan LA. Derek Fisher and myself, Cody Decker, we've been with you for the last 4 hours of your drive time commute. And of course, if you missed anything in the show, go back on the Odyssey app and check it out. Like, share, and subscribe to the podcast, D. Fish and Decker, wherever you get your favorite podcast. And D. Fish, what can we say? We got a Dodgers series starting tonight. The Dodgers win themselves another series at home against the Seattle Mariners after dropping the opener. They have themselves a couple of pretty damn good games. No Shohei Ohtani last night, no problem. And we look ahead to tonight for the Boston Red Sox coming into town. Listen, Boston Red Sox definitely got that win in 2019, but let's just say that the Dodgers over these last couple of years have seemingly had the last laugh over everybody in Major League Baseball. And tonight we got ourselves a matchup between Ranger Suarez and for the Los Angeles Dodgers, they are going to be opening up with Hernandez. And by the way, if Hernandez starting this game tonight, that means we are looking at something more along the lines of a bullpen game, possibly a starter game. Initially, the starting pitcher was supposed to be Yamamoto. They have now backed him up a day to give him an extra day of rest, and we're starting with Hernandez. With Hernandez on the mound, Edgardo will be taking his 2.79 ERA. Not really sure how long into the game he's going to go. We shall see how that is going to take place, but it's probably going to be 1 or 2 innings. If he's dominating, maybe Dave Roberts makes an adjustment, but I have to assume there is a reason they're doing this to give Yamamoto an extra day off. Also with the idea that a trade deadline is coming up and everybody's eyes are on the Dodgers and what they're going to do and whether or not they're going to go after Tarik Skubal.
Whew. I mean, you said it. I know a few days ago I was like, well, it doesn't look like anybody's getting traded because nobody was making any moves. And,
yep.
And now it's clear.
Friend of the show, Jeff Passan, went out there and said definitively, not kind of, not maybe, no more of the conjecture. It's not he could get traded, he might get traded, what could it look like if he gets traded? Jeff Passan said he is getting traded. And ladies and gentlemen, that means the suitors list is going to be long. Dodgers are going to have some serious competition getting their hands on Tarik Skubal, which is why I've been saying all along, yeah, I think that's great. Keep that sexy look going on out there. Keep people looking at Tarik Skubal while they actually make the actual moves they're going to make behind everybody's back. Get their hands on Clay Holmes, maybe get their hands on a catcher. Make the moves that make your team just so much better and stronger without everybody even realizing. It's like everybody's looking at the prom queen. Dodgers are looking at the other people instead. Raj, what do you got, my guy?
Well, speaking of the odds, is this Jeff Passan? No, that's Jesus. What's his name? What's his? Yeah, that's anyway. Yeah, that is Jeff Passan. I'm just looking at the odds. They got current odds on who's going to land Tarik Skubal, and leading the pack are the Dodgers at plus 115.
Interesting.
The Brewers are plus 235.
Interesting.
Then way back is the team I think should get them. That would be dangerous. The Tampa Bay Rays at plus 700, and the Yankees, of course, with their money, they're always in the running. They're plus 800, as well as the Chicago Cubs.
Cubs better.
At plus 800.
Cubs
so those are the
in
top 5 teams that are. And what's interesting is no, that's not true. I was going to say 4.
I'm just saying that that might be the top 5 teams as far as gambling odds goes, D-Fish, but I got to tell you, it's got to be closer to 5 to 10 teams that are probably in on this. At least kicking the tires or making realistic trade packages, at least making offers to see what they can get.
Yeah, you have a responsibility to make the call.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's, when Rich Paul said 27 of the 30 teams like he spoke to, I think Andrew Friedman even said it's specific to Tarik Skubal. Like, there are very few superstar players in any league, to be honest. There are a bunch of guys that make all-pro, all-stars, high-level players. There's not a doubt there. But there's a shorter list of athletes that just kind of they move the earth. Mm-hmm. And if you can get them, you have to at least make the phone call, kind of think about it, figure out what would it take. Sometimes the price is different on Monday than it is on Friday. And you have a responsibility to the organization to kind of flush that out. But then there's a point where, you have to make a very disciplined and smart decision, whether it's for now or for later. The Dodgers are in the best position you could ever be in when it comes to player transactions, is they don't have to do anything. they could stand pat and still have a chance to win a World Series.
They really could.
That's the power and leverage position to be in when you're talking about player transactions, because the other team can't hold you over the barrel. They can't try to leverage you and get you to do something that you're not comfortable doing just so you can win the press conference and make it look good. And so since the Dodgers don't have to play that game with people, it really allows them, like you said, to be really disciplined and smart and have some other players targeted that, you know, if it gets to a point where Skubal doesn't make sense for whatever criteria they've set, they can pivot and go to someone else or to other players or to decide, hey, we like where we are. We like this team. They deserve the right to finish this out and go for a third World Series title and leave it at that.
By the way, right now the Red Sox are holding on to that second wild card spot. So to say that the Red Sox should also be in on Tarik Skubal is an understatement, but the way the Red Sox have been operating, I don't see that happening. I don't really know what's going on with that organization, which is amazing because they went on a huge tear, 14 wins in a row, and put themselves in this position. They are now holding a wild card spot with the sights to maybe go a little bit further. Frankly, if I'm the Red Sox, I'd be kicking the tires about Tarik Skubal as well, which is, again, the price tag for Tarik Skubal is going to be high. With this amount of teams that are contenders, with this amount of teams that would be kicking the tires on it, for me, the price tag for the Dodgers is going to be astronomical. Granted, you know how it goes. Prospects could turn into something, could turn into nothing. That is the way it goes. Every prospect is a lottery ticket. That's just the way it goes. However, is it worth it? It's just my question. Is it worth it for the Dodgers to get their hands on Tarik Skubal, considering the fact that they're likely going to be able to get their hands on Tarik Skubal in roughly 6 months? They just wouldn't have him for this October, but they could probably get him for the next 5 Octobers.
And that, I mean, again, that's the power position to be in these talks. And some other folks could maybe swing for it and pull it off, and then you land them in free agency, and you didn't have to give up any prospects. Like, you could compete to win a World Series title right now, and then also add that level of talent in the offseason that secures your ability to go for more World Series titles over the next few years. So that's a great position to be in. And if you can make a trade that could be potentially just as impactful, but you don't have to give up as much, that could be a smarter way to go. And only the Dodgers know truly kind of where that line is that they don't want to go beyond. And the Tigers also are in a tough spot, because if you try to play the game of leveraging people to give you too much and everybody decides to just take a step back, now you're stuck with Skubal going into free agency. You didn't get anything for him. Mm-hmm. And then that's how you get fired as an executive.
Completely.
Is that you don't actually do enough when you needed to with a player of Skubal's caliber. And so it's, you know, the next 48 to 72 hours until the deadline on Monday afternoon, it's going to be pretty active.
It's going to be very, very active. Very excited to see where he ends up. And this weekend's going to be crazy. I think this one's going to go a little closer to down to the wire on Monday. And listen, we're going to be live on Monday. Wouldn't shock me if it happened live while we're on the air. So we'll keep you updated on everything when it comes down to the trade deadline. But let's go ahead and bring in our hype man, Raj, right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, because it's time for the final out.
D-Fish and Deck know their stuff when it comes to trivia. Well, kinda. Let's see who'll make the final out.
Bring it, Raj. Bring it.
Yeah, I'm going to bring it, and I'm going to bring it because Derek Fish wanted the smoke. So, Fish, you talked about the top offenses last year. Now, there are different ways to determine the top offense. So, Fish, I'll let you choose. Would you like to choose, and this is NFL, by the way, top offenses in the NFL. Yes. Would you like to go by points or yards, my friend?
Let's go yards.
Okay, yards it is. Yards it is. So, top 10 offenses in the NFL last year by yards. You won last year?
I won last one.
Yeah, he waiting for his first time.
Yes, first time. Stop it. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead with the obvious. I'm going to go with the L.A. Rams.
Bonus points for you. They are the top scoring team by, did we say yards or points?
We said yards.
Yes, yards. Yes. And the Rams, I think, are top both of them, so it didn't matter. But here's where everything changes after that. What you got, Fish?
Dallas Cowboys.
Number 2 in terms of yards. You're right.
I'm going to go with the team that did better than the Dallas Cowboys last year in the standings, even though it might not be on yards. I'm going to go with the Philadelphia Eagles.
On yards?
Yeah. The Eagles didn't have top 10 yards last year?
Did you watch any freaking Sports Center or anything and how they were
hit him with
blasting?
it.
How they were
he's
blasting Jalen Hurts all year.
They blast Jalen
Dude,
Hurts
they
every
had one of
year.
the worst offenses by yards.
What was their yards?
All they did was a damn tush push if they got the ball close. Dude, they're not even, Hey, how bad are they? Tell them.
Yeah, they just ran Saquon the whole time.
Oh, well, I thought they did that 2 years ago.
Well, Derek Fisher is the champ, but you know what? We're a game. We're a show of second-hand chances. So let's do it by points then. Yeah, they're not even on there. Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, I know. That was just a horrible answer. You usually do better than that.
Oh, sorry. I apologize that I thought the Eagles had more yards. My bad.
No.
Then fine. We'll go with the Seattle Seahawks.
In terms of yards, they are there. They are number 8. There you go. It's over, though. But I was going to switch it up now and go to points. We're going to do the different categories.
Okay, go to points.
All right, what do we got points-wise? What do you got, Fish?
Dallas Cowboys.
In points, the Dallas Cowboys. Boy, y'all, I'll tell you something right now.
What?
So there you go.
I told you it changes.
Yeah, apparently
time.
drastically.
Yes.
Wait, how's that possible? I thought they had the greatest offense ever.
So here's what happens. So if you have yards, so let's say a team like the Baltimore Ravens, like Super Bowl year, right? Something like that. That team might be up there in points, but guess why they're up there in points? Because that defense forces turnovers and short field. So they got a short field to go down. They will score points, but they're not necessarily going down the field. So in points, here's how it changes. Since you guys will, Rams number 1 in both, in points and yards, right? Amazing offense. Number 2, the Patriots in points. 3, the Seattle Seahawks in points, but not yards. Again, dominant defense, short field. Pay attention. Buffalo Bills, not a dominant defense, but definitely good in points because Josh Allen gets it done. They don't settle for many field goals in a great running game. Detroit Lions up there in points. Jacksonville Jaguars up there in points. Dallas Cowboys were there in points.
Just so we're all clear. Okay, so Dallas Cowboys were there in points.
Yeah, I didn't
but
see
just
it.
so we're all clear here,
Yeah,
I'm getting crapped on because I had the audacity to say the Philadelphia Eagles, who were 11-6. The Dallas Cowboys were 7-9 last year.
Yeah.
I don't.
Do you
think
watch football?
But they scored points.
Yes, thank you. I watched it. Yes, I watched
Didn't you see
football.
the Eagles barely score points? They don't move the ball.
I apologize. I'm looking at last year off the top of my head, thinking a team that 11-6 might have scored some
Let's turn his
goddamn
mic
points.
off. You tell him, Derek.
Why are we yelling?
Yeah. They're cold-blooded.
My bad, Cuddy. My bad. That was a lob. You threw the lob too easy.
That's Derek's first alley-oop.
Why am I yelling? Because he's pissing me off is why.
True.
This clown back here is like, hey, we're terrible last year. They were 11-6.
Not for some offense.
Okay, but then did I get the buzzer even though I was right?
You did. So you're a double champ. You're a double champ. You know what I'm going to give
Wait,
you?
that's weird. He told you were wrong, and then he had to look at the list again and then tell you were right. So let's be real clear. Our judge is all over the goddamn
I'm
place.
crooked. But he won the first one, clearly. The Eagles take the cake. The Eagles take the cake.
All right, well, guys, listen, we got a whole weekend ahead of us of a lot of sports going forward. We're going to keep you updated on everything with training camps. Of course, the trade deadline, which is going to be going on all weekend. And D-Fish, we did it again. Another week in the books, my man.
Enjoy the weekend,
my man.
man.
You too. Hitting the links?
I hope so.
Me too. I'm going to give it a shot.
It's the plan, for sure.
Figure it out. All right, guys. Well, you don't want to go anywhere because Brock and Alex are next, and we'll be here bright and early on 6 a.m. right here on Monday morning with a new episode of D-Fish and Decker on the all-new 97.1 The Fan. Until then, enjoy sports. We'll see you. The Dodgers take the series against the Seattle Mariners and now get ready to welcome in the hottest team in baseball, the Boston Red Sox, this weekend in Los Angeles. And in the early days of training camp, we dive deep into the football weeds. On this Friday, it's Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He is Brock Vereen. I am Ben Stevens. In for Alex Curry once again. It is a Friday. We are talking about football. And Brock, I said it yesterday. Those are the two greatest words in the English language. We are ready for 4 hours of fun here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And we want to hear from you. 855-97-LA-FAN. That is 855-975-2326. The Dodgers take the series against the M's. The Red Sox on the way for a weekend set at the Ravine. And Brock, Rams and Chargers camps, we're getting reports of Justin Herbert's accuracy.
Ooh.
Matthew Stafford and Puka Nacua on the same page from the very jump. We love the football stories and headlines early in training camp. It makes you feel something in the blood.
And for those keeping track at home, which we know you are, we are 6 days from the Hall of Fame game, Arizona taking on Carolina in Canton, Ohio. That is August 6th. 40 days from the first official NFL action, New England at Seattle on September 9th. And 29 days away from college football, San Jose State at USC, August 29th. It is almost here.
Noon in the Coliseum as year number 5 for Lincoln Riley at Southern Cal begins. Today is the final day of July. Every time the calendar flips to August, each and every year, to me it becomes football. It is a football month where August will feature a football game being played. Of course, make sure you are following on all the socials at The Fan LA. Hop in the chat on YouTube, also at The Fan LA. And we have a great show all the way up to 2 p.m. Pacific here in Los Angeles. It's midday in LA. It is Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And Brock, yesterday we were previewing the series finale, the rubber match between the Mariners and the Dodgers inside Dodger Stadium. Start number 3 post All-Star break for Roki Sasaki after back-to-back stellar Friday nights in New York. First against the Yankees and then against the Mets. How would he fare back in the city of Angels? It was a pretty good outing. 5 1/3, only 2 earned runs allowed. The 6th inning got a little wonky, but the Dodgers had built up a lead courtesy of Mookie Betts, a 2 RBI double in the home half of the first, and a 3-run shot from Dalton Rushing, so they held on for a 6-2 win. Series victory number 24 for the best team in baseball. The Dodgers now 69-40 through 109 games in 2026.
A massive, massive game for Roki Sasaki. He had some impressive performances even before the All-Star break. It was not a matter of can Roki do it, it's can he do it consistently. Yep. And his back has been up against the wall throughout the year, but because there have been so many injuries, there's never been a desperation level to it. But there was an air of desperation of, man, if we lose Roki as well, not from injury, but just from a trust standpoint, what is there left? We are down to Yoshi and Robleski and Eric Lauer. So Roki felt that sense of pressure, and he showed it. That is, I'm not going to say it was his most impressive. I still think the performance against the Mets is his best of the year, and the Yankees was the highest stakes performance of the year, and he dominated those. But yesterday was the most lost batters have ever looked. He had guys in the batter's box with helmets popping off of their head like cartoon characters because they were missing that splitter. And for anyone who has been hearing for the better part of 2 years now about this young guy, Roki, who has a pitch that no one can hit, yesterday is Exhibit A of when that pitch is dialed up. There is nothing you can do. It is the perfect pitch.
It really is. And what stands out about how Roki Sasaki has constructed now these 3 outings post All-Star break, it was the overwhelming velocity in the fastball the first time he saw the New York Yankees in the first game for LA following the All-Star break inside Yankee Stadium. 21 pitches at 100 miles per hour or better. The StatCast tracking era in Major League Baseball dates back to 2008. That was the most pitches by any Dodger hurler at 100 miles per hour or better, topping
striking out nearly at 102 miles per hour in that start against the Yankees. It was that fastball. But then in the start against the Mets, in which he had 9 strikeouts against New York, it was the splitter. Last night, a combination of both. 7 Ks for Roki Sasaki in 5 1/3. And the first 5 frames for Sasaki, Brock, were outright dominant. Yeah. He allowed just 2 base runners for Seattle, both of them reaching base courtesy of a single. Nobody even got to scoring position in the opening 5 innings against Sasaki and LA. The 6th inning got a little weird. Cole Young, the top of the lineup for Seattle, hit a triple technically. Probably should have been, at absolute best, an opportunity for Young, the speedster, to leg out a double, but Andy Pages in center, trying to cut it off, slipped as he slid to the turf in the outfield grass, so it got past him to the wall, led to a triple. Randy Arozarena backed that up with an RBI double. The bases got juiced a few batters later, and Roki Sasaki with his 3rd walk of the night, his 2nd in that 6th inning, did allow a free run to score as the bases were loaded. But then Jack Dreyer comes in relief of Sasaki. 4 pitches. That's it for Dreyer. Gets out of the inning. Strikes out Rob Refsnyder, who was pinch hitting for Seattle on 3 straight pitches. Weston Wilson, next batter, grounds out on the very next pitch. So when you needed to rely on the bullpen in a critical juncture with the bases juiced, Dreyer comes in, gets 2 outs in just 4 pitches.
Bases loaded with 1 out. To be able to walk out of that situation with 20 pitches is massive with no runs. And Dreyer looked dominant. That was a big moment for him to be thrown into. The last couple appearances for him on average have been good because he's a Dodger and they command the best out of you. But there have been some pitches he would want back in some moments. So to see him in that situation not falter and help his team secure to get to the next inning without the Mariners scoring was massive. The offense was such a weird balance yesterday because, yes, they scored 6 runs. Yeah. They had a monstrous day. 13 strikeouts. 13 strikeouts. Yeah. So I'm going to chalk that up to the Mariners. They practice too. They're allowed to have good days. Yeah. Credit to the Dodgers. It wasn't the amount of hits. It was just making the hits count. And that's the biggest thing that jumped out to me. Only 5 left on base. It's been double that, nearly triple that earlier in the series. 4 for 10 with runners in scoring position. And when you factor in also Shohei being scratched from the lineup, it was reported fairly close to game time. I'm sure they knew beforehand, but a little bit of a lineup shakeup. Edman able to bat first and just not having the best hitter maybe that baseball has ever seen in your lineup, and to still again be able to put up 6 runs despite 13 strikeouts. That is motivating. Lastly, Freddie Freeman, since May 19th, leads baseball with a .338 batting average. He helped that with a hit streak that has now been extended to 9 games.
Freddie Freeman has been lights out, batting near 400 in the 2+ weeks post-All-Star break. He has been incredible in that 3 spot, did record a base knock last night. And it was the Dodgers against Brian Wu, who was an All-Star starter for Seattle in 2025, having a down year in his career this year. Picked up loss number 8 of the year, allowed 5 earned in 5 innings. Did have 8 punch-outs, to Brock's point about the Dodgers striking out as a team a bunch last night. But it was Tommy Edman getting on base to lead off the game for LA, courtesy of a walk. Andy Pages still in the 2-hole, looking really good in the final 2 games against the M's for the Dodgers to take the series. But then Freeman and Muncy got out. So with 2 outs and 2 Mookie Betts as that 5-hole hitter for Dave Robertson Company, with runners on and an opportunity to strike first, that's exactly what Mookie did. 2 out, 2 RBI double in the bottom of the first. And then, Brock, I know you are a huge proponent of Dalton Rushing. He stepped up last night. 3-run home run in the bottom of the 4th that put the Dodgers in front 5-zip. It was that cushion I thought that was necessary for Roki Sasaki to still continue the confidence. And when things got a little helter-skelter early in the 6th, for Roki to be pulled, for Jack Dreyer to come in and get those 2 outs, only needing 4 pitches, the Mariners, a couple of times in that inning, with the bases loaded, had the go-ahead run at the plate, and the Dodgers were able to escape with only 2 runs of damage. And then Teoscar Hernandez added some insurance. His first home run since early July with a solo shot in the bottom of the 6th. 6-2 win for LA. Series victory number 24.
Love seeing it. Absolutely love seeing it. What I don't love seeing is Andy Pages with yet again a major fielding situation. You mentioned Roki, who did run out of juice there in the 6th inning, and there was a little bit of hesitance from Dave Roberts just based off of where Mark Pryor, the Dodgers pitching coach stands in the dugout, lets you know how close Dave is to making a decision. 6th inning, he was standing right next to Dave. They knew that they were asking a lot out of Roki. However, I do feel that if that inning does not start with a triple and just take the air out of the stadium due to Andy Pages' error, I don't know if it was marked as an error.
Yeah.
It should be, even if it wasn't. That kind of led to the demise. That led to the walks. And if you are running on fumes, which Roki was a 90-pitch game for him, everything needs to go right. And it was a situation where they trusted Roki, but they did leave him out to dry a little bit, saying everything needs to go right for you to make it through 6 innings. And Andy Pages kind of let him down. And Andy Pages offensively, it was great to see him having success there in the 2-hole, which is just cursed for the Dodgers, by the way. No matter who bats there, whether it's Cal Tucker, Andy Pages, anyone in between, they just bat significantly worse than if they are in any other spot. I don't know why that is, but that is for Dave Roberts to figure out. But it was good for Pages to have a resurgence offensively on the back half of this series, games 2 and 3, because Dave Roberts had publicly said, maybe we need to realign some things, talking about Pages without talking about him. He responded there. Defensively, since the All-Star break, once a game, it seems like Andy Pages just makes a not a bad play always. Yesterday was a bad play, but a play that is not All-Star caliber starting center fielder worthy, right? So him taking a significant leap back defensively is I'm at a point where I'm concerned, not like he's going to be replaced, but concerned of if these errors happen during a playoff game, that's how you lose games.
Right.
So something needs to be fixed there, but happy again that offensively he's able to have a little bit of resurgence on the back half.
And the Dodgers in that final week plus entering the All-Star break were playing sloppy baseball. They have mostly ironed that out, and when you are 29 games north of 500 with a 69-40 record, the best in baseball, you can be a little bit overly critical of where this team is with a 12-game cushion in the National League West. Just to make it noted here, at the end of July, through 109 games, the Dodgers, of course, winning the division each of the previous 2 years, but they did not reach the century mark in terms of wins in Major League Baseball. They had in the previous 4 full seasons, 2019 and then 2021 through 2023. Brock, they only had 63 wins through 109 games each of the past 2 years in which they won a World Series. 6 wins better than that as we speak. Of course, they will not be judged by what their resume has looked like at the end of July, but simply what happens in October. Let's start with good, positive injury news for the Dodgers before we get to the big question of that left knee for Shohei Ohtani, who was kept out of the lineup from that leadoff spot on Thursday in the finale against Seattle. Kike Hernandez back in the lineup for the first time since the ending portion of May. The left oblique strain, Kike had only played 2 games this year because of the offseason surgery that he had, delayed start to 2026, comes back, hits a home run in the second game against the Rocks, and then, of course, injures the oblique and has been out basically for the last 2 months. He was in the 9 spot, did not record a hit last night, but good to see Kike back. If you haven't gone to the socials at the Fan LA, BTS Nick. What a videographer this guy is.
You mean Martin Scorsese?
I think so.
I think he's Martin Scorsese,
like a DP director of photography, Academy Award, Oscar-winning worthy of following and filming Kike Hernandez during warm-ups, getting grooved, getting ready to go. Also, a great shot that I think we are releasing soon on social media of that Teoscar Hernandez solo shot in the bottom of the 6th. That was some added insurance for Los Angeles. So to see Teo get his first home run since early July, to see Kike back in the lineup as well, those are good things for the Dodgers in terms of the injury perspective. And although it wasn't necessary for a save, Edwin Diaz did throw an inning in the 9th yesterday. Back-to-back appearances for Edwin Diaz, who, of course, appeared for the first time on Wednesday for the first time since the middle of April.
Yeah, having your 2 utility guys in Tommy Edman and Kike Hernandez, who both started the year, not with the team, or at least not healthy, and having both of those guys back and reliable and knocking on wood, hopefully no issues going forward, it's just massive because you have a Teo who was cold, had his home run yesterday, but say the cold streak pops back up. Say Cal Tucker can't really get it back going. Yeah. Just to have 2 guys that you can trust that can plug and play anywhere, and there's no concern about Kike getting it going offensively. Yesterday was his first game back, and even with not recording a hit yesterday, he's probably still batting 800 or something ridiculous because he was 4 for 4 beforehand. So I when we entered the year, those were the two injuries I was the most concerned about. Now, this was, of course, before Shohei started the season.
Yeah.
But having both of those two guys back bring a sense of comfort. It's all about the more you can do and the more bodies you can rely on when playoffs come around.
Yeah.
Having both of them back just brings a sense of calm, and that's a floor-raising situation, especially when you add in Mookie, who looks great. You add in Miggy, who can be plugged in anywhere in the infield. Feeling good. Feeling really good about the infield.
And Doc mentioned it. Dave Roberts said Wednesday ahead of Game 2 in this series against Seattle, it's starting to feel like we're becoming whole again. Blake Snell, lights out, 4 shutout innings, and more than likely his final rehab assignment for Single-A Ontario. Tyler Glasnow throwing multiple live innings of bullpen practice of BP for the Dodgers inside Dodger Stadium. Some of the relievers, Gavin Stone, Ben Kasparis making his way back. Also guys like Blake Trinan. Really good injury news. Some good injury news on Will Smith. The neck finally feels healthy. He's back out there taking hacks, trying to get back into the groove. But that's been a component for the Dodgers, not just the Tarek Skubal conversation, as it's basically MLB trade deadline weekend ahead of Monday's deadline in the bigs. Could the Dodgers look for reinforcements behind the dish? Well, Dalton Rushing saying, don't worry, guys. Until Will Smith gets back, I got us. Dalton Rushing with that 3-run shot in the home half of the 4th last night. His second home run in the last week. He also had a home run in the series finale against Philadelphia last week against the Phils. He had a 3-hit game in the opener against Seattle, a 2-hit game in that finale against Philadelphia last week. Dalton Rushing, not just the 3-run shot last night, on a 5-game hit streak, has recorded at least one base knock in 6 of the last 7. You want to see that confidence for Dalton Rushing, who when he is on and is feeling it, has one of the most lethal bats that you will see near the back end of that Dodgers lineup, and it looks like he is starting to put those pieces in place.
The trust in Dalton Rushing has always been there from a baseball standpoint, right?
Yeah.
Like Dalton Rushing, even last year when he was getting going, he appeared in maybe 50-something games. The rumored plan was, well, if we can't come to an agreement with Freddie in a couple years, we're just going to put Rushing at first base because we like how he can hit, and he's a really good baseball player.
Yeah.
Now, Freddie all of a sudden playing at an MVP level wasn't really part of the cards, and I wonder how that affects contract negotiations at the end of this year. But it was never about can he do it. It was him showing his immaturity.
Yeah.
And, you know, we've talked about it often here about how Dalton Rushing carries himself would be fine in probably 18 to 19 clubhouses. This just happens to be one that is filled with old school vets, that is filled with guys who don't respond well to that. And then when you cross the line of disrespecting Shohei on the biggest stage, that's borderline unforgivable,
Right.
but it seems like everyone's on the up and up now. So with Rushing, I personally love it, as you mentioned. I see it as bringing fire to a sport that typically doesn't have fire, so naturally everyone is going to back off. And I always love a guy. When you think baseball and you think conflict, you think of a bunch of guys bumping chests at each other, jawing at each other, spitting at each other's feet, and then a dozen guys in quarter zips come running from the outfield, and nothing ever happens.
Right.
I love Dalton Rushing because I love a guy who's like, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it. Like, I will fight you right here. Like, I love that energy as long as it is directed toward the other team, which leads to the Shohei situation that's directed at your team. So I love Rushing, but I can acknowledge why his temperament rubs people in that locker room the wrong way, rubs people in that clubhouse the wrong way. But can he play baseball? Absolutely.
Contained aggression. If he is going to bring the juice directed at the opposition and telling base runners get the F back when he is behind the dish, you love that. And if he is a member of your team, you stand that. But if he is a member of the opposing team and other fan bases don't like that, you might be able to understand it's a little bit of a nuisance. And of course, John Boy doesn't like Dalton Rushing, but he's on full board understanding all of that. And I think, Brock, just from what he has done, especially in the last week, because we saw that offensive pop and the spark early in April. 52 plate appearances through the end of April, had 7 home runs, 17 RBIs, had the best WRC plus, weighted runs created plus in the sport at 238. Major League Baseball averaged 100 of any batter that had 50 plate appearances by the end of April. That had really cooled down basically until last week in this string of games that he has put together since the series finale in Philadelphia through, of course, the series finale last night. A 6-2 win for the Dodgers. On the other side of the break, of course, we will discuss the latest in a long line of headlines of Shohei Ohtani injury news before we get you some football on this Friday. It's Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Midday in Los Angeles on a Friday. We set the stage for your weekend here on Brock and Alex. It's Brock Vereen, it's Ben Stevens in today for Alex Curry. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Dodgers last night at the Ravine against the Mariners, winning 6-2. They take the rubber match, they take the series victory number 24 this year. The Dodgers have the best mark in baseball, 69 nice and 40, a game and a half better than the Milwaukee Brewers for that best record, not just in the National League, not just that one spot in what would be an NL playoff bracket if the season came to a close today, but of course the best record in all of the bigs. But with all that good, Brock, of course, we continue the ongoing saga that basically is updated on a daily basis of Shohei Ohtani's injury status. Of course, we know that Ohtani is not on the bump. But yesterday, some of that left knee soreness that has plagued him basically the entirety of this year and will through the remainder meant that Shohei did not lead off and did not DH for Dave Roberts atop that lineup. It was shared that following Wednesday's game, Shohei went to the trainers and said, this is really kind of bugging me. The trainers then spoke with Dave Roberts, the open line of communication. Shohei wanted to go, but they thought it was best just to give him the day off on Thursday. They expect Ohtani to return to the lineup tonight on a Friday as they get ready to welcome in the Boston Red Sox for a weekend series here in L.A. We do this update on a daily basis, so we know of Shohei Ohtani's left knee inflammation, and we know the soreness that it has caused for him. But when he misses a game as the leadoff man and the designated hitter for the Dodgers, does it make you any more concerned?
Yes, and what I would love to hear is Dave Roberts say, you know what? I have been pretty wrong about the updates I've given you. It has not been intentional. Sometimes it has been a miscommunication between Shohei's pain tolerance. Sometimes Shohei has seemingly been dishonest about how much pain he's actually in. It is best for me to just update you every Monday. I can't believe I'm saying this as a member of the media. I just want less information because the more information we get, the worse it actually becomes. Yep. It is clear that Shohei does not realize or doesn't want to accept how much pain he is in. Mm-hmm. And because of that, the communication of what actually hurts and how much it hurts will never be, and it will never be accurate. Mm-hmm. All I want to hear is Shohei's going through some things, and this is the date that we expect him to ramp it back up. Yeah. Because these tiny little, it's like death by 1,000 cuts. For sure. It's these tiny little things of he's fine. He's not fine. He's in pain. He's in more pain you could ever imagine. Actually, he's fine. He feels great. Actually, he's back. Like it just stresses me out, man. For sure. So, Dave did say yesterday at the end of his media availability that all of this regarding Shohei is precautionary, but that would mean something if we hadn't heard that 4 times before this season. We do not need to see Shohei Ohtani for a month on the mound. And if he goes up to bat today and feels something in his knee, we don't need to see him for 2 weeks holding a bat. There is a massive lead being built. You brought up how many wins that the Dodgers have. Yeah. The last 3 times that they've won 100 games or more in the regular season, they haven't won a World Series. Right. It means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. For sure. It matters if the Diamondbacks or the Giants are on your heels in the NL West race, but they're not, and they won't be. You build up a lead for comfort. You don't build up a lead so that you can put your pedal to the metal. Yeah. Shohei, to his credit, acknowledged this. He said, I need to be at my best when it matters most. So I'm just waiting for a cold bucket of water to get dumped over everyone there and say, hey, let's reassess this, because the way we've been exchanging information and acknowledging things or not acknowledging things is wrong, and it's not helping.
And basically every time you talk about the Dodgers, because of the expectations as the back-to-back World Series champs and the very large favorites to make it 3 in a row, becoming the first team in Major League Baseball to accomplish that feat since the New York Yankees from 1998 through 2000, you say the Dodgers will not be judged by 162 in the regular season. Nobody will give a damn if they get ousted in the division series come October that they won 105 games in the regular season, or that they are 69-40 as we near the end of July. But just to put into context what Brock is alluding to there, the Arizona Diamondbacks are a wild card team right now in the National League. It's not like everybody else in the NL West stinks. The Snakes have been great in the month of July. They are in that second spot alongside the Philadelphia Phillies. They are 5 games above 500. And I say all of that about the Diamondbacks because the Dodgers have a 12-game lead for that top spot in the National League West. LA will, it is not a matter of if, but rather when, 10 will win their 13th NL West divisional crown in the last 14 Major League Baseball seasons. We were doing some charting today of the earliest the Dodgers have ever won the division as we near the month of August. Since moving to Los Angeles, the earliest the Dodgers ever clinched a divisional crown was back in the 2022 campaign. On September 13th, they beat the D-backs. At that time, they had a 20.5 game lead over the San Diego Padres. They were 98-43 on September 13th. Are the Dodgers going to get there? It would take a Herculean effort in the next month and a half, but they are going to clinch this division by some component probably 2 weeks before this season comes to a close. So the necessity of Shohei Ohtani, if he is not at 100% health, probably is not there right now for the Dodgers. Now, Shohei Ohtani wants to be there. Shohei Ohtani wanted to still play yesterday. The training staff, along with Dave Roberts, decided it was probably for his best purpose to sit this game out. And I think, Brock, that is the concern if you want to feel concerned because of all of the updates that we receive in regards to Shohei Ohtani. That we can all understand why the left knee soreness and inflammation along with the biceps injury, and Shohei spoke with the media for the first time in nearly 2.5 weeks on Tuesday after the opener against Seattle. We can understand that he is not going to be on the bump as the two-way superstar that he is, but the value of his bat is still necessary for the Dodgers in winning a World Series. So when that left knee inflammation continues to cause him harm and discomfort to keep him out of even being the DH guy to lead off, I think you're like, well, this is all starting to add up ever so slightly that it is a little bit concerning, just to say the least.
And now is the time, if you are going to take a rest, now is the time to sit him down. The Brewers are going to be a problem, but the Dodgers are going to play the Brewers in the playoffs anyway at some point because that's just what's going on there. The Braves are in a hole because they haven't had Ronald Acuna for a while. He's back. They're going to get better. They are going to start closing the gap on the Dodgers. The Phillies are in a hole right now, really in large part to the Dodgers kind of stomping them out, and they haven't really looked. They didn't necessarily look great before that, but the Phillies will be present. They are going to figure it out. So the Braves and the Phillies, who you are going to be competing with for that second seed, assuming that Milwaukee jumps the Dodgers if Shohei does have to sit, but that may not even be the case. The thing is, you have 4 teams, and everyone wants that 1 or 2 seed, right? Mm-hmm. You have a massive, just a lot of wiggle room between the NL East. Yeah. Take advantage of it because as the season goes on, that gap is going to close. And to look up in late August and the Braves are only 5 games behind and the Phillies are now only 9 games behind and sitting there saying, we really need to rest Shohei. It's too late now.
Right.
It's go time now.
Yeah.
Now you have to put the pedal to the metal. Now is the time to rest. You build leads to take advantage of them.
Absolutely so. You literally build those advantages to take advantage, and so that when October comes, you can have all the rest necessary for this Dodger team that is still the best in baseball, despite the litany of injuries they have gone through this year. I did think the final optimistic thing that Dave Roberts said in regards to Shohei Ohtani was his final quote, basically, of his media availability. Shohei understands his value to this team, which is placing the team and their goals of winning that 3rd straight World Series championship ahead of his own individual goals. Basically, in baseball, because of its daily nature, you get those updates. And we have had that daily injury update for Shohei Ohtani in the discomfort in his left knee. That's also the case during training camp here in Los Angeles. So now we go to Rams camp, where entering his 4th year in the National Football League, Puka Nacua has looked all the part of a superstar, according to camp reports. He is playing with some additional speed. He looks like a true number 1 on the outside, of which we know that Puka Nacua can absolutely be. Reports from the Athletics' Nate Atkins is that everybody is looking pretty good in the first few practices for the Rams at LMU in their first 4 days of practice. But Puka Nacua has an additional elevation that we have seen for one of the best receivers in the NFL. However, earlier on this Friday, an interesting update from the NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, reporting that the Rams are unlikely to extend Puka Nacua before the regular season. According to Rappaport, the team wants to see continued personal growth, accountability, and stability from Nacua away from football before making a major financial commitment. And Brock, I said it last week on Countdown to Training Camp Week here on the new 97.1 The Fan. That was my number 1 storyline for Rams training camp. Would there be a contract extension? What were the status of those negotiations between Nacua and the Rams to potentially be one of the faces of this franchise for many future seasons to come.
And if you're Puka, you are sitting there saying the only person I can blame is me. And that can either be depressing or it can be motivating. From what we've seen and heard from Puka so far, it has been motivating. If Puka Nacua had not gotten in trouble this offseason, he would be on record with $40 million a year. Exactly, Shay. So when Jackson Smith and Jigba got paid, Puka had to sit there and say that should be my money. And it's not because of my actions off of the field. When you act out, you lose your spot in line. The same way that if you're in line for the bathroom at a Laker game and you run out to get popcorn, you can't just run back and get your place in line. You acted out, so there are other needs that we need to address. Other people need to get paid. You've lost your spot in line. You can get back in line, but you are not just going to hop it. So you have Aaron Donald. You have a potential trade for Vita Vea. You have the young D-tackle and Kobe Turner. You have young edge and Byron Young. You have offensive lineman Steve Avila. You have veterans like Devontae Adams, who's in an expiring contract. Kobe Parkinson, the tight end, is in an expiring contract. Puka lost a spot in line. Will all those guys get paid before him? No. But if you are Puka or you are his agent, you have no right to ask, why aren't we talking about my contract? Right. You know what the situation is. And if Puka hadn't gotten in trouble right now, he wouldn't be practicing because he would be holding out for a contract.
Yeah.
He lost all that leverage. He lost his spot in line, and now he's going to have to wait until the Rams are ready for him to sign.
And it seems as though Puka himself is very cognizant of that fact, that he is aware that he needs to prove that level of maturity. We haven't heard from Puka Nacua all that often this offseason since emerging out of that holistic care treatment facility that he entered back in the spring. We did hear from Puka on Wednesday at Rams training camp. Here's what Nacua had to say about what this offseason has meant in terms of his own personal growth.
I feel very confident about that. I think continuing some of the things that I was able to establish into my routine, trusting and in closing, I think my circle of trust and allowing the people that I feel like have the inside parts of my life to continue to communicate and trust the people I think who are around me. And I owe a great thank you to my support system, but especially like my family through this time. There have been things that obviously have happened this offseason that haven't been the truest reflection of the person I feel like I am and how my mother raised me. And there's definitely been conversations with her to apologize, but also for her to say that she supports me. And also my brothers are I think my biggest critics as well. So I'm like there were some intense conversations, but loving conversations in order to see improvement.
This is what you would expect Puka Nacua to say. You want to see him play the mom card. Yes, he is playing the card, but that's what he should be doing. And Brock, it's those moments of that personal reflection and the understanding, not the whining or complaining about his situation, but the understanding of his role in it that I think the Rams are looking to continuously see before they make that large, and it would be very large, financial investment into Puka Nacua, not just for 2026, but for 2027 and beyond, to be one of the cornerstones for this organization to build around.
Puka, I believe, has 3 brothers. I know he's the youngest. I believe he's the youngest of 4.
Yeah.
So his mom and 3 older brothers know him better than he knows himself. And there is a natural feeling, I'm a younger brother, and there is a natural feeling of, yeah, I let Coach down. I let Matthew Stafford down. Oh, I let my brother down. I let 3 of my brothers down. I let my mom down. Mm-hmm. And it's one of those things where, yes, you can sit here and say, well, it shouldn't have taken that for him to wake up. The goal is, the important thing is it sounds like he's woken up.
Yeah.
And rock bottom is a phrase that I'm using tongue in cheek here, but he still has millions of dollars and gets to play football. You know,
right.
There's obviously people in worse situations, but from a personal standpoint in his life, I'm sure this was rock bottom. And sometimes you need your mom to remind you, I have sacrificed so much for you to be in a position to achieve wealth of your wildest dreams.
Yeah.
His brothers played football. They played at a D1 level. At least 2 of them did. They would dream of this opportunity. Mm-hmm. And sometimes there's just a sobering moment of, wow, I'm really close to throwing this all away. Let me go out there and ball, because while Jamar Chase, Jackson Smith and Jigba, and Justin Jefferson, most people would consider them better receivers than me, I'm willing to do things that they're not willing to do. Yeah. I'm involved in the run game, and Sean McVay uses me that no other receiver can be used. That is my calling card. I am not going to ruin this.
It is not a question of Puka Nakua's football ability or his performance. It is only a matter of his mentality and his maturity level moving forward. But to see him understand that, to say the right things, and then on the actual football field go out there and ball with an extra step for a guy that has already set NFL records in his first 3 years of the National Football League, a very good sign for the Rams. We will talk about the finances of this LA organization in both 2026 and beyond as we continue the training camp updates throughout our 4 hours here on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Up next, it's Do You Care LA on a Friday. Welcome you back to a Friday right here on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He is Brock, I am Ben, not Alex, but filling in today for Alex Curry as we set the stage for your weekend. We are weekend ready. The Dodgers will host the Boston Red Sox for a 3-game set. Boston, the hottest team in the bigs in the month of July. We'll preview the opener tonight on a Friday. I am returning to Dodger Stadium for the first time since the summer of 2016 tonight. It's been a decade. Now, you might say, Ben, you're here in Los Angeles. I didn't live in LA for the entirety of that decade, or actually for any of that decade. So very excited to be back at the Ravine on this Friday. We'll hear about Brock's weekend plans as well. The immortal Vin Scully joining us on a Friday. And right now, how else would you want to spend a Friday midday in Los Angeles than Do You Care LA? Shay,
The
take
sports
it away.
world is talking. But what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
Happy Friday, y'all. Happy 6th Day.
Hey, can we also call out the merch that our man, producer Shay, is rocking?
Come on.
North End, one of the greatest bars in history in Hermosa Beach, California, where a lot of the Los Angeles Kings go, and they have celebrated with the Stanley Cup in said watering hole. Shay, it's Six-Man Friday, man. How you
Six-Man
feeling?
Friday. North End is also our sponsor for Six Man, so we're hyped out. Yeah, my team is currently bleeding on the sand and putting their blood and sweat and doing what they can to make it to Saturday. We'll see if we make it to Saturday.
Shay,
but
can you remind the lovely people what Six Man is for those who were not with us yesterday?
Of course I can. So Six Man is a traditional volleyball tournament that happens once a year. It happens in Manhattan Beach, and it's basically where alcohol meets professional volleyball. It's a good time. It's good volleyball, and it's good drinks too. So it's a party on the beach. If you guys got no plans this weekend, it's not just volleyball players that are allowed. Everyone's allowed. You can watch. You can see celebrities. You can see fun people, and you can see me. Maybe Ben might come too tomorrow. I don't know. You said he might.
I hope so. I have to work tomorrow afternoon. I don't get off until 4. I'm really, really hoping that the party is still going. So I want to go to Shellback. I want to stop by North End on my way over to Manhattan Beach. I want to be involved. I want to see Shay out there. Set. Spike.
Yes, sir.
Producer Shay. He said he's not going to play a lot, that he is the bench warmer on like a 49-person six-man roster, by the way. I thought it was six-man maybe with one additional
depth.
sub.
It's all about depth. Did
yeah.
we learn nothing about the Lakers this year? You got to have depth. You got to have options.
Look at the
Building
Rams
it like
tight
the
end
Thunder
room.
and the Spurs.
Look at the Rams tight end room. It's all about
we'll talk 13 personnel, brother. Don't you worry.
All right, guys. Do you care, LA? It's the segment where I tell Ben and Brock different stories from around the sports world, and they tell me if they care from a sports perspective, guys. This one was honestly a surprise to me. Debo is heading back to San Francisco. So Debo Samuel is returning to the 49ers on a 1-year deal worth up to $7 million. That's a bag, if you ask me. After spending last season with Washington Commanders, San Francisco needed receiver help after Ricky Pearsall suffered swelling in his right knee and Christian Kirk missed practice with a strained calf. So the wide receiver room is a little thin. Do you care, LA?
$7 million is a lot of money.
Yeah.
Can't confirm. Can't confirm that. So I think there's two things here. One, we do care because the Niners' success or lack thereof affects the Rams. There's the Debo aspect of it where I don't know if a player needs a resurgence here more than Debo. I fear that I always judge things off of 5 years from now. If I explain this player to someone 10 years younger than me, are they going to acknowledge it? And right now, how impactful Debo was and really revolutionary in his early days when he was first drafted in San Francisco are kind of tossed to the wayside. Last year in Washington didn't go the way that they expected. On the flip side of it, it's really sad that Ricky Pearsall is just unfortunate event after unfortunate event. I don't feel bad for the Niners because they amassed, this is separate from Pearsall, this is to Christian Kirk and Mike Evans when he inevitably has a hamstring situation. They just gathered the most injured players that have ever lived. So this is what San Francisco signed up for. But we do care because Debo is a friend of the show and we want him to have a resurgence.
Listen, we do care, absolutely, here in Los Angeles, because anytime that anything happens with the 49ers, the Rams should care about it. It is the divisional rival. It is a team that won 12 games last year. You are playing them twice a season in the NFC West, including the opener in fewer than 6 weeks' time down in Melbourne, Australia. Now, is this Debo Samuel of 2021 form? Absolutely not. So we don't care necessarily in terms of Deebo Samuel moving the needle to elevate the Niners from a playoff contender to a Super Bowl contender, but you care because Deebo is back in San Francisco. I was surprised to learn that Deebo Samuel's contract had ran out last year in Washington after the trade, but that was the final year of the contract that he signed with the Niners back in the offseason of 2022. I think he's probably happy to be back with the 49ers. To your point, they need all the depth they can amass, especially at the wide receiver room. There's concern that Ricky Pearsall might not play at all this year. Brandon Ayuk has gone persona non grata up there by the Bay, and of course Christian Kirk, acquired this offseason, has a calf strain. When you have a calf strain this early in camp that is keeping you out from practices, calves are nothing to trifle with because it could lead to far more significant issues. So the Niners are already off to a bad injury start for a team that, frankly, has been injured more than any other in the last few seasons in the NFL.
Perfectly said. And no matter who is healthy for the Niners, Kyle Shanahan's still going to find a way to win 12 games, so there'll always be a threat. But why you bring back Deebo as well is because Christian McCaffrey had more than 400 touches last year.
Yeah.
How he made it through the year healthy is actually a miracle, but they don't want to have to play that card again. So Deebo gets to go back to his role of slot wideout, and sometimes running back in some funky formation. So Deebo's learned that the grass isn't always greener. He's come back home, and he's going to get a whole lot of touches because of it. We do care.
Deebo invented his own position. He called himself a wide back in 2021. So the wide back is back for the 49ers. The fact that Christian McCaffrey was the only guy that was not significantly injured last year for the 49ers is astounding. So yes, Brock said it. We do care here in Los Angeles.
Let's go on to the next one, guys. But a quick fun fact real quick. 49ers tight end George Kittle. He's actually making his acting debut in Dinosaurs of the Wild West series. I don't even know what that is, but I just saw this real quick.
Is this animated or?
Sounds like a Taylor Sheridan.
It's an 8-episode Frontier series from filmmaker Luke Spark, the creator of Primitive War. He is due to play an original character in the new Frontier, complete with his own dinosaur.
So I am looking at a photo of this.
Oh, wow.
And it is literally a cowboy riding a dinosaur holding a lasso. So
I'm actually kind of surprised it hasn't been done yet.
Guys, I might check this out. This is kind of up my alley.
You said cowboys and dinosaurs?
It's a cartoon.
It sounds like
Is it a cartoon?
From what I'm looking at, it is a heavy CGI. Like, obviously, this was shot entirely in front of a green screen. Congrats to George Kittle.
Yeah.
I'll give the pilot a shot. Okay.
He's done WWE, he's done commercials, but it's his first time doing something like this.
Go get that Emmy, brother.
This sounds like something that Shea and his Hollywood business partners would be behind the production of.
I wish I was behind this. Are you kidding me? Dinosaurs and cowboys?
We're going to watch the trailer for this during our break because this is kind of winning me over a little bit.
Love it. We're going to have to. Do you care, LA, guys? This segment where I tell Brock and Ben different stories from around the world. We started with the Niners. We're going to Tony Romo next. So Tony Romo placed on leave by CBS. CBS Sports has placed Tony Romo on leave following his arrest last week on suspicion of driving under the influence. Romo was cited after a traffic stop in Wisconsin. The videos were kind of amazing. I'm not going to lie, guys, coming out. The deputy said he performed poorly on field sobriety tests and had an open container of alcohol. He, by the way, did not seem to care. He was smiling the entire time. A test for intoxication after his arrest. So with Romo out, J.J. Watt will step in as the CBS lead. Do you care, LA?
If you like football, I think you have to care. Mm-hmm. If you care about people driving safely, I think you have to care. We'll start with I hate using the word positive, with the silver lining of this. J.J. Watt is phenomenal.
Yeah.
J.J. Watt is incredible. J.J. Watt is a superstar, and when Tony Romo's contract ran out, J.J. Watt would be the A guy anyway. So this just kind of speed runs. Like, yes, J.J. Watt is being thrown in here, but he's going to be ready. He's going to kill it. And for those who maybe didn't watch the B game that J.J. was on last year, he is incredible. So happy for J.J. Unfortunate how this is how it came about. For Tony Romo, man, I mean, you're making $1 million a game to talk about football.
There's Ubers in Wisconsin.
Tons of them.
Listen, he might have been up in rural Wisconsin playing golf. He was at the Wisconsin State Amateur. Guy had a couple of beers on the course. Just don't get behind the wheel. The memes that have come out from this, though, there was an AI video of Tony Romo in that field sobriety test, replicating the Dak Prescott hips warm-up.
The salsa meme.
Yeah, that was pretty good. And then also just the responses of, Tony, sir, should you be behind the wheel with the, I don't know. Jim. But again, don't drink and drive, especially if you're like a multi-millionaire. Just have a private driver or call an Uber.
There is something to, because you do see it with very powerful people, especially athletes. There is something to the ego of I'm built different, because you literally are. You look at Tiger Woods, who has flipped his car once a year for the past decade. Like there's just something about the pride and ego where I have all the money in the world. Matter of fact, I could approach anyone in this bar and they'll drive me home. Like,
for sure.
I'm Tony Romo, and yet you get behind the wheel. So thank God he was the only one at risk here. And thank God he and other strangers are still alive and there wasn't a fatal accident. But I will spin it as happy for J.J. Watt.
Good.
And he's going to crush it. He's going to crush it.
Give us the last one, Shay.
All right,
Quick.
guys, on to the next one. Terry Rozier is back in the headlines. So Terry Rozier's legal team has filed a motion to dismiss 2 federal charges tied to allegations that he helped bettors profit from his performance in a 2023 Hornets game. Prosecutors claim Rozier accepted up to $100,000 to leave the game early. Do you care?
Don't care. He's stupid.
Yeah, he's pretty dumb. I also don't care about this. What I do care about is the integrity of sport. Listen, I've been involved with a lot of sports betting media companies. We cannot put the integrity of the game on the line with athletes getting involved. The only good thing is, because of the legalized nature of it, this is so much easier to report and track than it would have been if this was tied into the dark underbelly of sports betting in years past.
Perfectly
That's
said.
hour number 1. Hour number 2 of Brock and Alex on this Friday. Up next on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Coach, you feel the juice, Coach?
LeBron James, LeBron James, LeBron James, LeBron James, LeBron James.
That was every animation from an audio perspective that you could have to start out a new hour here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. It is a Friday. It is a midday in Los Angeles. It is Brock and Alex. He is Brock Farine. I am Ben Stevens. In today again for Alex Curry. And what you heard as this hour began was the brilliance of producer Shay put on full display. I thought it was going to just be Mike McDaniel yelling at Jim Harbaugh from training camp video earlier this week. You feel the juice, Coach? Because we're about to talk some training camp updates for the Rams and, of course, a little bit later on in the show, the LA Chargers. But then we got everything in one. Shay, you got the juices flowing, though, on this Friday.
You asked how my brain works.
Literally.
There you go.
On full display. Thank you very much for that. 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Call into the show because I promise whatever you have to say is not as crazy as some of the things that Shay says throughout our commercial breaks. It is a Friday. As you said, Brock. Tomorrow is August 1st. That is a football month. We are less than a week away from the very first NFL game of the 2026 season. Sure, it's preseason. Sure, it's the Hall of Fame game. Sure, it's the Cardinals and the Panthers. But it is still football, and that is a beautiful thing. The Rams reported to training camp this past Saturday at LMU. They have conducted 4 practices so far. And it's training camp reports. You want everything to be positive, hopeful, and optimistic for the very strong Super Bowl favorites entering a new season. But, Brock, that's what we have here with some of the storylines that stand out from those early practices for the Rams so far. And I think in what we discussed earlier in our opening hour, Puka Nacua in the contract negotiations between the Rams and Puka's people, and the fact that we do not expect there to be an extension for Nacua ahead of this 2026 regular season is notable because of how the Rams are constructing things offensively. Puka Nacua and Davante Adams are, or maybe are, the best wide receiver duo in the National Football League. But for an offense as prolific, that was the best scoring offense in the league, averaging 30.5 points per game last year, with the reigning NFL MVP in Matthew Stafford, you might expect this wide receiver room to have 3, 4, or 5 guys that would be those top targets for their quarterback. Not really the case. It's really just Puka Nacua and Davante Adams who have both taken charge early in the first week of training camp for LA.
Yeah, it's a unique setup in that you look and see this is the best offense in football a year ago. Obviously, the wide receiver room is deep. Oh, that's weird. The quarterback was the MVP. Obviously, this wide receiver room is deep. No, not at all. It's actually really shocking how great of a year Matthew Stafford had when this receiver room is as top heavy as it could possibly be. Mm-hmm. You look at the wide receiver 3 spot. And there have been many attempts over the years to fill that void. Typically, you want your wide receiver 1 to be a possession guy, crisp route runner. You can rely on him in the red zone. That's the guy who makes all the money. Davante Adams has made plenty of money throughout his career. He used to be wide receiver 1. You could argue between him and Puka who filled what role last year. But last year, Davante Adams went from wide receiver 1 to wide receiver 2. Puka Nacua became wide receiver 1. He's the guy who your offense and really your passing game is essentially built around. Where Puka lined up dictated what the play was. And because he's willing to block, he's also involved in the run game. Puka was involved with every single play when he was on the field. Your wide receiver 3 is typically a really speedy slot style. They don't have to have speed. It could be a Julian Edelman. So you're either a crisp route runner or you're just a blazer, take the top off of the defense, as they say. The Rams did not have that. As I mentioned, over the years, they've made attempts. Tutu Atwell, his tenure was fairly underwhelming. Jordan Whittington, they made attempts. He had 18 receptions and 171 yards a year ago. That was year 2. He was the guy, if you remember preseason last year, this is Jordan Whittington's year.
Yeah.
Wide receiver 3 is up for grabs. Here he goes. Texas guy, tons of experience. And he kind of fell by the wayside and enter Xavier Smith. A lot of speed with Xavier Smith. 18 receptions, 300 yards on the year, though. Amongst those 3 names, Tutu Atwell, Jordan Whittington, and Xavier Smith, 1 touchdown among all 3. Xavier Smith, unfortunately, is right now mostly known for dropping the punt in the NFC Championship game, which led to Seattle scoring a touchdown and eventually winning the game. So Sean McVay pivots after Davante Adams gets hurt at a certain point last year and just goes to a 13 personnel thing. We will talk more about that in a second.
Yeah.
As for that wide receiver 3 role, it's kind of just non-existent.
Yeah, it's a really interesting strategy the Rams have taken in the NFL draft the last few years. Of course, they have not been a team that has accumulated a plethora of picks in the last few years under Les Snead, famous for saying F them picks. This year in the first round, they draft Ty Simpson, 13th overall. Many people expected the Rams to target a wide receiver early on in round number 1, especially with an LA guy who started at USC, Mekhi Lemon, on the board. They don't do that. They wait, in fact, until round number 6, where they move up a few spots to draft a guy in CJ Daniels, who played last year at Miami, played previously in college at LSU and Liberty. He is already 24 years old. Yes, he is a rookie, but after a lengthy collegiate career, a little bit more experience perhaps entering his debut season in the National Football League. And they are hoping, Brock, with his big frame, with his contested catch ability, that he can kind of emerge as that third wide receiver. And the early reports out of training camp is that CJ Daniels is showing exactly that. If you put the ball up there, he is going to go up and get it. And many have been impressed by his start to his very first training camp in the NFL. Now, is he going to become a top target for Matthew Stafford? That, of course, remains to be seen. But it's good early returns out of a guy you're hoping has high upside.
CJ Daniels, I was able to see him early on when he was at Liberty. Went from, like you said, Liberty, LSU, then the U.
Yeah.
And, of course, played a championship just this recent year. When he was at Liberty, I was able to call one of his games, and I can say for 6'2", 200, he plays so much bigger. What I mean by that is, think of Mike Evans. He's 6'5", 230. He basically plays football like basketball. He uses his back to box you out, and every single pass is treated like a rebound. That is CJ Daniels. He's not going to blow by you. He is a prototypical possession wide receiver. If you throw that ball within the range, if he can touch it, he can catch it. Most reliable hands. And he is essentially going to have an opportunity to, if Davante Adams and the Rams don't come to an agreement at the end of this year, because this is Davante Adams' last year on his contract, and he doesn't get extended, CJ Daniels fills in that role. What CJ Daniels is not is a wide receiver 3 that has speed. So does that mean he's not going to see the field? No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, with the way that the Rams offense is currently constructed, I don't know how often we are going to see him, Puka, and Davante on the field at the same time, because he does things that are really similar to Davante, and he's not going to threaten you with speed, which you typically want on those hashes. However, CJ Daniels will have a role in this Rams offense, whether it's this year, whether it's future years. Really excited about him. Big, physical guy, and he's listed at 6'2", 200. He plays the game like Mike Evans.
And it's a very difficult thing for these young bucks to come in and understand fully the schematics under Sean McVay. We saw Terrence Ferguson break out a little bit in the tail end of his rookie campaign in those final 10 weeks or so. Caught touchdown passes in both weeks 17 and 18 from Matthew Stafford, but it takes a while to adapt to the very complex structure of Sean McVay's system. You don't often see rookies be a impact contributor from week number 1. And it's all that you laid out right there. Why the update that we brought you in the opening hour of the NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reporting the Rams are not likely to extend Puka Nacua and give him that new contract as he plays in the 4th and final year of his rookie deal in 2026 before the start of this regular season. It was my number 1 training camp storyline for the Rams because we know the chips are all in for 2026. We know the additions of Myles Garrett, Trent McDuffie, and Jalen Watson defensively. This Rams team is expected to win a Super Bowl, and anything falling short of playing in Super Bowl 61 inside SoFi Stadium on Valentine's Day 2027 should be considered a little bit of a disappointment. But Brock, it's also the future. And the Rams beyond this year have many questions to answer and many extensions that they will need to sign. The tight end room, the reason they have drafted Terrence Ferguson and Max Clare. Tyler Higbee is a veteran. He turns 34 this upcoming January. How many more years does he have in those NFL legs? Both Colby Parkinson and Davis Allen are going to be unrestricted free agents at the end of this year. You're going to have to maybe give that second deal to many guys along your offensive line. Kevin Dotson, Steve Avila, Warren McClendon Jr., defensively, Kobe Turner, Byron Young, just to name a few. So it's interesting then that the Rams are not going to extend Puka Nacua, it seems, ahead of the regular season. They want him to prove that maturity. And I agree with that type of perspective from Les Snead in the Rams front office, but just in terms of the actual timeline and the finances necessary to keep Puka Nacua in-house, you are playing a little bit of a dangerous waiting game, because if Puka Nacua does play this season and there is not an extension by the time the season comes to a close for the Rams, early next March, they would either have to franchise or transition tag him to keep him in-house to not test those open waters in free agency, where regardless of his maturity level, there will be one of the NFL teams ready to fork up $40-45 million to have one of the best wide receivers in their organization for many years to come.
And that is the leverage that Puka Nacua has. Right now, he is firmly understanding, you heard the audio clip just a couple minutes ago, he's firmly understanding of why he doesn't have $40 million more in his bank account. And he's fully on board. Where you potentially could run into trouble is if week 6, 7, 8 come around and his agent knocks on the door of Les Snead and says, okay, he stayed out of trouble. He's obviously balling. He's got the yards. He's got the stats. Your entire passing game is built around him and your run game as well. He's willing to do things that no other receiver is willing to do, even the top ones. Let's figure this out. If the Rams are still then saying, we're not sure because of X, Y, and Z, as you mentioned, every single team, the other 31 teams would all love to have Puka Nacua because, as I reiterate, he does things that no other receiver is willing to do. He's willing to block. And I'm not talking about line up on the opposite side of where the run's going and play patty cake with the cornerback. He is inserting into a B gap and pretending to be a fullback and blocking linebackers. No one else is doing that as a wide receiver. One, other teams are willing to pay him. So the Rams right now have the leverage in Puka knows that he messed up and understands he lost his spot in line. The Rams' leverage is also that Puka wants to be a Ram. Who wouldn't want to play with Matthew Stafford? Even when Matthew Stafford is gone, because Matthew Stafford will retire far before Puka Nacua does, who doesn't want to play in Sean McVay's system? Who doesn't want to play with Myles Garrett and Trent McDuffie on your defense? Who doesn't want to live in L.A.? So that's the advantage that the Rams have. The advantage that Puka has, though, will kick in once you reach the halfway point of the season. If he is not extended by the halfway point of the season, then Puka starts to think, well, maybe I should just hit free agency and get in a bidding war, and I can get 3 or 4 more million. Maybe the Rams were going to – Jackson Smith-Njigba is averaging $42 million a year. Say the Rams were going to give him $42 million a year. He could say, well, if I wait out, maybe the Browns can give me $46 million a year. Yeah, I'm going to lose, but it's extra money. That's when those thoughts start to creep in. And God forbid, and actually, let me not say that because I want the Rams to win a Super Bowl, but for Les Snead, God forbid you win a Super Bowl, Puka has his ring. Now he's thinking, well, shoot, I'm just going to go get paid. Week 8 is the cutoff. Once you get past that halfway mark of the regular season, that's when a lot of players in any sport start thinking, you know what, let me just test the waters. I'm halfway there to free agency. I'm balling, and I know that the Rams are going to make an offer. I can drive up that offer if there's other suitors.
The price of the brick is going up. It is why those in the front office are trying to be financially savvy to have these extensions, especially for their guys on their rookie discounted deals as early as possible, because you can levy a lot of that big money that is forthcoming on the final years of the discounted contract of what your rookie contract is in the National Football League. And the timeline of this reporting is interesting. It's the opening 6 days for the Rams in training camp. Often in the NFL calendar, you see extensions happen at the start of the league year in the middle of March. You see big contract extensions and conversations had around the NFL draft. A few as you have those organized team activities in the offseason program in late May and early June. But if nothing is done, a lot of times right as camp starts and you're back in the same house and in the same building and everybody is feeling that positivity entering a new year, you see people sign the dotted line. For instance, Chris Olave signed a $33 million per year contract with the Saints yesterday. It was the 5th and final year of his rookie deal, drafted in the opening round back in 2022. Now, it does not mean the Rams could not extend Puka Nacua week 1, week 2, week 3, all the way up through whenever in the season. They gave Nate Landman a contract extension in late November last year because of what he had proved as a critical component as the anchor of that Rams defense. It's just you normally and usually see these things happen during training camp, but it does seem that both parties are very understanding of one another, which is a really good sign. There has not been any conversations from Puka Nacua of, I'm going to skip out on practices, I am going to hold in, pay me what I deserve or else. He understands his place in this franchise, but if the Rams are going to make that large financial investment into him, 2 wide receivers in the NFL make at least $40 million per year. Jamar Chase for the Bengals and Jackson Smith-Njigba, who you just mentioned, $42.2 million per season. He is the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. Puka Nacua is $40 million territory good. There is no doubt. But if Les Snead is going to offer up that contract 3 or 4 years, with all of the changing veteran parts of this Rams franchise, post Matthew Stafford, whenever that is, Puka Nacua has a chance to not just get paid, but to be a face for the Los Angeles Rams and a building block for this organization for many years to come.
And why I bring up the waiting in line aspect and how he lost his spot in line, that defense also has a lot of young faces who need to be extended.
Yep.
And you're looking at it, if you're defensive tackle Kobe Turner, who's become an instrumental piece of this defense, saying, I show up on time, I do my job, I don't cause trouble. If you're Byron Young, you're saying, I show up on time, I do my job, and I am as essential to this team as Puka Nacua is. Yes, he has the stats and the numbers, and as a edge player, the only thing people care about is sacks, but Les Snead and Sean McVay know that what he does is just as important as what Puka Nacua does.
Yep.
Steve Avila sitting there saying, do you like it when your quarterback is protected? You know, like,
for sure.
And we all act right and stay out of trouble. So that's where... That's why I keep bringing up the lose your spot in line, because those guys are not going to get Puka Nacua money.
Yeah.
So if Les Snead says, well, we know that we can trust these guys, let's just get them on the books, which is just going to push Puka's date further and further and further back. And, of course, Aaron Donald, who technically is still under contract for $30 million, and a potential trade for Vita Vea, who would then immediately need an extension. Like, you lost your spot in line, and now you have to wait until Les calls you. You don't get to call him anymore.
With the contracts currently on the books, projected for the 2027 NFL offseason, the Rams still have more than $64 million worth of cap space. It is the 6th most around the National Football League. They could also rework some deals, but you can't pay everybody, and there's a lot of tabs that are going to be coming due for this Rams front office, especially if it's in the wake of what everybody here in Los Angeles desires, a Lombardi Trophy and a Super Bowl championship, to not close that Super Bowl window, especially if Matthew Stafford wants to play in his 19th NFL season at the age of 39 years old. It is also one of the reasons, and we didn't really get to dive into this as much yesterday, we heard from Baker Mayfield, who, by the way, put in his own deadline of when he wanted that contract extension with the Bucs being training camp, and it hasn't happened. So there's a chance that Baker Mayfield is a free agent this upcoming spring following 2026. It is one of the reasons, Brock, that I believe Ty Simpson is going to be the next starting quarterback of the Rams post Matthew Stafford. Because one of the great things that NFL organizations can do is have a quarterback, your most important position, with a rookie contract, which allows you, with a discounted rate, to pay everybody else and maximize that Super Bowl window and roster outside of the QB position. Because if you spend the 13th overall pick on a guy that will have multiple years, more than likely, to develop under Matthew Stafford in Sean McVay's system, and by the time year 3 comes around, he is not ready to take the reins as your starting quarterback, it will go down as one of the dumbest NFL draft picks in recent memory.
I wish I had the optimism of Ty Simpson, the player. However, he's only given us a 15-game sample size. Right. Can he get there? Of course he can get there, because you have Sean McVay as your coach and Matthew Stafford, who, when he's not starting and literally playing football, is, from what we understand, doing a great job of being that mentor for Ty Simpson. It is a situation where if you are Ty Simpson, he has less of a runway to figure it out, because, as we spoke about, Les Snead has built a behemoth, and Ty Simpson is going to get limited opportunities in practice, and if they are not convinced that you are ready to rock, we're going to have to go get Baker Mayfield. So Ty Simpson, I know we keep saying it, but I don't know if there's a backup quarterback that has been up against the clock
for sure
more in recent memory. He has to beat out Stetson Bennett or else the first round pick is a failure. He has to be ready to go whenever Matthew Stafford retires. And he's not competing with Stetson Bennett anymore. He's competing with Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
He's competing, if it's 2 years from now, the Rams are going to try and trade for Joe Burrow. He has to compete with Joe Burrow. It's a very unfair spot for him to be in. But that is how the cards for Ty Simpson were dealt.
It is why the quarterback battles around training camp in the National Football League. What will the Browns do? Is it Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders? Are the Raiders going to trust the veteran experience of Kirk Cousins, or will it be the number 1 overall pick in Fernando Mendoza? What the heck is happening in Minnesota? Is it Kyler Murray or J.J. McCarthy? Of all of those battles, the backup quarterback battle for this Rams franchise is as compelling as any. And as we heard from training camp correspondent Lindsey Polaris yesterday, who brought us in the cheesecake, of course, as our snack connoisseur as well, early reports from Rams camp is that Stetson Bennett's slightly ahead because of that confidence and experience and the knowledge-based backing of Sean McVay's system. It does not mean that Ty Simpson is lagging by any means, and he has also shown some stuff early in the opening few practices. The good thing of having Matthew Stafford being in his 18th season at the ripe age of 38 years old, he doesn't practice on back-to-back days. So there will be a lot of reps and practice ability or opportunities for both Stetson Bennett and Ty Simpson to have. Later in this second hour, we go into the defensive mind of an NFL defensive back in the 2013 first-team All-Big Ten selection at the defensive back position out of the University of Minnesota, Brock Vereen, to dive deep into the football weeds of why 13 personnel really kind of innovated by Sean McVay might sweep the National Football League, and how you can become a smarter football fan later in this second hour. But it's trade deadline weekend in Major League Baseball, and the name that everybody wants to know where he's going to end up next is Detroit's Tarek Skubal. We'll have that conversation on the other side right here on Brock and Alex. It's a Friday right here on Brock and Alex. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He's Brock, I am Ben. In today on this Friday for Alex Curry as we set the stage for this weekend. This weekend inside Dodger Stadium, the Dodgers will get ready to host the Boston Red Sox, who have been the best team by far in the month of July in the Bigs. They are 20-4 as we play on this Friday, the final day of July 31st. But it's not the only big headline this weekend in Major League Baseball, at least here locally, because on Monday afternoon, around 3 p.m. Pacific, it's the trade deadline in the Bigs. And of course, all of that notoriety and attention will first and foremost be paid to Tarik Skubal. And whether the Dodgers need him or not, the Dodgers are always going to be involved in any trade speculation for the two-time reigning American League Cy Young Award winner or any superstar that could be potentially on the trading block. We didn't have a very big slate of Major League Baseball on Thursday. The Tigers did not play. They are 4.5 games out of a wild card spot in the American League. They have dropped 4 of their last 5. And Brock, although it's just a 5-game sample size, the Tigers needed to continuously stack up wins this week, early next week, to make sure that Tarik Skubal would stay in-house. It is now trending, it seems, that whether it's to the Dodgers or any other club in Major League Baseball, the Tigers are willing to trade Tarik Skubal. So, as ESPN's Jeff Passan reported earlier this week, Thursday or Friday could be the official announcement of potentially that Detroit has placed Tarik Skubal on that chopping and trading block. I ask you, after what we saw from the Dodgers last night, winning the series against Seattle, another confidence-building start out of Roki Sasaki, if you are Andrew Friedman, are you calling the front office in the Motor City to inquire about Tarik Skubal?
The first person I call is Shohei Ohtani, and I say, Shohei, we have not had the clearest communication throughout this season. I need to know right now, on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you in that knee and your ability to throw the ball with that bicep this playoffs? Based off that answer, that will determine if I trade for Skubal. If the answer is anything other than an adamant from Shohei, I will be ready to rock, I will be healthy, and I will abide by your training regimen, and whatever you tell me to do rest-wise, I will do without pushing back or fighting it. Anything less than that level of confidence, I'm going to get Skubal. Right now, the Dodgers pitching rotation has 2 solidified guys, Yoshinobu Yamamoto and Justin Robleski. Shohei Ohtani, as we just laid out, is injured. We don't know what the status is going to be for him. Roki Sasaki, while post-All-Star break, has been night and day and has been consistent, and 3 consecutive wins against three consecutive strong performances in wins is promising. If the playoffs started tomorrow, I'm not putting him in the level of confidence with Yamamoto and Robleski. Eric Lauer has been dynamite. He is not a velocity guy. He is a placement guy. He does get hit quite a bit, and he has pitched in big-time moments. He pitched against the Dodgers in the World Series just a year ago with the Blue Jays. I love him and the job that he's done and appreciative of it, and he's outperformed. I don't know how I would feel confidence-wise if this was the World Series. Yeah. And then Emmett Sheehan, who, to his credit, his last start against the Mets was solid, good, and better than he had been. But that's the point. It's better than he had been, which there were some very ugly, ugly moments in there. Yeah. When you go into the playoffs, you need a 3+. You need 3, and you need a 4th if somebody needs relief there, or just to have the possibility to extend their rotation if need be. Right now, the Dodgers have 2. Blake Snell we're waiting by the hour for an announcement that he's ready to join the Dodgers. Tyler Glass now is loosening up, and hopefully Shohei does not have any setbacks. But because you are sitting here with 2 confirmed guys ready to rock that you can trust in the World Series, because that's what you have to base this off, because that determines if the season is a success or not for the Dodgers this year, you have to go get Skubal.
It's a really interesting component, because if you were to ask me right here, right now, do you want Tarik Skubal as a Dodger fan, making his return to Dodger Stadium tonight for the first time since 2016, growing up with this team, loving this team, do you want Tarik Skubal a part of this postseason roster? I would say not really, because I don't think the return is ultimately going to be worth it. Tarek Skubal is one of, if not the best pitcher in all of Major League Baseball. He won 2 consecutive American League Cy Young Awards the last 2 years and has looked great since returning from the loose bodies injury that we have seen Blake Snell and Edwin Diaz both deal with. He has been lights out, basically. He did allow 3 earned earlier this week for the Tigers in what was basically a send-off at Comerica Park in Detroit. But again, Tarek Skubal is that guy. Is he going to make a positive impact for the Dodgers if he is dealt and acquired? Absolutely. I'm not sure it's worth it in terms of that return for the Dodgers, because if you were to ask me, and health is of course going to be a component of what I expect that Dodgers postseason starting staff to look like, 3 or 4 guys, with the positive injury news this week around Blake Snell and Tyler Glasnow, with how lights out Yoshinobu Yamamoto has been this season, those are your front 3. And then if you want to give me some combination of a couple of innings from Shohei Ohtani, paired up with a couple of innings from Roki Sasaki, and then we could also throw in Justin Robleski or maybe even Eric Lauer in long relief in those high leverage spots in the postseason, I think the Dodgers are fine. I think that pitching staff, that rotation with the back end of the Dodgers bullpen, Tanner Scott, Edwin Diaz, guys that we have seen perform maybe slightly above their heads this year, but that you can count on. Edgardo Enriquez, who is going to throw tonight in a bullpen-type game for Dave Roberts against the Boston Red Sox. Blake Trinan on his way back. We saw what Jack Dreyer did in just 8 pitches last night at Dodger Stadium to get 4 outs in big spots against the Seattle Mariners. I think the overall pitching staff, starters and relievers, as currently constructed, with Blake Snell and Tyler Glasnow returning and some sparks from Shohei Ohtani being healthy to give you a couple of frames in October, is good. And not just good, elite, to the ability of being that true World Series favorites matched up with the best offensive lineup in the sport. I don't think the Dodgers need Tarek Skubal. I would be very surprised if Andrew Friedman in that Dodgers front office is not inquiring about Skubal's status, and I do believe the Dodgers, Brock, can present the best package in return to Detroit. That obviously thus makes them a little bit of a front runner to get Skubal in the Skubal sweepstakes.
What I don't want is a trade for Tarek Skubal to not come with an immediate extension.
Yep.
That extension, I stress the word immediate because we have an upcoming lockout. Yes, there will be a lockout. Both sides are galaxies apart right now, and in a world where the MLBPA, who is kind of fractured right now due to their reshuffling of management, get taken advantage of and a cap gets put on, the Dodgers need to have as much money already on the books before trying to extend someone after or approaching him in free agency. So if you trade for Skubal as a rental, yeah, you can give up Sheehan, but when you start dipping into Dodgers prospects who are better than everyone else's prospects, that's when you start to lose the advantage there. So I'm with you in regards of a rental. I'm spinning forward in the standpoint of I'm losing confidence in Glasnow's future. I don't want to be in a world where Tyler Glasnow is pitching 20 times a game for the next 5 years or however long his condition is. I wish I had more confidence in the health of Blake Snell going forward. How many times does he have to get banged up before we realize, you know what, this is a lot of money, and if someone else can take this off the books, maybe that's something to consider. I think the emergence of Justin Robleski has, and I will admit, I am the president of the fan club. I am biased. I will put that out there. But I think the emergence of Robleski as a guy who can be in this starting rotation for the foreseeable future and can hold his own with the Yamamotos and the Shoheis, it's kind of reframing how I'm looking at this roster, not just this year, rotation rather, not just this year, but going forward. If that makes me prisoner of maybe not the moment, but prisoner of the past 4 months, so be it. But I'm preemptively getting ready for the hammer of God to come down on how the finances in baseball are structured starting next year. But that could also not be the case. So if nothing changes and you do all of these things and then baseball says, we don't even want a cap, I would sit there saying, oh, well, we didn't need to do all those things, you know?
Yeah.
So I get it.
And many insiders in Major League Baseball expect the CBA to look different whenever it is signed and put into practice at any point this offseason and this winter, but many do not believe there will be a hard salary cap, despite that being what the owners want first and foremost. A salary floor? Potentially. Tarek Skubal, by the way, is owed just north of $9 million for the remainder of this year. It is nothing the Dodgers cannot add on to the books and the payroll at this moment. But there are so many different components and conversation pieces to this argument. And I don't think necessarily, Brock, there is a right or more correct answer than the other. It is Tarek Skubal. Would he be a rental? Would the Dodgers be a front runner even this offseason if they don't trade for Tarek Skubal to land his services? Are they giving up too much if they were to trade back a controllable pitcher, of which Emmett Sheehan is, with Major League Baseball experience, and one of the many outfielders that are great and highly touted prospects in the farm system, like a Zaire Hope, like a Mike Sirota? I don't think Jesus de Paula is necessarily touchable right now for the Dodgers in any of those trade talks. Is that too much to give back? Should we focus on developing the farm system? Is it worth it to trade one of those guys to get Tarek Skubal? Do the Dodgers need him? What does that starting staff look like if fully healthy? And that if in any injury conversation is a very large if. There are so many different components and pieces at play here for Andrew Friedman and the Dodgers to iron out. Again, I'm not sure there is a right answer. I don't think the Dodgers need Tarek Skubal. If come Monday afternoon the Dodgers added Tarek Skubal and it wasn't an overwhelming return back to Detroit, I'd be celebrating it.
Right.
Because with that uncertain future in Major League Baseball, not knowing what 2027 and beyond has in store, I think there will be a season. I think it will feature at least 120 games, but there's a chance we miss some time. With that uncertain future in baseball, and the Dodgers on the precipice of making history in this sport and winning a third consecutive World Series championship, there is nothing that would hold me back from going fully all in and going after Tarek Skubal as well.
Let me ask you this. Between Milwaukee, the Cubs, Atlanta, and Tampa Bay, which of obviously Tampa would only be in the World Series since they're in the AL. Which of those teams, if Skubal says, I'm not going to be a Dodger, which of those teams would you least want to land him at the deadline?
The Brewers.
Yeah.
By far. Because if you have a 1-2 punch of Jacob Mizorowski and Tarek Skubal, you will be at least expected to be in an 0-2 hole.
Right.
Even if you have Blake Snell versus Jacob Mizorowski and Yoshinobu Yamamoto versus Tarek Skubal, the lines of differentiation are not a very wide gap, but they are going to be expected to outduel you on the other side and win those games. And if in a best of 5 in the division series or even a best of 7 in the CS, you are in an 0-2 hole, good luck to you, my friends. So that would be the one that scares me the most.
And that's where I'm sitting at, too, because the Brewers are tit for tat with the Dodgers. I think they are now behind maybe 1.5 games or something. But they're on pace to have every right to finish as the 1 seed in the NL. And for a team that you are positive you are going to see in the playoffs, barring any kind of disaster on there, and I keep going back and forth between... Is playing defense admitting that you are worried about that team? Because if you are worried about that team, are you admitting that you do not have the best roster? And I'm curious, Andrew Friedman, who is obviously every president or GM is confident, but he's not shy about his confidence and his ability and this roster. And I am just curious to how that much of it factors in, of saying, no, we have the best team and all of this thing, but we're just going to rent Tarek Skubal just so other teams don't get him.
Yeah.
And that is a play that can happen. However, that leads to it probably just being a rental. Because if you're playing defense, you're saying, I don't care where Tarek Skubal is in the future. I just care about this year. And that is what... Again, I'm curious what Andrew Friedman is thinking. I'm sure the phone is ringing off the hook and emails and text messages are going nuts. But I'm just curious how much of the pie does that weigh into it.
Again, I don't think there's a right or wrong decision for this Dodgers front office. If come Monday at the trade deadline, Tarek Skubal is wearing a Dodger uniform and being introduced at Dodger Stadium, I am sitting here, I am cheering, I am saying, hoorah, the Dodgers should be the favorites to win a third consecutive World Series. If they do not have Tarek Skubal and they keep arms in the farm system and there is continuous positive health reporting around Tyler Glasnow and Blake Snell and Shohei Ohtani, I am sitting here, I am cheering, I am saying, hoorah, the Dodgers should be considered the favorites to win a 23rd consecutive World Series. I do like Andrew Friedman just getting involved in these conversations because, as we discussed with Puka Nakua to start off this hour, the price of the brick might be going up, and you might be a Brewers or a Phillies or a Braves team that has to offer up far more if you know the Dodgers can present the best package back to the Tigers as well. 855-97 LA fan. If you are a Dodger fan, do you want the Dodgers to trade for Tarek Skubal? Give us a call. The Dodger discussion will continue throughout this show up until 2 p.m. on this Friday on Brock and Alex. But up next, it's time to discuss 13 personnel, what that means from the mind of Brock Vereen here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. A football Friday here on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He is Brock Vereen. He played in the National Football League. He played with the Minnesota Golden Gophers. He was a 2013 first-team All-Big Ten pick at the defensive back spot for the Gophers as well. And as we give you those training camp updates, as we get you ready for a new football season in Los Angeles on this final day in July with a football month of August very much on the horizon. There is going to be a football conversation you will hear if you follow the NFL, you follow the Rams all year long. It is a personnel grouping as the players line up offensively. It is called 13 personnel. So, Brock Vereen, let's start with a quick explanation of what 13 personnel means when football fans are watching on their screens.
Yes, you hear the jargon thrown around quite a bit. 10 personnel, 11 personnel, 12, 21, 21T. The first number is how many running backs. The second number is how many tight ends. 10 personnel, 1 running back, no tight ends, and the remaining number up to 5, because you can have 5 eligibles, are receivers. So 21 personnel, 2 running backs, 1 tight end, 2 plus 1 is 3, so there's 2 wide receivers on the field. 13 personnel, 1 running back, 3 tight ends, and 1 remaining wide receiver. So that is what 13 personnel is. What makes it unique is typically in a goal line situation, you'll see a bunch of tight ends. Low red zone, you'll see a bunch of tight ends. But to see it in the middle of the field, to drive down the field in 13 personnel, that is what makes it unique, when you see it used that way.
It would feel like an offensive formation used in the Big Ten Conference in the early 2000s, just to pound the rock and run the darn ball. But it was popularized by Sean McVay last year with the Los Angeles Rams. Because the NFL is a copycat league, we are expecting to see that basically around the National Football League in 2026. Let's first start with why the LA Rams are utilizing it so much and how it came to be in Los Angeles. And it ties back to, Brock, the conversation we had earlier. The Rams might have the best wide receiver duo in the sport with Puka Nacua on one side and Devontae Adams on the other, but they don't necessarily have that third or fourth wide receiver option where you would spread it out and just let Matthew Stafford air it out. So why do you think Sean McVay turned to 13 personnel a bunch in 2025?
It was out of desperation, and it ended up being a wild card that other teams just aren't ready for and ready to practice for. We talked about the lack of wide receiver 3. How last year was supposed to be Jordan Whittington's time to step up. How Tutu Atwell had a couple cracks at it over the years and wasn't able to fulfill it. Well, not having a wide receiver 3 also means when Devontae Adams gets hurt, you don't have a wide receiver 2 that you trust, because typically that wide receiver 3 can play the outside as well. So Sean McVay was sitting there thinking, I have a team that is capable of doing great things. I cannot let Devontae Adams' injury just derail this thing. We're going to leave Puka Nacua on the field, but he's the only receiver I trust. You know who I do trust is my deep crop of tight ends. I have longtime veteran in Tyler Higbee. We just drafted Terrence Ferguson, who we saw more so the middle toward the end of the year. He had a couple injuries, but he just had the offensive system to learn. And of course, we stole Colby Parkinson a little while back from Seattle. I trust that room more than I trust the wide receiver room. So we're just going to put those guys on the field.
And it's really interesting then how the Rams plan to utilize that in 2026. From the mind of a defensive coordinator, when you are putting together the defensive game plan for a guy that played defense in the NFL and at the highest levels of college football as well, if you see the opposing offense line up in 13 personnel, what exactly are they trying to take advantage of there on the gridiron?
It's funny that you bring up the college aspect, because it was Brett Bielema who made it very popular in the Big Ten. I went to Minnesota. Wisconsin was one of our rivals. We played them every year. And that was my introduction to 13 personnel. I grew up out here in California. We're throwing the ball left and right. Maybe we would face a triple option team every now and then. California is about speed. The first time I'm sitting in a meeting watching Wisconsin play football, because we're playing them that week, I'm thinking, why are there so many linemen on the field? What am I supposed to do out there? That is what 13 personnel is. It is, on one hand, the curveball of, you have not practiced against this offense at any point, and you have to dedicate special time to this. What I mean is, think of the military academies who play college football, Army, Navy, and Air Force. While Navy's kind of getting away from it, these are triple option teams. The frustration of that is no other team on your schedule does that. So you have to relearn an entire scheme. You're putting in a unique scheme that you have not practiced during spring ball, that you have not practiced during training camp, just for this week, and you're not going to master it. That's the element that 13 personnel can provide. No other team is running it as much as us. Teams are going to try to copy. More tight ends were drafted in this recent draft in the past 20 years than before. They're going to try to copy, but they're not going to be as good at it. The curveball it is yes, we got here out of desperation, but you have to put in so many new plays and formations. You have to tell your defensive line to play things differently than they have over the previous 7-8 games, and your defensive backs are going to either have to tackle more than they have ever had to tackle, or your linebackers are going to have to cover in the pass game more than they've ever had to cover.
In the Big Ten, they call it bully ball. Now at Illinois, under Brett Bielema, they call it barge ball. There's a lot of big bodies out there along the offensive line that make it difficult to read, to figure out what they're doing. And again, you're not just running the football down their throats from this formation. If you are teams like the Los Angeles Rams that have so many talented and athletic tight end potentials, you can use it to your advantage as well to try to expose linebackers in coverage or just make things difficult on the defense. And if it sounds like we're getting football nerdy, it's because we are, but we are diving into the football weeds so that you become a smarter football fan for a great year in football here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the new home for Rams fans in Los Angeles, because it will be one of the things that if the Rams are able to win a Lombardi Trophy and a Super Bowl championship in 2026, they utilize with the utmost success this upcoming NFL season. And it's a storyline for the Rams. Again, Puka Nacua and Davante Adams, maybe the best wide receiver duo in the National Football League. But there are many in that tight end room that present a lot of depth. And one of the names, Brock, that many, including myself, I know you have said the same thing, have highlighted as a potential breakout star for the 2026 Los Angeles Rams is the second-year tight end in Terrence Ferguson. So how are all of those tight ends, whether it's a grouping of Tyler Higbee, Colby Parkinson, Terrence Ferguson, Colby Parkinson, Davis Allen, Terrence Ferguson, how are all of those tight ends properly used in 13 personnel?
So you go back to I'll call it the Travis Kelce-fication of the tight end spot. Whereas historically, tight end was a guy who was willing to block in the run game and was just as happy to run a route. Travis Kelce comes along really on the heels of Jimmy Graham and says, no, I'm a wide receiver. I'm just really big. The 13 personnel is the resurgence of the tight end who can do it all. So, like I said, when you look to the sideline as a defense and your coordinator holds up a 13 over his head, meaning 13 personnel's coming in, he's either subbing in defensive backs or he's subbing in DBs. If a bunch of defensive backs are on the field in 13 personnel, they're going to run the ball because they're going to bet that the DBs that you have covering assigned for these tight ends, they are going to get blocked because we trust our tight end's ability to block you more than you actually want to fill in the run, something that you didn't really sign up to do when you signed up to be an LA Ram or play football, that we're going to have that advantage. If you put a bunch of linebackers on the field, we're going to say, well, our tight ends can also run routes, and we bet that your linebackers have not spent enough time covering in one-on-one situations against our tight ends. So we start at the top. Colby Parkinson, old school tight end, out of the Shannon Sharp cloth of I can block and I can run routes, I can do everything, old school guy, and he has been phenomenal. You look at Tyler Higbee. I'll be honest, kind of shocked that they brought him back. He's very old. I think he's 36 years old. 35?
He turns 34 in January.
Okay, not as old as I thought.
11th year in the National Football League. He's only played 13 games the last 2 years dealing with injury.
Thank you. Been significantly hurt. The age is creeping up with him. So he has the body of a 36-year-old, but he's only 34. I don't expect much of Tyler Higbee later into the year, early on in the year, while we wait for Max Clare to come along. We'll get to him in a second. Terrence Ferguson was a rookie last year out of Oregon. 6'5", 250 pounds, and at Oregon, he was able to highlight what he does best. Oregon is the perfect balance of smash mouth football with high offense explosivity. He can run by you. He is a true route runner. He can become Travis Kelce if he needs to, but he is just as happy putting his hand in the ground and driving you through your sideline. He is perfect for this. Max Clare, Ohio State. Last year at Ohio State was statistically his worst year, but he can do both. He can block or he can receive. I expect by midseason for the trio to be Colby Parkinson, Terrence Ferguson, and rookie Max Clare. If you put a bunch of DBs out there, we're going to run the football, and Kyren Williams is going to find the hole in this wide zone that we love. When you get pissed off and your DBs don't want to hit anymore and you put a bunch of linebackers out there, Terrence Ferguson is going to blow by anyone you have covering him, and Max Clare is going to be able to put his body on anyone, and that is what the 13 personnel is going to look like.
Kind of the proof in the pudding. Last year, of course, it was Puka Nacua. 129 receptions. That was the most in the National Football League. 166 targets, the most for the Rams. Davante Adams, second most grabs, second most targets on this team. Who had the third most receptions and third most targets? Colby Parkinson. He also had 8 receiving touchdowns. Who had the fourth most targets on the Rams last year? Kyron Williams, who is also going to be an addition to this passing attack for the Rams on the offensive side. Quickly, defensively, how does a guy like Trent McDuffie, the new addition for the Rams on that side of the ball, factor into his ability to defend 13 personnel because of all the creative things he can do on that side?
Because he's so versatile. Trent McDuffie can play outside corner. He can play inside corner. He could play free safety or strong safety. As he gets older, he probably will naturally transition to that, kind of like a Jalen Ramsey role. DBs who understand run fits, meaning, oh, this is power. I need to fit here. Oh, that guard is pulling. I need to go here. My linebacker's going to spill, so I need to be here. DBs are just not quite taught how to fit into the run game. So when you have a DB who can, you utilize it. Trent McDuffie is a DB that you leave on the field against 13 because he's fine hitting. He understands how to fit into the run.
And it's why the Rams got the two-time All-Pro performer for that very reason. You just became a smarter football fan here on this Friday on Brock and Alex because of Brock Vereen. We continue into our third hour on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Up next.
Coach, you feel the juice, Coach?
Producer Shay in his bag on this Friday, feeling himself ahead of six-man this weekend. One of the best athletic competitions you will see in the city of Angels in Manhattan Beach over the next few days. You will also see the Dodgers hosting the Boston Red Sox for a 3-game set that begins on this Friday night. I will be in attendance at Dodger Stadium for the first time since the summer of 2016. I moved back to Los Angeles a few months ago after more than a decade not living in LA. I am very juiced for that. We will preview the series against the Sox and what we can expect on this Friday. Dave Roberts and the Dodgers going with maybe a bullpen game as Edgardo Enriquez is expected to be the first arm out there for LA. The Dodgers took the series in the rubber match last night against the Seattle Mariners. They have won all 4 of their series post All-Star break en route to the best record in baseball as we near the end of July. It is 69-40, the mark for Los Angeles. And on this Friday, we have spent a ton of time going around training camp in Los Angeles. We have dove into the weeds. We have football nerded out with the explanation of 13 personnel in the biggest camp storylines for the Rams in their first week since reporting to LMU this past Saturday. The veterans for the Chargers showed up at the Bolt in El Segundo on Tuesday. They have had a few practices now under the belt. And Derwin James Jr. joined D. Fish and Decker earlier on this Friday morning to talk about camp and how it has looked so far for the Bolts as he enters year number 9 in the 3rd season under Jim Harbaugh. We will hear from Derwin in just a matter of moments. He is Brock Vereen. I am Ben Stevens. In today for Alex Curry. It is midday in Los Angeles. It's Brock and Alex. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And football coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Now, Brock, you played DB in the NFL. You know when you are watching a football game how great these guys are back there and the talent displayed. There are very few, if any, better at the safety spot, especially in his versatility, than that of Derwin James Jr. Who earlier this offseason signed another contract extension with the Bolts that made him the highest paid safety in the history of the National Football League for a second time in his career. The Rams have Super Bowl expectations to be playing inside SoFi, to be playing here in Los Angeles this upcoming February for Super Bowl 61. I think it's funny at times. We all expect the Rams, and they are leaps and bounds the Super Bowl favorites among everybody else in the NFL, to play in that game. But after 2 consecutive 11-win seasons under Jim Harbaugh, there's a really good chance the Chargers are right there out of the AFC playing in a Super Bowl in SoFi in just a few months from now.
Derwin James, we'll start with him. I always compare him, just so people have frame of reference, to Paul George, in that a casual fan of the NBA knows who Paul George is, but players in the NBA hold him in a much higher regard than fans would. Derwin James has spent his entire career as part of the LA Chargers. He was there initially when they were even in San Diego. So there aren't a lot of team accolades to associate on his resume because the Chargers have hit their head against the wall of the first round of the playoffs quite a bit. However, do not get it twisted. Do not let the uniform fool you. Every single DB in the NFL watches Derwin James, watches what he does. And this new hybrid Trent McDuffie role, Derwin James was the originator of. He was listed as a free safety, but if you go back as early as Florida State, where he played college and won a national championship, he plays every position. He could play outside corner. He could play slot corner. He could play outside linebacker, which he does play sometimes. He plays every single position. So before we jump in, I just want anyone listening who thinks, yeah, I mean, he gets paid a lot. He's on the Chargers. No. Derwin James is among the most respected NFL players of the past 20 years.
No doubt about it. And he has been rewarded as so. It's his 9th year in the NFL. He missed all of 2020 due to an injured knee. He has been a 5-time All-Pro and Pro Bowl performer for this Chargers secondary. The last Chargers playoff win back in 2018 was Derwin James's rookie campaign. And again, this is a Chargers team that has gone 11-6 each of the previous 2 years under Jim Harbaugh. Jim wins right away wherever he has been collegiately and professionally. But the one thing that the Chargers need to do this year under Harbaugh and in the 7th year with Justin Herbert is win a playoff game, something that Herbert in his 3 potential postseason opportunities has failed to do. And one of the biggest changes for the Bolts this offseason was the guy that will be calling the plays to get the best out of Justin Herbert into 2026. Again, Derwin James Jr. here this morning on D-Fish and Decker was asked about the addition of Mike McDaniel and what he has seen on the other side trying to guard McDaniel's offense for Justin Herbert and the Chargers. Here's what Derwin James Jr. had to say on D-Fish and Decker.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Mike McDaniel, man, I feel like he was a very missing key. And just having him in here, we've seen from all the way back to OTAs, we've seen looks, offenses, formations that I haven't really seen, and I'm in year 9. So just being able to have a guy like that, I know Justin and the offense loves him, and he always talking trash to us.
I love that Mike McDaniel in his first few days at Chargers practice during training camp is talking trash to the defense. Basically, as Derwin would say in that clip, he would tell us, hey, we're going to throw a slant route and then go for a deep ball. Hey, we're going to go deep ball and then cut him up across the middle as well. He is bringing that bravado and confidence, something that Justin Herbert does not lack necessarily, but has not had the playoff experience to see that victory. You could argue that the worst performances of Justin Herbert's career have come in the playoffs. The 27-point first-half lead that was blown in 2022 against the Jags. In 2024, the 4-interception game in Houston, more INTs thrown in a single playoff game than in the entirety of the regular season. Last year, with an overmatched offensive line that was riddled by injury against the New England Patriots, Herbert was sacked 6 times, and the Chargers put up only 3 points in Foxborough. But enter Mike McDaniel, Brock, and this is the hope and the optimism for this Bolts offense that McDaniel can change that and reinvigorate Justin Herbert's career entering year 7.
There are so many benefits of having a tremendous player on one side of the ball. Let's use Myles Garrett and keep it in Los Angeles. Myles Garrett, of course, makes the defense better, but Myles Garrett also makes the offense better because an offensive line has to practice against Myles Garrett every single day. That is going to make you better. That also extends to play callers. Mike McDaniel has reinvented the run game. He is the guru of designing runs and looks that you have never seen before. Derwin James and his defense get the benefit from that because they can have confidence going forward of, we have the best run game play caller on the other sideline in our locker room, talking to us every single practice, watching film with us, and we can learn from him. We get the confidence of knowing there is nothing any other team out there that we face this year is going to show us that Mike McDaniel has not already shown us. So I love that Derwin is highlighting, 1, how much different the offense looks, 2, how much that is benefiting the defense. So I really want to highlight that Mike McDaniel is, and if you have a good coordinator, which Mike McDaniel does, if you have a good quarterback, which Herbert is, you're having conversations once training camp's over of, hey, I noticed every time we did this, you do this, you should do this, or you should really look out for when this happens because I know that offensive coordinator over there and he's really going to highlight this point. You know, Mike McDaniel's been everywhere, knows it all, and I love that there's already a brotherhood being formed across the aisle there.
Mike McDaniel, for whatever relationship reasons, kind of flamed out the last 2 years in South Florida with the Dolphins, but you cannot question Mike McDaniel's expertise as an offensive mind. Some of the best offensive geniuses in the National Football League and play callers in this sport reside in Los Angeles. Sean McVay for the Rams and now Mike McDaniel for the Chargers. He had the Fins in his second year there in 2023 with Tua Tagovailoa, Tyreek Hill, and of course Jalen Waddle as the best total yardage offense in the sport and the second highest scoring offense in all of the National Football League. And again, it's training camp reports. It should be optimistic. It should be positive. But the Athletic's Daniel Popper saying that in the first few practices, Justin Herbert has very much been in the flow. He is getting up to speed with the rhythm of McDaniel's offense that wants Herbert to change his footwork, to put his left foot forward in shotgun formation, not the right. They are doing all of this to make him at his absolute best, so he doesn't have to just rely on that rocket right arm and shoulder, but he can trust the timing with his receivers, get them the ball in space, which is the beauty of what McDaniel does in the passing attack. Omarion Hampton should be salivating to be the running back under Mike McDaniel as well, with a healthy offense offensive line. That, of course, was not the case last year for the Bolts in terms of what that offensive production can be in 2026. Rashawn Slater became the highest paid offensive tackle in NFL history around this point last offseason, and then tore his patellar tendon in his knee, missed all of 2025 early in August in training camp. Joe Alt was banged up early, only played in 6 games, and following a right high ankle sprain week 9 of last year, missed the remainder of this season. If you can have those behemoth of individuals on either bookend of Justin Herbert and Mike McDaniel's offensive line, it is going to lead to more success. It might kind of sound funny, Brock, to just some football casuals out there, that when we say Justin Herbert is putting his left foot forward in shotgun formation instead of his right, or his drop back under center has changed from what it has been throughout his football playing life. But how truly significant is that for a quarterback, especially one that enters his 7th NFL season?
If you are currently listening at home or watching on the stream, stand up. We're going to walk through this. If you are driving, close your eyes and imagine it and just let Jesus take the wheel for a second. Just kidding. Please pull over.
Hopefully you have a self-driving Tesla. Yeah.
You are a right-armed quarterback. Typically, your right foot is just a shade in front of your left foot in your stance. Both of your feet are beneath your armpits. Now just take your right foot and put it slightly ahead. You're going to catch a shotgun snap, and because your right foot is forward, you can naturally rock back and take one step, and now you can plant off of that right foot and drive the football. What Mike McDaniel is now doing is allowing Justin Herbert to get rid of the ball even quicker by putting his left foot forward. Imagine it again. Your left foot is slightly forward from your right. You catch the shotgun snap, pick up the ball, put it right beneath your chin. Where is your right foot already? It's where it needs to be for you to fire off the ball. And that half of a second is the difference between Justin Herbert getting sacked and not getting sacked last year. Now, the offensive line is completely retooled. As you mentioned, Rashawn Slater's back. Joe Alt made a Pro Bowl despite only appearing in 6 games because he had multiple ankle injuries. As a reminder, they drafted Jake Slaughter out of Florida. He'll be the left guard, presumably, even though he's a rookie. Center Tyler Biadasz, who they signed out of Washington, is a monster. And Mike McDaniel brought Cole Strange to play right guard over with him from Miami. Completely retooled offensive line. Justin Herbert, however, when Mike McDaniel went back and watched every single one of his snaps from his entire career, which we fully believe he did, his best plays were when he got rid of the ball in less than 2.4 seconds. 2.4 is considered the golden number, meaning no matter what blitz you run, what coverage you run, whatever you're doing, my quarterback is going to be able to comfortably deliver the ball if he can get rid of it in under 2.4 seconds. So by retooling Justin Herbert's footwork, which is a massive deal, and credit to Herbert for making it look smooth, because that is not an easy thing to do, assumingly he's been throwing the ball the other way his whole life. Getting rid of that ball with that new footwork just a hair quicker lets you know this team is going to be getting rid of the ball quickly, and they're going to match that with a downhill run game.
And I cannot speak to the prowess of quarterbacking at this level for Justin Herbert or being anything more than a backup high school quarterback for a one-win Calabasas High team in 2011, but that is contradictory to quarterback belief back then. It was right foot forward in the shotgun because you could open up and get into your drop a little bit more effectively, but now it's about efficiency for Mike McDaniel and Justin Herbert, who has been sacked 225 times in 95 career games since entering the NFL as a first-round pick in 2020. That is more quarterback sacks by an individual than anybody else during that span in the National Football League. He was hit, Justin Herbert, 106 times last year. No other quarterback was hit even at 100 times or more. So that is, of course, a point of emphasis both for Herbert and having a healthier and retooled offensive line as well. Football coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. And so having an offense that is producing at that high of a clip is only going to make Derwin James Jr. and the Chargers defense that was already top 5 in the league a season ago better under a first-year defensive coordinator in Chris O'Leary. And like the Rams in the NFC West, the Chargers in the AFC West play in one of the most, if not the most, grueling divisions in all of the National Football League. Derwin James Jr., who joined D. Fish and Decker earlier this morning on the new 97.1 The Fan, was asked, which quarterback do you enjoy picking off more than any throughout your NFL career? Here's what Derwin James had to say.
Probably Pat Mahomes, man.
Yes!
I got to give him. I want to go against the best, man. I always want to compete against the best, and I feel like he's in our division, and Pat's still playing at a high level, one of the best quarterbacks in this league. So I just like to go against the best.
The Chiefs last year, 6-11. Unforeseen in the Patrick Mahomes era in Kansas City. It was that Week 15 game against the Chargers that Patrick Mahomes tore his ACL and LCL and missed the remainder of the year, but the Chiefs were already in a deep hole of playoff contention at that stage. But to Derwin's point, the AFC West has been an absolute gauntlet the entirety of his career. The Chiefs had won it 9 straight seasons before the Broncos won it last year to the tune of 14 wins in the 1 seed in the AFC. Derwin knows it. Everybody knows it. Playing in that division, Brock, complicates things in terms of your overall record and trying to be a playoff team. Not just the divisional championship, but even trying to be a wild card contender in the AFC.
Which is why last year stings so much for the Chargers. Since Patrick Mahomes took over as a starter in his second year, that has been his division, and understandably so. When it's all said and done, he may be the greatest quarterback to ever do it, right? Now, the year that he and this offense are finally not clicking, and he gets injured, and the AFC West is up for grabs for the first time really ever, you let Denver come out of nowhere and win the division. That hurts. That's unacceptable. Yep. You've been right behind them this whole time, and all of a sudden it actually opens, and you are not able to take advantage of it. I fully expect Derwin James and this entire team to be pissed off about that, because they should be. And yes, Patrick Mahomes is healthy. Every training camp clip you see of him, he looks fully formed. The Chiefs dynasty is over. That doesn't mean they're not going to have some kind of success this year, but the Chiefs, as we remember them when we tell the story of the dynamic Kansas City Chiefs, we're not going to include this year, because they'll make the playoffs, but it's over. I think winning the AFC West is essential, not just to likely have a favorable spot in playoff positioning, but just to send a message of this is our division now. And Denver, rightfully, is sitting there thinking this is our division now. The Chargers let them come out of nowhere and snag it from them, and they can't let it happen in back-to-back years.
And that's why it's so critical, because you are going to play every team in your division, the 3 other opponents, twice a year. For the Rams, that means 4 games against the Seahawks and the Niners combined. Thankfully, the Arizona Cardinals exist for all of those teams in the NFC West. For the Chargers, that means playing the Chiefs twice, the Broncos twice, and, of course, the Las Vegas Raiders multiple times as well. Cody Decker, who hosts, of course, D. Fish and Decker every morning here, 6 to 10 a.m. on the new 97.1 The Fan, is a lifelong Raider fan, like many here in Los Angeles, supporters of the silver and black. And Cody has said that oftentimes watching Derwin James throughout his NFL career, he has silenced him as a Raider fan. He asked Derwin James that very question, which team do you like beating and shutting up the most?
Definitely the Raiders, man. I definitely love silencing them. Like I said, any of the division games, even when they was playing in the old stadium in Oakland, man, just going out there compete. Their fans always loud. My family always telling me how rowdy it is in the stands. And it's just, an atmosphere that you can't really put in words, really.
And just to note, Justin Herbert against the other AFC West teams in his career as the starting quarterback for the Bolts has a winning record against the Broncos and the Raiders, but a losing record against the Kansas City Chiefs. So Derwin James has at least silenced the silver and black many times throughout his NFL career.
There's something special about playing on the road in a hostile environment, and with the Raiders, not metaphorically, it's literally a hostile environment. Yeah. I'm surprised that his family goes to those games, quite honestly.
Unless they're just like there for it, and they're like, yeah.
Unless they're feeding off of it. No, it's always special to get an interception, to get a sack, to make the big play, to be out there on special teams even, but to do it with 60 to 70,000 screaming fans who hate your guts is always going to elevate the joy that you feel. And as you mentioned, he's had the Raiders number for the majority of his career. He's got about 2 more years before the Raiders may have something to say. But until then, the victor enjoys the spoils.
Listen, I'm not sure the Raiders are going to be a winning football team this year, but I do believe in what Clint Kubiak is building. Whether it's Kirk Cousins from the jump or eventually Fernando Mendoza, I think the Raiders are going to be a thorn in the side for everybody in the AFC West. Who is the most notable quarterback that you ever intercepted?
Matthew Stafford, which is why I'm happy that he's going to the Hall of Fame, because he's benefiting me quite a bit.
When was this?
The second time that we played the Lions, because the first time was on the road on Thanksgiving. It was a home game. It was very cold, so it had to be later in the year, and it was in the end zone. He was throwing to Calvin Johnson, who scored on me the first time that we played them, so I was very happy that, I mean, they still won. Let's not get into it, but we don't need to talk about that. Yeah. But I did get an interception, Stafford being the most notable one, and he was throwing to Calvin Johnson, and I'm happy I get to have that.
That's one of the greatest stories that you will tell your grandkids for years. I might tell my grandkids that. Be like, I sat next to a guy, Brock Vereen, for a couple of days at the new 97.1 The Fan, and he intercepted Matthew Stafford, a Hall of Famer. Does Matthew Stafford know this, do you think? Have you spoken to him since being here in L.A.?
Since being in L.A., no, I have not. But
we need to make that happen.
If it ruins our access to him and his lovely football ability, we may need to consider that.
Listen, the new home for Rams fans is right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. I think Matthew Stafford would appreciate that, though, because of how illustrious and historic his NFL career has been. A pass intended for Megatron from the right arm of reigning NFL MVP Matthew Stafford, intercepted by the one, the only Brock Vereen. Open invitation for Matthew Stafford at any time to join us here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. There is so much more to dissect, including how concerned are we about Shohei Ohtani's left knee, up next here on Brock and Alex. All right, friends. On this Football Friday, we have gone back into the history books of the National Football League, and we have tracked down the specific date that Brock Vereen intercepted Matthew Stafford. It was December 21st, 2014, in the hallowed grounds of Soldier Field. Matthew Stafford threw 2 interceptions that day against Brock's Chicago Bears. In fact, it was not reigning NFL MVP Matthew Stafford quality. He was 22 of 39 for 243, 2 picks, sacked 4 times by Chicago's defense. And he threw those 2 interceptions to Ryan Mundy and 1 Brock Vereen in Brock's rookie year with the Chicago Bears. So, there you go. If you ever question the credentials of Brock Vereen, think again. He has intercepted Super Bowl champion and MVP Matthew Stafford.
We don't need to discuss the 10-point lead that we entered the fourth quarter with and ended up losing the game.
Not your fault.
No one knows what happened
You don't play
to
offense.
the lead. No one knows what happened to that 10-point lead.
And you were correct, by the way. Jay Cutler injured at that time. Jimmy Clausen started that game, 23 of 39, a $181, 2 tuds, and an interception of his own.
That's got to be good enough to win defense. Come on.
And now
your backup quarterback goes out there and puts up a solid line. Come on, defense. Figure it out.
Late in the year, it was a tough year for the Chicago Bears in 2014, by the way. Jimmy Clausen and Matthew Stafford now like the best of friends.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, very good friends.
I know the Clausen family has been very prominent in high school football in the LA area. They have turned over quite a few programs. I don't even know where they're at now.
Coyotes, baby.
They literally
were at Calabasas.
They changed Calabasas' fortune forever.
Yes.
When I was there, we were the worst football program in the state. We were 1-8 my senior year. Who did we beat? A team in Reseda. I can't remember what.
Okay.
It's where John Elway went to high school.
Granada Hills High School.
Granada Hills. We beat Granada like 13-7. We felt so great about ourselves. I think week 2 we played Westlake.
They're always good.
A powerhouse.
They're always good.
In Shay, what was the name of our conference?
Marmonti.
Yeah,
Marmonti.
Well, you guys know more than I do. Good stuff. Yeah, good stuff. We played Westlake week 2, and our coaches, I don't want to necessarily name names. He's a former NFL wide receiver who was our defensive coordinator. That maybe goes to show why we did not do so well. He told us to go to Westlake's inflatable helmet, like their tunnel where they run out, and talk smack pregame. And I'm walking up. Listen, I'm just the backup quarterback. I have very few things to say. Very few things to say. But he was like, go show them that this is a different Coyote football team, that you're here to play with the Westlake Warriors, and you will not back down from any challenge. And everybody runs around the tunnel. We start jumping around their helmet. I'm just kind of like hanging in the back a little bit, knowing how bad of an idea that was. We lost 52-0. And then we had to run at practice on Saturday. He was like, whoever told you that was an idiot. We're like, you guys did. I just ran 9 gassers on a quart of your bad idea and losing 52-zip. But good things for the backup quarterback when your team gets blown out by 52 points. I got 2 series in that game.
Got some reps,
Come on now.
baby.
Yeah.
Shout out to Westlake High School. Playing there was always fun because, as you mentioned, they had this big inflatable helmet.
Yeah.
They had a big smoke machine, and they always had a good turnout. Westlake was some good times over there.
Do you guys
Good
remember the
times.
bridge? Like the massive bridge to go into Westlake?
What are you talking about?
You started talking, and I knew whatever you were going to say, we were going to have zero idea.
Give more detail.
Actually, you know what?
The
you
bridge.
didn't go to the gym, now that I think about it. Okay, so there was this bridge.
Is the gym on an island, Shay? What are you talking about?
No. So the campus is kind of
California.
like there's this like river thing that flows, and the bridge is massive, and like under it, it's cool.
I'm
it's just
supposed
like
to
a
believe
thing that-
Westlake High School has an active river flowing through it.
It's not like a river. It's like a dried up like stream. But like,
And they built a bridge?
The
They
bridge
built a
is it's like a known
How large
thing
is the
there.
bridge? 2 feet?
Look up Westlake. I gotta do this.
All right,
I'll
you
find
look
this.
it up,
I'll find
please. Relate it to us. I just love. Dude, I love you, by the way. Producer
love
Shay
you
is the
too,
best.
man.
Whatever
Always
he
stop, man.
says,
just always.
you know it's going to
goes
make for
left.
great radio. And I knew as soon as he started talking, there was no chance that either you or I were going to relate to what he said.
The Acorn did an article on it.
That's
I don't
a
want to
local
hear
paper.
it. I don't want to
in
hear it.
You act like
The
it's
greater
New
San
York
Fernando
Times.
and Ventura County, for what
Hey
it's
man,
worth.
come on, local
Yep.
newspaper.
Even a blind squirrel.
For the sake of my sanity, Shay, I believe you that there is a bridge at Westlake
For
High
sure.
School.
No doubt about it.
And that there is a roaring rapid river running under
Right.
it.
There. Okay. I can't really tell. And for our listening audience, Shay is holding up his computer screen, and it looks like a pedestrian street.
That is not at a school.
I don't-
What's it-
That is.
Showed us a
going to
photo of a
Westlake
guy
High
in the
School
Amazon
this
forest.
weekend.
Yeah.
I don't know. Listen, you got things to do, Mr. Sponsored by North End. You got to play in six-man, one of the great athletic competitions that SoCal will ever see this week in Manhattan Beach. Shay will be on the volleyball sand, we think. And do not forget how this conversation began. How, you might ask? Going back down memory lane to December 21st, 2014, when Brock Vereen intercepted a pass from Matthew Stafford. Somehow, some way, we got to funnel this to Stafford. He needs to know. He needs to know.
Sure, he's listening.
For sure.
I still the football's in my basement somewhere.
Heck yeah, it is.
Because the Bears did well. Any good organization does a good job of making sure you get to keep the football because technically it's the opponent's football.
Right.
So if you intercept it, you got your trainer goes over and says, "Hey, do you mind?" And they say, "All right, fine, take it." So that's how that goes.
The most notable quarterback you ever picked off, Matthew Stafford. Who would you say is number 2 or 3 on that list?
Ooh.
You can go back to college if you would like as well.
Yeah. I'm trying. High school, I really want to give you a high school one because there were so many prominent quarterbacks that played out here. I would love to be able to draw one. I'll say this. Whoever the quarterback was at any of the Orange County schools when I was in high school, because they all ended up going to USC or Oregon or UCLA, and I'm getting them all confused because it was a lifetime ago. But one of these starting quarterbacks at USC or Oregon, since they all came from Orange County.
Is Matt Barkley too old for your
Matt Barkley? We didn't play them that year.
Gotcha.
We did not play them
because
that
Mater
year.
Dei is a powerhouse.
Oh my God, what
and they
built.
continue to be a powerhouse
with no end in sight.
No end in sight.
Santa Margarita has something to say since Carson Palmer is now running the show there.
Oh wow!
Carson Palmer is now the head coach of Santa Margarita, and in 1 year he took them to the mountaintop. They won it all last year.
They won it all?
They won it all last year.
That's just the football acumen of a bright quarterback and Heisman Trophy winning mind, which is what Carson Palmer possesses. You want to know my most notable football achievement?
Who's that?
I started senior night.
Good.
For the 2011 Calabasas Coyotes against St. Bonaventure High School. That at that time
used to be a powerhouse.
Used to be a powerhouse. At that time, ranked number 24 nationally.
Yeah, they were the real deal.
You want to hear how I heard I was starting on our senior night?
How was this?
So starting that season, we had a quarterback who was a senior. He got injured early, more of an athlete, started to play defense. Wasn't a great passer of the football.
Sure.
We had another quarterback that was a junior who was the starter for the majority of the season. I was number 2. So my coach comes into the locker room on Monday, getting ready for St. Bonnie. He goes, all right, guys, this week it's senior night. Ike was the starting quarterback's name. Ike is a junior, so he's not going to start. Brandon, who was the senior that now played defense, now plays defense. I guess that leaves us with Ben. So I'm sitting there at my locker thinking to myself, that's the greatest vote of confidence I've ever received in my life. I was pretty tight with our QB coach at the time. Like, we were good friends. We would train together as well. So we got out to the practice field, and I'm like, Coach, give me the skinny. Like, let's not beat around the bush here, right?
What's going on here?
Like, am I playing in the game? He's like, yeah, you're starting. I'm like, all right. Like, if I mess up on one series, like, am I out? We are a 1-win football team against St. Bonaventure. Like, how long is my leash? He's like, we'll see. First drive of the game, Brock Vereen.
Yes.
So I'm playing also with the other misfit senior toys, right? And I say to my offensive line, please give me 2 seconds. I think on St. Bonnie's D-line, they had 3 guys committed to a D1 school.
I believe it.
I believe one going to Colorado, another to Oregon State, and some other school.
Okay.
And I was just, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to get this ball out of my hand, and we're going to try to make magic as we can. They bring a blitz. I think they brought 8 guys at me. On the second play of the game, I hit one of my wide receivers on like a small little over-the-middle mesh route. He takes it, and because there's only now 3 guys in the secondary, he goes like 67 yards down the field. We get inside the 10-yard line. We had an audible for the wide receivers that if they were looking like they were going to blitz, just run. If I hit you with this, it was literally tapping the helmet. If I hit you with this, just run a quick slant. I hit my tight end with that. He goes, runs the slant. He's open in the end zone. I throw it to him, drops it.
No!
So here we are. First and goal inside the 10. My tight end drops what would have given Calabasas the lead against the number 24 team in the country as I start on senior night. We get stuffed, of course, the next 2 plays. They decide to kick a field goal. We miss the field goal. Next possession, I'm in there. I think it was the second or third play. I am running for my life, being chased out of the backfield. I think after already being sacked, and I try to throw one to the sideline as I'm getting hit. Ball kind of flutters, picked. Ben, out. That was the end of my senior night.
It should have been so different.
Should have been.
That was the end of your football career.
Not
your senior night.
Thank you, Shay.
My
Yes.
heart breaks for you because you deserve so much better. Do not name that tight end, but are you still in contact with him to this day?
Nope.
Good.
Yeah, that was the last we spoke to each other.
I
I think
he's-
at a party years later, like as we were college kids back
Okay.
for summer, I saw him. And for what it's worth, it was his first year playing football. He was a basketball player, but just a
Okay.
big body. And I went up to him, and we rehashed that story. And he was like, yeah, that was my bad. I'm like,
You know what?
I mean,
It's all I can ask for.
listen, I'm
That's all I can
sharing
ask
it
for.
on the airwaves live in Los
Yeah.
Angeles, so it still is my moment of glory.
Ben,
But-
when they said you're starting for senior night,
Yeah.
were you like, this is pity? Like, were you like, I'm
yeah, what
happy
do you-
that I'm able to do this?
I was excited because I was like, this is cool and something I will be able to tell a story of which I am doing now. But, I was very aware of the situation and circumstance of why I was starting that game. It was funnier to me because of how my high school head coach presented it. I was even at the
I
time.
guess that leaves us with Ben.
Even at the time, as like a 17-year-old that was kind of being thrown to the wolves, quite literally, I was laughing. I'm like, that's ironically
better
kind
way
of
to
a
go
good
about
comedic bit. Like, I guess that leaves us with Ben. He was no longer the head coach a couple of years later, and then Casey Clausen came in and
Immediate
turned everything
success.
around for Calabasas football. Yeah.
That is among the best football stories I have ever heard.
Yeah.
Any story about a player being thrown in to a moment that they were not anticipating will always get me, because if you play sports long enough, those moments happen to you, and you know that feeling, that balance of excitement and fear. Oh my God! Thank you so much for sharing.
Brock, did you play on your senior night, or were you one of the players that were so good that they benched you?
No, we played because our league that year was really good, and we needed to win to get to ensure that we would have the 1 seed. So I did play. It was very lopsided. I don't think I played in the second half, but we like this. So I guess that kind of does answer your question. Like we built a lead, and then we kind of passed it off to.
What's your
to
guys'
everyone else.
opinion on senior night? Like, is this something that you appreciate? Are you like, oh, this we could do without this? Like,
So my high school coach had an interesting philosophy. He didn't like the shout out to Coach Meir, absolute legend. He always go Vikings. He always wanted senior night, the actual celebration for those who have lived under a rock. You get to walk out with your parents. They announce your name. It's almost like graduation, like in the whole stadium applause. Thank you for everything you've done the past 4 years, whatever. He always thought that was a distraction. So he would put it after the game.
Respect.
So on games that we won, it would be great.
I guess that is the downside.
But like I said, our league, the Foothill League, was humming when I was in high school, because this was kind of before, other than Modern Day, there wasn't really, it was Modern and Orange Lutheran. Other than that, it was still like a public school sport, high school football. We were humming, so sometimes we would lose. And then after the game, we're sitting there, we just lost the league, and we're going to be on the road for our first playoff game. We're pissed. And it's like, all right. Get with your parents and meet us on the 50-yard line.
tough, dude.
It's like, we're going to run so much tomorrow, and I have to sit here and smile with my mom and dad at
All right.
midfield.
Thanks for the roses, guys. This is going to suck. That could be senior night. Or it's your moment of glory that you tell against the number 24 team in the country and St. Bonaventure. And even if you are taken out, doesn't matter.
Shay, to answer your question, though, high school, it is important, because no matter what high school sport you play, for 99.9% of the people, it's going to be their last moment on an organized sports field or court of some kind. College, you can get rid of it, because with transfer portal and NIL, it means absolutely nothing.
It's crazy.
It means nothing. It is a waste of time, and selfishly, as someone who broadcasts games, it adds 45 minutes onto my day that doesn't need to be there.
It's also just like every year, you're like, oh, it's the last game.
Yeah.
And it's senior night, and now we got to go through all of these festivities. This guy has been here for 1 year.
He's been here for 4 months.
And listen, celebrate that person
Yes.
to the extent of what this current landscape looks like collegiately. But a full senior night festivity for it?
No. It's
high
so
school, though,
unnecessary.
keep it. Continue to keep it. That was a fun stroll down memory lane. And never forget, Los Angeles, when you're looking at Matthew Stafford throw the football this year, there's a guy hosting a radio show from 10 to 2 p.m. every single day. It's known as Brock and Alex. His name, Brock Vereen, he picked off Matthew Stafford. We will set the stage for the Dodgers' weekend set against the Boston Red Sox and talk about Shohei Ohtani's left knee. How worried are we about his health? We'll debate next here on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Midday in Los Angeles on this Friday. It is Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He's Brock Vereen. I am Ben Stevens. In on this Friday for Alex Curry. If you thought our stroll down memory lane of the best moments of our high school football career was fun and we were in our bag, just wait for us to talk some college football. Brock, of course, one of the brightest covering this sport, played collegiately, was a first-team All-Big Ten performer at Minnesota. And my name rhymes with the Big Ten Conference, and some certain people call me Big Ten Ben. This is Big Ten country, my friends. Don't just think this is former Pac-12 land. This is Los Angeles. It's the home of UCLA and USC. It is Big Ten country in the heart of it, from sea to shining sea as we go all the way out to Piscataway, New Jersey for Rutgers University. So, Brock Vereen, you told me in the break as we were getting ready for our College Corner on this Friday afternoon, on the final day of July, college football games will be played in the month of August, including here in LA on Saturday, August 29th, as USC plays Week 0 against San Jose State at the Coliseum, that you had some topics you wanted to throw my way.
Yeah, the multiple times that we've been together now, we've locked in on UCLA and USC, as we rightfully should. For the next 10 minutes, I figure we take a bird's eye view of just the landscape of college football. 3 things I want to hit you with as we are sitting here now. Ooh, quick math. 29 days, 23 hours, and 10 minutes away from San Jose State and USC kicking off. It is year 3, as you just mentioned, since the West Coast additions came to the Big Ten, Washington, Oregon, USC, UCLA. As we sit here, and you are Big Ten Ben, you do a tremendous and I'm grateful job of you bigging me up, unrightfully so. I am not worthy. You know your stuff more than anyone. How would you gauge so far through 2 years the impact of the West Coast schools? Because Oregon is perennially in the national championship conversation.
Yeah.
Outside of that, how do you think the West Coast impact has been felt?
I think it's been a really great thing for the Big Ten. I think at times you can make a mockery of it and the jokes, but I think as a college football fan, first and foremost, I think you have to live in a sense of reality. That all of these changes that we have seen to this sport in the last half decade, conference realignment, NIL, transfer portal era, all of that stuff is done with the almighty dollar, and especially with realignment. It is done of generating TV revenue first and foremost. It's not done for convenience. It's not done for logistics. It's not done for geographical rivalries. It is done because of TV revenue. And the addition of the West Coast schools was exactly that after the dissolution of the Pac-12. So I think it's easy to keep them at an arm's length. You don't really know the Big Ten. It's weird. This is a Midwestern conference, and now you guys are all out there in sunny Southern California and up and down the Pacific Northwest. But I think you are starting to see some of those natural rivalries begin as we get into a third year, and you have played these schools maybe once or multiple times, and just the idea of how normal this has now become, right? It still feels weird that you can have Rutgers playing at USC for a game that kicks off at 11 p.m. Eastern time on a Friday, and that's considered a conference game, no doubt, but that this is starting to become a little bit more natural and at least what we can expect with the current landscape of college football. In terms of actual competitiveness in these first 2 years for the West Coast schools, of course, as you mentioned, Oregon is a perennial powerhouse. Oregon is going to make the college football playoff, I think, for a third consecutive year they have been in the Big Ten. There are many that are looking at the Ducks who have never won a national championship in their program history that think 2026, that with the return of Dante Moore, that this is the year finally for Oregon in Eugene. I think Damon Williams and what he is going to do in Seattle for Washington is going to be incredible, and we have talked at length about what 2026 should hold for USC. Needs to be a college football playoff appearance despite the difficult docket, and our Bob Lever shirts that we are very excited for UCLA. I think USC at times has failed to live up to the test of being in the Big Ten, but I think they are understanding the physicality necessary. I think Washington is a really cool site for a lot of fans to go to. I know that a lot of traveling Big Ten teams, like the Ohio State game in late September last year, in Seattle at Husky Stadium and sailgating and all that stuff, they have embraced that travel. And I think it's really cool for a lot of the Midwest teams to come out here in late October and early November and make a trip around their team's travel in Los Angeles. To be out in LA in November as opposed to Omaha, Nebraska in November is a really, really fun time. Or Lincoln, Nebraska, of course, where the Cornhuskers are located. So I think there is a sense, Brock, of this is becoming a little bit more natural and normal despite the bizarro land that is college sports in 2026.
Well said, sir. Well said. Yeah, I feel that at the end of this year, the majority of non-West Coast schools will have, actually already the majority of the Big Ten Conference have had an away game at one of the West Coast schools by the end of this year. All of them will have, and by the end of 4 years, all of these schools will have played at either USC or UCLA specifically. It's funny because obviously Los Angeles is a massive city, and there is no college that doesn't have some kind of representation here.
Yeah.
But the novelty, like you just hit, how excited so many fans get from the traditional Big Ten schools saying, my school is going to LA. I have a reason to escape the cold
For sure.
and the rain and the snow when it's later in the year and hang out in LA. I get so much joy from week 7 onward where the weather starts to cool off in the Midwest and on the East Coast saying, yo, I'm going to the game at UCLA. I need 10 restaurants. I'm going to the game at SC. Where should I stay? I take so much pride in that. And yes, year 3 for the West Coast editions, a new rule that has taken place. 5 in 5 for those who are like me and are sick of trying to figure out how many years somebody has left, how these 28-year-old grown men are playing against 17-year-old kids. There is a new rule being implemented in college football going forward. That is at least until somebody sues and it changes. 5 in 5 rule. There are no more red shirts. There are no more situations where a player plays 4 games and then has to decide if he wants to keep playing or not and sit out. When you step on a college campus, you have 5 years to play up to 5 seasons. And more importantly than just the rule, it's the basis of some kind of uniformity. Do you expect this to, 1, stick, 2, a growing trend of some kind of law around college football?
Stick, yes. More regulation, I am hopeful. But I love the 5 in 5 rule because as Brock laid out, for the time that you graduate high school, or if you're an international player or coming over from overseas, the time that you turn 19, you have 5 years. That's it. There's no suing for additional extra eligibility, which has been a huge thing, not just in the NIL era for more money, but also in the COVID era of extended eligibility. That is it. You have 5 seasons to play 5 years of whatever college sport you have from the time you graduate high school or the time that you turn 19 years old. I love it. I think it's great. I think uniformity and just making things as convenient for college fans is awesome because we reached this stage, and we have done it a little bit here together during talking season in college football and conference media days. It has become less of, hey, talk to me about your depth chart or why you think that wide receiver is going to take a step forward. It has become more about like posturing in which league is better and who holds the power in this sport, or all of the crazy changes that we have seen, asking coaches their thoughts on NIL, the portal, realignment, TV revenue. It's less about the sport. It's more about everything else that I think the common fan hates about sports in general, but especially collegiately. So I think when you can focus more on just the actual game, the events itself, and it's easily understood, that's a beneficial thing for college sports as a whole and, of course, the college sports fan.
And lastly here, we have a couple more minutes. Indiana wins a national championship last year in the greatest coaching turnaround in the history of sports. You cannot phrase it any less than that. And we're sitting here kind of piggybacking off of what you just said. And college football is at a crossroads of people are not embracing change the way that NIL and the transfer portal and the new era of college football is naturally going to bring. People are still talking about Texas and Notre Dame and Ohio State, whereas if I approach someone and gave a blind test of a team that went 16-0 a year ago, brings back their head coach, went undefeated a year ago, brings back their head coach, brings back their offensive coordinator, brings back their defensive coordinator, has better wide receivers than they had a year ago, and a quarterback who on arrival is better than Fernando Mendoza, you would say that team is going to win the national championship. But because college football is still so caught up in tradition, they refuse to admit that Indiana is different. So this isn't necessarily an Indiana conversation. November 14th, USC goes to Bloomington to face Indiana. Big-time game. Does college football actually want change?
No. I think they like the idea of change.
Yeah.
But I think it's not just college football. It's kind of anything. When you start to see change, it becomes a fun and cool and maybe even cute story. When that change happens to mess with your entire ecosphere of what you have come to know for the entirety of your life, you're less adaptable, or whatever the word I'm trying to say is, in terms of welcoming all of those new transitions. So I don't think college football really has adapted well to change because of the beauty of this sport. It is kind of made its bones. It is anchored in its heritage, its tradition, its pageantry. And so with all of the overwhelming changes that this sport has seen in the last 5 years, I think people are more hesitant to change because it feels new and weird and just kind of all over the place.
Perfectly said, sir. You are a wealth of knowledge. I wanted to give you a moment to flex that knowledge as we address the landscape of college football. Well done.
The only thing I need to learn how to say is adaptability. Can't even say it. Adaptations. Who knows? Our next hour of Brock and Alex here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Watch your profanity.
And we just want to honor LeBron James.
A little bit of everything It's a Friday afternoon in Los Angeles as we welcome you back to our fourth and final hour here on Brock and Alex. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He's Brock Vereen. I am Ben Stevens. In today for Alex Curry, we set the stage for your weekend in a weekend set between the Boston Red Sox and the Los Angeles Dodgers beginning on this Friday night inside Dodger Stadium. We will also talk about the left knee of Shohei Ohtani. How worried are we about his health, not just for this series, this weekend, but the remainder of this season as the Dodgers chase down a third consecutive World Series ring. It's 855-97 LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. We want to hear from you. Be a part of this conversation. Hop in the YouTube chat at the Fan LA. And also, reply to us. Ask us a question. We will look at the live stream. We will answer said question. It could be about the Dodgers. It could be about the trade deadline for Tarek Skubal.
It could be about the Odyssey.
It could be about the Odyssey. We have both seen it. You can ask us literally anything. Rams in training camp. Justin Herbert, Mike McDaniel, and the Chargers. The silver and black of the Las Vegas Raiders. We asked you earlier, again, 855-97 LA Fan. That's 975-2326. As a Dodger fan, do you want the Dodgers to trade for Tarek Skubal? It will be a part of our conversation here in our fourth and final hour. Because, Brock, tonight, the Dodgers get ready to welcome in the hottest team in MLB, who has played 24 games in the month of July, and they have won 20 of them. Not a question from Wayne Mulholland, but a statement in the YouTube chat, by the way. Wayne Mulholland saying USC will win it all.
Wayne, I love your enthusiasm. As an Angelino myself, I would benefit from that. We would be along for the ride. The biggest issue with USC winning it all is probably that schedule and the lack of CFP experience. That's why not making the CFP is such it's such a benchmark. You look at Indiana 2 years ago. They make the CFP, they lose to Notre Dame. Mm-hmm. They know what it takes now. The following year, they go undefeated. Yeah. The lack of CFP experience lets me think, even if USC looks great during the regular season, which I hope that they do, when the stakes are raised, they should by now have experience in those moments, and they just don't. And that's where my hesitance exists with the Trojans.
I do think they need to reach the college football playoff to continue building on that momentum entering year number 5 under Lincoln Riley, and certainly have the talent in the returners on this roster, including quarterback Jaden Mayava, to do just that. A lot of comments in the YouTube chat, by the way, at the Fan LA, and all the social media channels as well, about how hot it is on this Friday in the City of Angels, how hot it is going to be. It feels like the heat wave has extended for 2 weeks here in LA.
It has not cooled off in quite some time. And I should warn you, by the way, since you are heading to this Dodger game this evening, you are over there on the west side where the weather is much more favorable.
For sure, yeah.
I'm letting you know right now, buddy, it is toasty. Extra burnt toasty over there in Chavez Ravine.
I could not even begin to imagine how hot it would be if it were a day game. I am so happy that first pitch tonight between the Red Sox and the Dodgers is at 7:10 p.m. I already have a change of clothes. I've got the shorts. I've got the T-shirt. We're rocking. We're ready to go. These pants that I am wearing that you cannot see under this desk are coming off as soon as we are off the airwaves here at 2 p.m. But it is our fourth and final hour. And before we set the stage and give you a series preview against Boston tonight, of course, last night was the series finale against the Seattle Mariners at the Ravine. The Dodgers winning 6-2. They take the rubber match against the M's. They win the series. They have won all 4 series post All-Star break. It was their 24th series win of this season. The Dodgers 8-4 in this second half after the All-Star break, but not at the top of the lineup last night in his normal leadoff spot or DHing with Shohei Ohtani. He came to the training staff following Wednesday's win against Seattle, mentioned some more discomfort in his knee. The conversations continued early on Thursday before Dave Roberts published his lineup. They decided, along with the training staff and Shohei's people, that maybe give him the night off. Brock, we know that Shohei Ohtani and the injuries that he has dealt with this year, the left knee inflammation, the cortisone shot that he had in the final game before the All-Star break, the right biceps that has kept him off the bump, are all things that have added to kind of put Shohei Ohtani, the pitcher, to bed at least for the time being. But we have not really seen the injuries outside of just some needed rest in a long season keep Shohei Ohtani out of the lineup with his bat, as the designated hitter, as the leadoff guy for Dave Roberts and company. With that additional bit of info, missing last night's finale against Seattle, how worried are you about the health of Shohei Ohtani for this stretch run and, of course, into October?
Significantly, because what we've learned about Shohei throughout this season is there is a lack of honesty regarding the pain that he is in. Now, I used to be an athlete. I completely understand the feeling of, wow, my ankle is on fire, but it's the middle of the third quarter. There's 100,000 screaming fans, more watching at home, and I'm not coming out of this game. You would have to kill me on the spot to drag me out of this game. I know that feeling, and Shohei Ohtani is times 1,000 because he is already the greatest baseball player that ever played, probably. So no one can relate to what Shohei is going through, but the lack of foresight. It is clear that historically throughout this year, the personal ambition has outweighed the Dodgers' overall goal, and because that sounds very crass, but when you push through injuries and you are the best player on your team, you are hurting your team if you are jeopardizing your health come the end of the year. Now, it was yesterday, I believe, maybe the day before that, it was yesterday that Shohei did essentially address that in his own way, saying, I'm paraphrasing, I'm now going to be thinking long term because this team needs me to be healthy. However, because he is in that batter's box, if something were to go wrong, I still hold doubt that Shohei would make the decision to leave the game because he knows one more complaint and you are being shut down, and he does not want to be shut down.
It is almost what we discussed earlier in the show. Too much information at this time. It is literally TMI. It's like every day, because baseball is a daily sport, we are getting somewhat of a Shohei Ohtani injury update. And most of it was focused around pitching and what he could do on the bump. We have not seen Shohei start a game since July 3rd against the Padres. Of course, last week in Philadelphia, he threw a bullpen session in that trip to Citizens Bank Park. It did not go so well, at least. His body did not respond the way the Dodgers were hoping. A potential bullpen session in Queens this past weekend in New York was canceled, and it would be some time until we see Shohei Ohtani return to the mound. Dave Roberts did say in giving these updates yesterday that Shohei Ohtani was not going to lead off and be the DH, that he is expecting Shohei to play catch this weekend, which sounds a basic thing for a baseball player to do, but at least slightly positive in terms of getting that arm worked up because of the injury to the right biceps. Dave Roberts did follow up yesterday that they do not consider this a stint on the 10-day IL, that they expect Shohei Ohtani to largely feature in the lineup this weekend against the Boston Red Sox. Not out just yet for game number 1 tonight against Boston. But I think it's important to add, Brock, in the context of this season here on the final day of July, there are 2 more months of this Major League Baseball regular season. The Dodgers have played 109 of 162 games. And let's start with that. LA is the best team in baseball. They are 69-40. They have a game-and-a-half lead over the Milwaukee Brewers for the best record in the sport, but of course that number 1 seed in the National League. There is a 12-game advantage for the Dodgers atop the National League West. It is not a matter of if, but rather when the Dodgers are going to claim their 13th National League West divisional crown in the last 14 seasons. The Dodgers are doing incredibly well and have built up such a cushion that Shohei could take a couple of days off here in the regular season. There is also the additional component of this weekend in the major leagues overall. It is MLB trade deadline weekend. 3 p.m. on Monday afternoon. That is the trade deadline in the sport. There is Shohei the pitcher. There is Shohei the batter. There are the Dodgers trying to construct the best possible roster available to make a charge to that 3rd consecutive World Series championship. And of course, Tarek Skubal's name is going to be floated. Some reporting from The Athletic that the Dodgers were among a group of MLB teams scouting Clay Holmes, the right-handed pitcher for the New York Mets, as he starts to make some rehab assignments. And there is all of that with Shohei's injury news and the Dodgers trying to be the best team in baseball at the end of October or early November that makes this more of a conversation, I would think, right here, right now, on the final day in July, on a Friday ahead of MLB's trade deadline.
I hate to live too much in hindsight because all you can do is move forward during the marathon of a baseball season. But a question that we should have the answer to, which would inform not just what Shohei should do for today, whether sit out entirely or hit, also for the trade deadline. Information that we don't have that we should is what does this team look like without Shohei Ohtani? If he would have been sat down or agreed to sit down if he was asked, which it sounds like he was throughout the year prior, we would have a feeling of, oh, we have to get Scooble because we've seen this team without Shohei, or we do not need Scooble because we've seen this team without Shohei and we're fine. But we don't know, and I'm not really motivated by the idea of him hitting today, because the first time he injured the biceps, it wasn't a big deal because we only found out about it retroactively.
Mm-hmm.
The second time it popped back up, the first thing somebody asked him was, okay, you're a righty, it's your right biceps, why are you still pitching? And his thing that he said was, it doesn't affect my pitching, it only affects my hitting.
Mm-hmm.
So how does hitting not affect your biceps anymore?
Yeah.
Like, we're still being lied. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
At no point have we been able to completely trust what he is saying, which goes back to the point of TMI, of either tell us less or start telling us accurate information, telling us half-truths, or, and again, when I say this, I'm not just talking to Dave Roberts, I'm talking to Shohei, who's just, Dave Roberts is just relaying what Shohei is telling him. Like, either don't tell us anything or be honest about what you're telling us. And if I'm Andrew Friedman, I want the truth. Like,
no doubt.
Do we need to make a move or not? We don't have that answer because we don't know what the team looks like without Shohei, because this entire time it's been a will they, won't they, on a scale of 1 to 10, it's a 3. Oh, actually, it was a 10 this whole time. You know, so I know I'm living in hindsight, and that does nothing but make you more upset. But there are questions that we should already have the answers to that we do not.
I'm not overly concerned about Shohei Ohtani's long-term health or the contributions that he is going to make to the Dodgers in the moments that matter most, of course, in October and in the playoffs. And Dave Roberts alluded to that last night in explaining to everybody Shohei Ohtani was going to be absent from the lineup on Thursday. Basically, when he was asked, is anybody 100%? Is he 70? Is he 80? Is he 90? Is he close to 100? But the main thing for Shohei Ohtani is his understanding of his value to this team and what that means moving forward, because that is the biggest component of all of this. What is also fascinating is the fact that this is during the trade deadline weekend, where the Dodgers are seen as buy, and I think they are going to be in contact with the Detroit front office about Tarek Skubal and others around this sport. I mentioned Clay Holmes being another name, but the last few deadlines, it's actually been the Dodgers front office and Andrew Friedman that have been sellers. They traded Noah Syndergaard back in 2023 ahead of the deadline, James Paxton in 2024 and 2025. It was Dustin May. And it's an interesting thing, Brock, when you look at tonight's projected starting pitcher for Doc and the Dodgers. It's Edgardo Enriquez, who Enriquez threw last night just a third of an inning to help with the Dodgers in the top of the 7th in their relief effort to keep Seattle at bay. And Edgardo Enriquez has been incredible this year out of the bullpen for this LA side. But it goes to show that if Enriquez is starting the game, even if he gives you 2 innings, this is looking like a bullpen game. The Dodgers used 5 arms last night. And because the Dodgers all season, with Shohei Ohtani front and center, were using a 6-man rotation, they're still kind of on that cadence. The projected starters for the rest of the weekend, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, Emmett Sheehan on Sunday. And we have already seen Roki Sasaki last night, Justin Robleski the night before, or in the opening game against Seattle, and Eric Lauer. We are talking about the 5 starting pitchers the Dodgers currently have that are healthy, and the additional bullpen game tonight against Boston. And so let's talk the Red Sox, who are the red-hot Red Sox entering this series at the Ravine. They have been the best team in baseball in the month of July. They are 20-4. It featured a 15-game win streak for the Sox that came to a close last Tuesday night in the second leg of a doubleheader at Fenway. That 15-game win streak for Boston, matching an all-time franchise record, tying the 15 games Boston won in a row 80 years ago in 1946. When Ted Williams returned from World War II and was the most valuable player for the Sox that year, and they won 15 straight. This was a Boston team, Brock, that before this 15-game win streak began, that on July 1st, the very first day of this month, they were a game and a half behind the Baltimore Orioles in the cellar, in last place in the American League East. The Red Sox will enter this series tonight in the second wild card spot in the American League, 2 games in front of the Cleveland Guardians for cushion for that wild card spot in playoff potential for Boston. They are 57-51 overall, and again, 20-4 in the month of July. On the opposing side, from Edgardo Enriquez tonight, is Ranger Suarez. Getting the start, he was an All-Star this year in 2026, his first in Beantown, but he did not participate in the All-Star game. He was on the IL. He has returned. He pitched this past weekend for Boston. Just 4 innings, did not allow a single earned run, only 4 hits, 6 Ks on Sunday in Fenway against the Blue Jays, only 64 pitches. We would assume the Red Sox are going to up that pitch count tonight on the road in Los Angeles.
With the Red Sox, it's a fascinating thing because this happens not every year, but it definitely happened last year. I spent time with the Patriots in New England, so I have a lot of friends who are in Boston. And if you check in with them after 50 games, the world is ending. Their team is terrible.
Yep.
Trade everyone. This all goes back to when we didn't re-sign Mookie Betts. I hate my life and I hate Boston. And then you check back in sometime in the summer, and it's the Sox are back, kid. Oh my God, the Sox.
That's a good Boston accent.
I've spent
by the
way
way
too much time there. The Red
Sound like
Sox,
you're on the town right now.
The Red Sox do this every single year, and it drives me crazy because they just get hot at the right time.
Yeah.
Last year, they lost in the wild card to it's probably the Yankees, but they made it after a dismal start.
For sure.
Red Sox are spooky. Now, I do have to ask you this because this will be your first Dodger game in 10 years, you said?
10 years, man.
Yeah, 10 years on the dot. How do you describe what atmosphere are you anticipating?
Ooh, really good question.
Yes.
I think because of how good the Dodgers are on a Friday night against a very notable opponent, not like a rival in the National League, but a notable opponent in the Boston Red Sox, I expect it to be a near jam-packed Dodger Stadium. I expect it to be a nice Friday. The only hesitation I would have is just Los Angeles traffic on a Friday and the heat that we are experiencing right now.
I'm very excited that this will be your first Dodger game in 10 years because while the Red Sox and Dodgers are not a rivalry, what I love about Dodgers and Red Sox games are LA and Boston have a beef.
Yeah.
And when you're at the game, you'll feel more tension than if they were playing the Diamondbacks.
Okay.
But it's not quite the tension of the Yankees or the Padres
Right.
or the Giants, right? It's a good litmus test for one, not quite a playoff atmosphere, but the stakes are raised for the players because of that, and a litmus test of animosity for fans thriving because it brings more out of you because you start thinking of the Celtics.
Yeah.
You start thinking of the Bruins. You
For
start
sure.
thinking of the Patriots, and that air is always palpable. As for the game, I'm excited for Edgardo Enriquez. He's been phenomenal. He throws this 100-mile-per-hour sinker that is just disgusting, and I expect to see plenty of that. Hopefully he can get an inning and some change. And last night wasn't his best, but he's very good as a young guy who's still trying to prove himself. Of when he comes off of a bad outing, he always delivers. So a quick turnaround for him, of course. But in the 7th inning last night, it took him 19 pitches to get one out. Nearly hit a batter. It could have been a lot worse. A lot of more runs could have scored. But I'm excited for him to have that opportunity. And after that, there will just, as someone who will be watching the TV broadcast of the game, you won't be able to see it because you'll be there. I'm expecting multiple pans to the bullpen a couple times an inning, just who the heck is coming out next.
Yep.
But I'm excited for Edgardo Enriquez to have this opportunity to kick things off.
And I know it's been a conversation for the Dodgers this year, especially when Edwin Diaz was absent dealing with the injuries basically since the middle of April. How much can we rely on the back end of that bullpen? Well, the Dodgers have the 6th best wins above replacement rating of any relief staff in the sport, which basically I think is the most important, even advanced statistic for a bullpen, because how good are you as a bullpen in helping your team win baseball games, which is your only job, either holding on to a lead, keeping your team in it so the bats can wake up in the later frames. The Dodgers have the 6th best in the sport. The Red Sox have the 2nd best. And we talked about Tarek Skubal. It's MLB trade deadline weekend. We mentioned the National League teams, the Phillies, the Brewers, the Braves potentially. The Rays are already invested in the AL. I don't think the Yankees are going to make a call by any means. The Red Sox could be an intriguing team.
Yeah.
For a team that is now 6 games above 500, that has not really had Garrett Crochet this year as he has dealt with soreness in his left shoulder. He, an American League Cy Young contender, hoping to come back, but if this was a Boston sports talk radio show, there would be a lot angrier fans calling in, and they would also be detailing how there hasn't been positive injury news around Crochet in recent weeks. This could be a Red Sox team that makes a run at Skubal if you are looking at what the potential trade package could be in return to Detroit, where the Red Sox, including a guy that the Dodgers will see on Saturday in Peyton Tolley, have some of those younger, controlled pitchers that have MLB experience and a decent farm system for those guys from Fenway. We will continue talking about this series between the Dodgers and the Red Sox and every update you need as we get you ready for this weekend on the other side of the break here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We welcome you back to a Friday right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. It's Brock and Alex. He's Brock. I'm Ben, in for Alex as we set the stage for your weekend. The Dodgers and the Red Sox. Game 1, a Friday night opener at the Ravine. My first Dodger game in person inside Dodger Stadium. I had seen the Dodgers play the Mets and the Yankees a few times over the years in New York, but my first game in person in Dodger Stadium in a decade, since the summer of 2016, and now it's already the summer of 2026. Brock, we are previewing this series against the Red Sox. It's a really good Boston team, at least as of late. They have the best record in MLB since the start of June. They are 20-4 in the month of July. Here on the final day of this month, they have been red hot. They won 15 consecutive games. That long winning streak that matched a franchise best that came to a close last Tuesday is done. But even since that, they have won 5 of 7. They took 3 of 4 in Sacramento against the A's throughout the midweek. Tonight, Ranger Suarez gets the nod for Boston, 2026 All-Star, but was on the IL, returned on Saturday or on Sunday against the Blue Jays in Fenway. 4 innings of shutout baseball, only 64 pitches. It does appear that Dave Roberts and the Dodgers are using a bullpen-type game. Edgardo Enriquez, who threw last night in the top of the 7th against Seattle, only recorded a third of an inning, will at least get the nod to start tonight on this Friday. We have talked a lot about this, the importance of the regular season. The Dodgers are the best team in baseball. But when you have these marquee matchups, and the Dodgers have now had a few in the second half post-All-Star break, what importance and significance do you place on this weekend here at home against Boston?
Tons. And I understand that Boston is an AL team, and seemingly what happens in this series doesn't really affect much because at worst the Brewers go up by 1 game, right? But it's more so another look at a team that you expect to be in the playoffs, even if they're on the AL. So the Phillies series, that is a playoff-like atmosphere. Dodgers handled business. Yankees, Dodgers handled business. So the more looks that you can get from August through to what is hopefully a 3rd consecutive World Series, the more looks you can get while you ramp up to the playoffs of playoff caliber teams, the better. Yes, we still have plenty of games left against the Giants, and I guess I don't need to sit here and list off bad teams. You get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
But you embrace those games and you show up and you do your job and you expect to win those. But the more reps you can have of Roki on the mound, of Emmett Sheehan on the mound, and feeling the stakes of, if I do not perform my best, we lose a game and this game matters, the less you have to worry about those young, more inexperienced guys that, as we sit here right now, we're expecting reinforcements, but you may need them in those big-time situations. So that's why I'm so excited for Sheehan to get back out there. Hey, man, if things don't work out on the rehab front, we may need you in a big moment, and the more reps you can have in big playoff-like moments, the more comfortable we could feel if your number's called.
And I think when you look at the probable starting pitchers for Dave Roberts and the Dodgers this weekend, it's almost a little bit indicative of how the Dodgers have crafted this season and what it could mean specifically this weekend with the Major League Baseball trade deadline coming our way on Monday afternoon. The probable starting pitchers tonight, Edgardo Enriquez, it seems to be a bullpen game. This would be a part of a 6-man rotation that, if healthy, Shohei Ohtani would probably be getting the nod on this Friday, or at least factoring in to that starting staff conversation. Tomorrow it's the ace of the staff, currently, and Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Sunday night baseball, 4:20, first pitch here at Dodger Stadium, it's Emmett Sheehan. The Dodgers have now dropped 8 of the last 9 starts that Sheehan has made. Conversely, they have won all 9 of the outings of which Eric Lauer has been wearing a Dodger uniform. And I think as we approach the trade deadline and any conversation around Tarek Skubal, if the Dodgers can offer up an attractive enough package to lure Skubal here to L.A., Emmett Sheehan's name is more than likely going to be included because Detroit desires an MLB pitcher that has experience, not just a minor league prospect, but is under a controllable contract of what Emmett Sheehan is. So when you look at the Dodgers' probable starting pitchers this weekend, when you look at a Dodgers team that is still the best in baseball at 69 and 40, and you see the matchups on the horizon specifically this weekend, it kind of speaks to where the Dodgers are and where we are in the MLB calendar with the deadline coming on Monday.
One guy who I would love to see make a resurgence, and if you are among the first 40,000, you're going to collect his bobblehead, is Kyle Tucker, who, not to the extent of Roki, because we see him every single time. I mean, I think he's had maybe 3 or 4 rest days in there, but the ebbs and flows of he's back, he's down, he's back, he's down, and right now he is very down. So during the Mariners series, there were 2 separate moments where Kyle Tucker had a brutal strikeout, made his way to the dugout, and made a scene of some kind. Yesterday, it was slamming his helmet. If you have been following along with Kyle Tucker in Houston or Chicago last year, you know he's quiet, reserved to himself, and him showing emotion is a sign of crisis because that's just not what he typically does. He really needs to have a big day. The bobblehead thing, I'm already anticipating the jokes, the memes on Twitter, and as much as an athlete likes to pretend they don't know, he feels it. I'm sure he's going to be featured heavily on the Jumbotron because it's his day. I'm sure they interviewed him, and they're going to do 5 quick questions with he will be very prevalent in in the broadcast aspect in stadium today.
Yeah.
And he just really needs to have a good one. It's funny. We were talking pre-show with BTS Nick, who of course was a professional baseball player himself, and we're all in agreement he's going to turn it on come playoff time.
For sure.
But if you get let me rephrase that. He is capable and has a track record of turning it on come playoff time.
Mm-hmm.
What you can't have is be so far down in the dumps that mentally the only reset that can really shake him out of it is a full offseason.
Yeah.
And also, you don't want to be playing so badly that Dave Roberts says, I understand your resume and your track record and what's supposed to happen, but Tommy Edmonds hot right now, and Kike's hot right now, and if I got to pick a hot bat in the 7th inning, you may be getting subbed out, and if they kill it, well, they may just be starting next game. So Kyle Tucker's needs a solid 2 months, and that starts with a really good outing tonight because of how prevalent he will be throughout the entirety of the game, both on the Jumbotron and on the diamond.
This is the worst offensive season for Kyle Tucker in some time. I think you could argue, given context and where he is in his career, by far the worst offensive season he has seen as a big leaguer. Some of the numbers in 2018, when he played about 30 games in his first year with the Stros, are worse than this, but the numbers have not been nearly as bad since then. 4 consecutive years as an All-Star. 5 straight years with a WAR, wins above replacement rating, of 4.2 or better. That's very, very good. 5 consecutive years with a WRC plus, weighted runs created plus, just a number of basically how good are you at helping your team score runs offensively to help them win games, of a 130 or better. Kyle Tucker in 2026 with the Dodgers, the WRC plus is 97. The Major League Baseball average is 100. He is a below average Major League Baseball hitter at this moment. For $60 million a year, of course, that is not going to cut it. Simply, it is not. If he was a platoon guy getting paid $1.5 million a year, you might be like, all right, those numbers are justified. But for $60 million per year, given that context, it is simply not worth it and not getting the job done. The WAR for Kyle Tucker this year is 0.7. And Brock, since the All-Star break, Kyle Tucker is now 6 of 38. That's a 158 average. And that included 3 for 6 at the dish, reaching base safely 5 times in total in the first 2 games against the New York Mets this past weekend, featuring 2 consecutive games, Friday and Saturday, in which Tucker went yard at Citi Field. It felt like that was the moment. Yeah. This weekend, Kyle Tucker starting to find his stride, including a home run that was necessary in the 8th on Friday to give the Dodgers some insurance and extend things so they could hold on to that lead in the back end of the bullpen. Stepping up in a critical spot, albeit against the very struggling New York Mets. It was a moment for Kyle Tucker to build that confidence. It has faded ever so slightly, even in the last week against the Seattle Mariners. 3 of the 9 home runs that Kyle Tucker has hit this year have come against the New York Mets, which is almost insult to injury for fans of New York because, of course, it seemed as though it was the Dodgers or the Mets for Kyle Tucker's services this past winter. But on his bobblehead night, understanding that the chants and the groans are going to grow loud because you are the $60 million man. It is a hopeful time, and hopefully Kyle Tucker understands that and has a good series, getting off to a good start tonight against Boston on what should be a celebratory night at the Ravine for him in his first year in a Dodger uniform.
To start off this year as a massive signing, $60 million, and batting in the 2-hole, that sets an expectation. To now, just a couple months later, slowly he went from 2, then he went to 5, then he went to 6, and I believe he's been consistently at 7 now for the majority of the past couple of weeks. And there have been spikes. There was the spike that you mentioned against the Mets.
Yep.
Mid-June, he had a spike against the White Sox. Him and Mookie, that's when him and Mookie, we thought, turned a corner, and Mookie kind of kept going and started playing a lot better and consistently. He went 2 for 4 yesterday with 2 RBIs, whereas Kyle Tucker then slowed down again. And it's the price tag, it's the expectation, and it is the impossible to ignore. I started off here as a 2. Now I typically bat before Dalton Rushing. Right? That just weighs on someone. I would sit here and argue Kyle Tucker has never bat 7th in his entire life.
No, never.
like never in his life has he bat this late. And no matter how much money and success that you have, that weighs on you. It is unfamiliar territory. He lives in LA, and I don't wish this on him, but I know I've had teammates who have not lived up to their expectation. Like, they don't want to go to the movie theater. They don't want to go out with the guys. They don't want to be around drunk fans who recognize you and have something smart. It really weighs on you, and the only thing that can bring you out of that is a strong performance. So wishing for Kyle Tucker. The good side of it, we're talking reinforcements. Yeah, the bullpen and Shohei and all those guys can be reinforcements. Kyle Tucker being even 70% of himself could be one of the best reinforcements that the Dodgers have. If he can come alive, it would be like trading.
Yeah.
Like maybe the biggest trade deadline move is trading for the best version of Kyle Tucker, because if he can show up somewhere between now and middle of October, the Dodgers look brand new.
One of the reasons, maybe the main reason, the Dodgers still have the best record in baseball, despite the slew of injuries they have seen this year, starting staff and in the offensive lineup, everyday guys, is because of its depth. Guys like Eric Lauer going out there and shoving. Justin Robleski becoming an all-star out of absolutely nowhere. But also with the bat, Dalton Rushing, 3-run shot last night when the Dodgers have had to rely on Rushing, working through some of those things you have to figure out in your first few years as a big leaguer because of the injury to Will Smith. Andy Pages was baseball's leading RBI guy through the end of May. We have seen those performances and, of course, the consistency of Freddie Freeman and Max Muncy and the emergence with the bat basically since the early portion of May for Shohei Ohtani. And the depth, I think, is the reason the Dodgers have the best record and are in prime position to be the 1 seed in the National League. But make no bones about it. Come October, you are going to need your superstars to perform as such. And I think if I was Kyle Tucker's mental coach, if I am Dave Roberts in that clubhouse, if I am Kyle Tucker's Dodger teammates, that is the narrative that I am pushing to Kyle Tucker right here, right now. Hey, dude. It's a good thing you don't play for the Mets, that you didn't sign that $55, $60 million deal with the Amazons, because there would be no chance for you to rectify what has been a struggle of a season come October. You play for the Los Angeles Dodgers. You play for the back-to-back World Series champions that are trying to make Major League Baseball history by winning a 3rd consecutive. Everybody will forget about April, May, June, July, August, and September if you are at your absolute best on the biggest stages come October. And that is where the positivity should be for Kyle Tucker. Now, saying that, you can't just automatically flip a switch and expect that to be the case come the postseason. So you need nights like tonight on his bobblehead night at Dodger Stadium, series and games stacked on top of each other to start to hit your stride, to build that momentum to when you get to the postseason and absolutely need to be at your best.
Fantastically illustrated, sir. You're absolutely right. I mean, the whole running joke with Tommy Edman is that as a Dodger, he's been terrible in the regular season and then just comes alive.
For sure.
Kike Hernandez, obviously a utility guy, doesn't get a lot of presence during the regular season, but he's known for October. And that is still an opportunity for him. So Kyle Tucker has to find out what motivates him. Dave Roberts, the master and wizard that he is, always knows how to motivate each guy individually. It's either you ball out in October, every Dodgers fan memory of how this year went is going to dissipate. By this time next year, if Kyle Tucker comes alive and has a significant stance in a playoff run and a World Series win, it's going to be, oh yeah, Kyle Tucker started off pretty bad, but he came alive at the end. Like, that's all people will remember.
For sure.
They're not going to remember anything else. They won't even care about the $60 million, right? Another way to motivate him, and it's up to Dave Roberts to decide what news Kyle Tucker needs to hear is, again, Tommy Edman and Kike Hernandez are staples here, and they come alive in October. If you are not performing well, and October is around the corner, I'm going to have to make some tough decisions. And Andrew Friedman and Mark Walter, the guys who approve and write checks, enter next offseason saying, well, if we're paying $60 million to this guy and we can't trust him in October, you inevitably lead toward conversations that can be catastrophic and scenery changing. So Dave Roberts has to decide which one of those pools is going to motivate Kyle Tucker more.
And Doc has talked a lot about it. He's one of the winningest managers in the history of baseball. In the 11 years he has been here in Los Angeles, there has been supreme success. And he understands how to motivate his clubhouse. He has said often that despite his struggles at the dish, Kyle Tucker can never allow the opposing pitcher to know those struggles. You should be looking at the 7-hole hitter for the Dodgers and thinking it's freaking Kyle Tucker. The name on the back of the baseball card is something Dave Roberts has talked at length about, and Kyle Tucker should remember that. And let's hope for everybody here in Los Angeles, he does, at least for this Friday night against the Boston Red Sox at Dodger Stadium, his bobblehead night here in L.A. He's Brock, I'm Ben. It's Brock and Alex on a Friday on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports. We tie a bow on the show on the other side of the break. Oh, yeah. That's how we send you into your weekend here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He's Brock Vereen. I am Ben Stevens. We were just having... Go ahead. No, tell the people.
So I hope I'm not alone in this, but I had a very embarrassing moment. Maybe we'll say whenever the song came out. I'm guessing somewhere around 98.
That sounds like a... I'm going to look that up. That sounds
for
perfect.
If that is right, I'm going to be impressed with myself. It's got to be near there. So in my childhood brain, not fully developed, I always thought he said, somebody once told me the world was going to row me. And it wasn't until I was probably 20 years old.
Yeah.
And we were discussing how we were all big Shrek fans. Shrek was on the TV.
Yeah.
And I just thought to myself, what the heck does row me even mean? And I thought... Oh, he's saying roll me. I've been saying it wrong in my head the entire time. And whenever I hear this song, thank you, Shay, I always think, thank God I never sung it out loud or to anyone. Or maybe I did and they just didn't want to correct me.
Maybe they were just like, oh, that sounds maybe like he doesn't know how to pronounce his L's. So that's fine. Roll me. All right. Cool, Brock. Sounds good. Listen, as a Minnesota Golden Gopher now, being a row the boat guy, that could have been an easy thing for you to go to right there. By the way, you are technically correct. All-Star by Smash Mouth was recorded in 1998, released in May of 1999. We were having this discussion during the last commercial break as we are in our final segment here to wrap up our 4 hours on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, getting you ready for the weekend here in LA. It's going to be hot. Stay inside. Stay by the AC unless you are me, returning to Dodger Stadium for the first time in a decade tonight to take in the series opener against the Boston Red Sox. But BTS Nick was back there in the booth singing a little bit of Lizzie McGuire.
Yes.
And it sounded fantastic. And there is a debate based in the millennial generation that if you were to say the words to somebody and then say, follow it up with song lyrics, and I say, hey now, how you respond kind of tells how old you are. So if you were to do the Lizzie McGuire, which I think of, hey now, this is what dreams are made of. Or it could be, hey now, you're an all-star, get your game on, go play, and then somebody's going to row you at a certain point throughout that song as well.
And if you ask your parents, they're probably going to go to, I believe it's Crowded House, Crowded Room. Hey now, don't dream. Yeah.
Well, this is a really good musical ending here to our Friday. This is now a thought experiment for everybody to do.
I'm going to call everyone that I know between me leaving the parking garage and walking through my front door and just seeing how they start that song.
And just literally do a survey. They would be very proud of us right now. A survey of how this all goes and break it down. And now that is our prompt to all of you for this weekend. It is a weekend where the Dodgers will host the Red Sox at the Ravine for a 3-game set. LA is 69-40, the best record in baseball, but the best record in baseball since June 1st, and in the month of July belongs to Boston. The Red Sox have been red hot this month. They are 20-4. I'm excited for the atmosphere on this Friday, despite it being incredibly hot as the heat wave basically continues for 2 straight weeks here in Los Angeles because of what you alluded to. It's the 2018 World Series rematch. There is always the Mookie Betts component of this conversation. The original 18-inning World Series game back in 2018 as well. By the way, I was watching that game with some of my friends who grew up in the greater Boston area in New York City. I think we were 25 at the time, 24, and we were all hanging out in an apartment. It was Halloween night or Halloween weekend in New York. We drank so much beer that night that I forgot my keys were in my pocket as I returned to the apartment. Not because we were like, oh, let's get rowdy, it's the World Series, it's Halloween. It's because it was 18 innings and there was nothing else to do. So we just kept going and going, and I stood outside my apartment as my roommate called me twice. He's like, dude, where are you? I'm like, dude, I can't get in the apartment. He was like, we just passed you on the stairs. What are you talking about? He's like, just knock on the door. I'm like, I don't have my keys. He's like, they're in your pocket, but just knock on the door. So that was the original 18-inning World Series game between the Red Sox and the Dodgers. I do not know if I will replicate that level of FUBAR nature tonight at Dodger Stadium.
Oh, my gosh. There also is, as I mentioned earlier, I have a lot of friends that are Boston-based and root for Boston teams. LA, Boston has the rivalry, so we're always throwing jabs back and forth. There is a one-sided element to this rivalry that's not actually a rivalry as well. I did not know this until recently. Boston Red Sox fans hold a lot of resentment over Yamamoto being a Dodger because the Red Sox organization, this part is factually true, were the first to Yamamoto.
Okay.
As far as the first MLB organization that reached out to, forgive me, I'm unfamiliar with the program he was with in Japan, that said, whoa, who is this kid? We want him. And that's they were the first to ask him to prom, so to speak. And Red Sox fans hold resentment, not quite to the level of Mookie status. Of course, that's a little personal. Mookie won the World Series. But there is a feeling of the Dodgers came in at the last second and just outbid us for Yamamoto, which is true, but I did not know there was so much spite on Red Sox. So I'm expecting that storyline to pop up a little bit Saturday as he starts tomorrow. But I never knew that there was resentment there.
I did not know that either. And I think Red Sox fans are more mad at their own management team than the Dodgers.
That's a good point.
For the whole Mookie Betts thing. Thank you, by the way. He has won 3 World Series here in a Dodger uniform. We also on the show today talked at length on this Football Friday at 13 personnel. All of you guys are now smarter football fans as you get ready for a huge season of football here in Los Angeles. Also earlier today on the new 97.1 The Fan on D-Fish and Decker, Pro Bowl safety Derwin James Jr. joined the guys. He talked about how camp has started. He talked about his favorite quarterback to intercept. We learned that Brock Vereen has an interception in his NFL career off Matthew Stafford with a ball in a case in his house to put that as a very memorable moment in his life. And one big thing to pay attention to for Rams camp as we go through this first week, it's been 6 days since Los Angeles reported to LMU on Saturday, will be all of the Puka Nacua conversation. Puka has showed up. He has said the right things. He has been mature. He has showed that level of mentality the Rams are looking forward to in terms of that personal growth on the actual football field where there has never been a question about Puka Nacua's performance. He has looked even more explosive and added an additional step in the offseason to look like the best player for the Rams so far in the opening few practices of training camp. And Brock, it will be all of those things together to prove if Puka Nacua is going to earn that contract extension from the Rams, a long-term deal that would probably pay him at least $40 million per year, making him one of the highest paid NFL wide receivers in the history of this sport. But not just that, a future face of the franchise for this Rams organization for many years to come.
He is a premier wide receiver. He is wide receiver 1 in every single wide receiver room except for the Vikings and the Bengals and the Seahawks, but you can argue he is more impressive than Jackson Smith and Jigba. I'm taking him over Jackson Smith and Jigba, but that is kind of a toss-up. So my point is Puka Nacua is in the A class of wide receiver. He is someone you build your offense entirely around. The reason Puka Nacua is not $160 million richer for $40-something million a year is because of his off-the-field conduct. Because of that, the Rams have every right to wait and see how he acts when the stress of a season is back rolling and maybe some other guys need to be paid before him. Puka is saying and doing all the right things, but we need to see it during the year. If you are heading to Rams camp and are sitting there saying, I'm tired of former MVPs, I'm tired of former defensive players of the year, give me some names to watch that I don't know yet, C.J. Daniels, the rookie who started at Liberty, I was able to call one of his games, and he really impressed me. Transferred to LSU, then transferred to Miami, played the championship just this recent year. Possession guy, not a speedy guy. Potential Devontae Adams replacement if there is not an extension at the end of this year. Defensively, cornerback Cam Lampkin. Been with the team for 2 years, kind of back and forth between practice squad and active roster. Apparently, he is making quite a bit of noise. He's a versatile guy, played all over the field, and what Chris Shula, the defensive coordinator, loves more than anything, what Trent McDuffie, Quentin Lake, Cam Kinchins, and Cam Curl all have in common is they can all do everything. And he can fit that mold. So if you need 2 unknown names that maybe will be known come week 1, C.J. Daniels at receiver and cornerback Cam Lampkin.
Let me offer another, and he's not a player, but he's a coach. Bubba Ventrone, new special teams coordinator for the Rams. Everybody here in L.A. understands how special teams factored in to maybe all of the 6 losses the Rams had in 2025, including in the NFC Championship game. Ventrone has nearly a decade of experience as a special teams coordinator, and Sean McVay is trusting him to fix this issue. All 3 phases, my friends. Not just offense, not just defense. Special teams moves the needle and wins the day.
Don't let them ever tell you Ben does not know ball. I played for Bubba in New England. He was the special teams assistant at that time. But, buddy, it was very clear he knew his stuff. I'm not going to name who the special teams coordinator at the time was, but if you had a question, you would go to Bubba. I will politely phrase it that way, and Bubba would have the answer, and happy that he is here in LA.
See, Rams fans, you have so much to look forward to ahead of the 2026 NFL season. It's the final day in July. Football games will be played in August. He's Brock Vereen. I am Ben Stevens. A pleasure filling in with you these last
Always
2
a
days
pleasure,
here
sir.
on Brock and Alex. Up next on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, it's D-Mac and Reiter on a Friday.